And with the fans surrounding the bus, a chant could be heard, softer, and then more loudly, that echoed from the last game in the Polo Grounds to the runways of San Francisco. "We want Willie! We want Willie!" At last, after 5 years, after a season of turmoil, after the booing and the sniping and the cold shoulders of a city that wouldn't quite accept him, they wanted Willie. But Willie was gone. After the plane landed, one cab was at the maintenance base. It had been called from the airplane by Russ Hodges for himself, but Mays found it first and took it. The man who always took pride in separating himself from the masses had once again struck out on his own. Under the circumstances, no one complained. When the crowd continued to call for Willie, Bob Neiman, a utility outfielder, spied Mays's look-alike and said, "Let's throw them bowls and get the hell out of here." The bus eventually left and everyone made it home safely. When Mays reached his house, he answered some calls from friends who wanted World Series tickets, then went to sleep. For the Giants, the World Series in 1962, as in 1951, felt like an anticlimax. They had the same opponent as before, and the series began the day after the last playoff game. There was no time to rejuvenate. After their harrowing return to San Francisco, most of the players didn't get home until after midnight, and the first pitch of Game 1 was in the afternoon. 2 hours before game time, Mays sat motionless at his locker. "Willie," a reporter asked, "are you as tense before this game as you were in 1951 and 1954? "Man," Mays said, "after that playoff in Los Angeles, I'm all out of tense." Mays was actually in good shape physically compared to some of his teammates. Second baseman Chuck Hiller, spiked twice in the past week, had raw welts on his left shin, and his bruised right ankle was nearly black. Both Jack Sanford and Jim Davenport were battling colds. Davenport's ulcers were also flaring. He was supposed to avoid cigarettes, but by the start of the series, he was smoking more than a pack a day. Tom Holler, the catcher, had been spiked in the second playoff game and had 6 inches of stitches in his left forearm. Jose Pagan's legs were completely bandaged. And in the first game, Felipe Alou had scraped his arm on the fence while trying to make a catch, leaving a 4-inch welt. The Yankees, despite winning 9 fewer games than the Giants, were heavy favorites, having won 9 out of the last 14 World Series and 13 out of the last 15 pennants. The year 1962 featured the famed M&M Boys, Mickey Mantle and Roger Maris. The previous year had been one of the most memorable in Yankee history, with Maris's 61 homers breaking Babe Ruth's record. The team had won 109 games and defeated the Reds in the World Series in 5 games. In 1962, their record wasn't as good, 94 and 68, but they led the league in hitting, had 6 All-Stars across a deep veteran lineup, and Mantle won his 3rd MVP award. The Yankees, having won the pennant by 5 games, were also rested. Second-year Yankee manager Ralph Houk could barely hide his contempt for the Giants. Asked whether they impressed him, he had to take a long pause. Then he said, "Well, naturally, they have men. They have several players who naturally impress you." The series did bring the Fall Classic to San Francisco for the first time, which, according to Herb Caen, briefly put the city's much-maligned ballpark in a better light. Even Candlestick Park, he wrote, which sometimes gives the uncomfortable impression that a giant had taken the Embarcadero Freeway and bent it into a horseshoe, looked brighter than usual. Flags, banners, and splashy clothes on the overflow crowd, which included both people and politicians, gave the place the touches of color it too often lacks. Cain, however, was underwhelmed by the opponents. "The Yankees have twice as many prima donnas as the SF Opera Company." With veteran Whitey Ford pitching, he had not allowed a run in his last 31 World Series innings. The Yankees won the first game 6-2. Mays, who had had 6 hits in 7 at-bats in All-Star games against Ford, stroked 3 singles, but the game validated expectations of a Yankee romp. The next day, however, Jack Sanford shut out the Yankees 2-0, which included a McCovey home run off Ralph Terry. The victory revived the Giants. "If we lose now," Felipe Alou said after the game, "it's because they are the better team." When the series shifted to New York, the win-loss pattern continued. The Yankees won Game 3, lost Game 4, won Game 5. For the most part, the contests were close and low-scoring, with the heavy artillery on both teams kept mostly in check. Mantle hit 120, Maris 174, Cepeda 158. An unlikely hitting star emerged in Game 4 when Chuck Hiller cracked the first World Series Grand Slam ever by a National Leaguer, pacing the Giants to a 7-3 victory. In New York, Mays chipped in only 2 singles in 3 games, and he vented his frustration during batting practice before Game 5. After the regulars completed their swings, catcher Ed Bailey, who was not starting that day, stepped in and took a practice swing. Unknown to Bailey, Mays came in behind him, hoping for a couple of extra swings, and Bailey's bat almost hit him. Mays yelled at Bailey, then stepped in the batter's box, while Bailey stood in the opposite box, waiting for the pitch. For a few seconds, neither man moved, until Bailey finally deferred. The pitcher, however, threw the ball in the dirt. Mays picked it up, and as he fungoed it, he cursed the pitcher and walked away. "It was the one ugly moment in the series, and a minor one at that," Arnold Haino wrote. "And you have to remember that all through the series, Willie Mays kept saying, 'I'm so tired, I can't wait for this thing to end.'" The 1962 series is known less for any specific play than for the rain. A downpour delayed Game 5 for 1 day. Then, as the teams traveled back to San Francisco, a huge storm with gale-force winds swept across the northern California coast, causing 5 deaths. San Francisco absorbed nearly 2 inches of rain in less than 1 day, before 2 more days of rain. It finally stopped, but the conditions exposed another liability of Candlestick: poor drainage. Stoneham hired 3 helicopters to dry the fields, but that didn't work. The series experienced 3 rainouts and 2 travel days, and by October 14th, everyone thought Commissioner Ford Frick would declare the field ready to play, if only because the delays had forced him to delay a trip to Japan. But he said the stadium needed another day to dry out. NBC, which was broadcasting the series, was apparently short on backup programming. During one delay, Mel Allen spoke on the air for an hour and a half. One journalist, desperate for copy, asked Willie Mays, "How do you feel about the nation's economy?" Mays looked at him in disbelief. "You must be kidding," he said. "I don't even know how much money I got sitting in my pants." Another reporter asked Mays what he'd had for breakfast that day. "I didn't eat breakfast this morning," he said. "Why? Number 1, I ain't got a maid. Number 2, I ain't got a wife anymore. And number 3, I can't cook." Play finally resumed on October 15th. Orlando Cepeda had been 0 for 12 in the series, 0 for 29 including all-star games, leading to the criticism that he couldn't hit in big games. But the days off allowed him to regain his strength and move to a heavier bat. And against Whitey Ford in Game 6, he got a scratch hit his first time up. That seemed to relax him. He got 2 more hits, including a double, drove in 2 runs, scored a run, and led the Giants to a 5-2 win behind Billy Pierce's 3-hitter. That set up the 7th game. No team in Major League history had ever had a more grueling season than the Giants. 172 games with a World Series that spanned 12 days and included 2 cross-country flights. Thus far, Mays' most significant contributions were on the sodden outfield turf. As Haino wrote, "Once he had gone into left center, and as he made a catch, hurdled Felipe Alou so that Alou slid under him. It was breathless, perfect synchronization. A second time, he had gone into left center field, and this time Matty Alou had come over and made the catch, and Mays slid under Alou. They never touched, they never brushed. The Yankee outfielders played well all series, but countless times they were banging together, committing last-minute lunges, fighting wind, and looking a bit like novices, as did Keane, McCovey, and at times Felipe Alou of the Giants. Only Mays was magnificent in the outfield all series long. Game 7 was another duel between Sanford and Terry, both of whom had pitched superbly in Game 2. Terry offered a compelling subplot. In the 7th game of the 1960 World Series, he had surrendered the game-winning home run to Bill Mazeroski in the 9th inning. In 1962, he went 23-12, with the most victories in the American League, but he was still haunted by his previous failure. He told a writer before Game 7 at Candlestick, "After that Mazeroski home run in 1960, the fact that this team is letting me pitch the 7th game is like a tonic to me." The game was scoreless until the 5th inning, when the Yankees pushed across a run on a bases-loaded double play. The Giants didn't even get their first base runner until the 6th, when Sanford singled. Mays had bad luck in the 7th. He hit the ball long and hard into left, but right into the teeth of the wind. The ball stayed in the park, and left fielder Tom Tresh made a running one-handed snow cone catch. McCovey followed with his own moon blast that stayed in the park and fell for a triple. He was stranded when Cepeda struck out. The Yankees appeared ready to break the game open in the 8th when they loaded the bases with nobody out and had Maris at the plate. Relief pitcher Billy Odell took over and promptly induced Maris to hit into a force-out at the plate and Elston Howard to wrap into a double play. 2 ground balls, and the Giants still had life. Their bats, however, remained silent, and they trailed 1-0 going into the bottom of the 9th. Terry, working on a 2-hitter, stayed in the game. Dark needed a pinch hitter and chose Matty Alou, just as he had in the last playoff game when the Giants trailed in the 9th. Alou once again came through, this time dragging a bunt past Terry for a single. The crowd of 43,943, quiet for most of the afternoon, began to make noise. Houck peered nervously out of a silent dugout while Dark paced his own. The next hitter, Felipe Alou, tried to bunt his brother over, failed, and struck out. With 1 out, Hiller was the batter. Dark was sometimes accused of overmanaging, of not allowing his squad to simply play. In this case, he took the bat out of Hiller's hands and asked him to bunt as well. Even if he was successful, the Giants would be down to their last out. But Hiller couldn't get the bunt down, and with 1 swing left, also struck out. The season came down to 1 hitter, Willie Mays, and he had one thing on his mind. "I was going for the bomb," he later said. "We needed a home run. I was going for it." Terry jammed him on 2 inside pitches, then blazed one on the outside part of the plate, knee-high. "I felt I had real good stuff on it," Terry later said. Mays was hoping for a pitch to pull. He didn't have time to adjust his stride, but just using his wrists, flicked his bat through the strike zone and hit the ball squarely. A line drive went down the right field line for an extra base hit. The crowd roared as Alou, a speedy runner, put his head down, rounded second, headed for third, and looked for the signal from third base coach Whitey Lockman. Right fielder Roger Maris was playing Mays to pull. At the crack of the bat, it appeared the ball would reach the fence, which would have scored Alou while giving Mays a triple. But the soggy outfield slowed the ball down. Though known as a slugger, Maris had also won a Gold Glove. He got a good jump on this hit and closed on it. A right-handed thrower, he was able to cut the ball off just shy of the warning track, pivot in one sweeping motion, and fire toward second baseman Bobby Richardson. Lockman saw the play, threw up his arms, and stopped Alou, with Mays pulling in at second. Reporters and fans alike instantly questioned whether Lockman should have sent Alou, but the argument had to wait. The next hitter was Willie McCovey, who had already homered off Terry in Game 2 and tripled off him today. Houck went to the mound to talk to his right-hander. Most of the Giants assumed he was instructing Terry to walk McCovey to get to the next hitter, the right-handed Cepeda. The conference was brief. Terry later acknowledged flashbacks to 1960 and the hope for redemption. "A man," he said, "rarely gets a second chance like I did." Surprisingly, Terry pitched to McCovey, who swung at the first pitch, a curve, and fouled it down the right field line. The second pitch was a fastball, and McCovey uncoiled his massive arms, swung ferociously, and sent a tracer to the right side. Mays took off with the expectation of scoring the winning run. The fans screamed. But the ball, a sinking line drive, sailed right to Richardson, who snared it, staggered, but held on. The Yankees won the World Series. "A few inches," Alvin Dark muttered after the game. "That was twice as hard a line drive as any man can hit." When a reporter said that McCovey hit the ball so hard he doubted Mays would have scored, Dark said, "By the time they got the ball home, Mays would have been dressed." McCovey, who was even more media-shy than Mays, spoke with pride. "A man hits the ball as hard as he can," he said. "He can't feel bad about what he does. Of course you want to win. Of course you'd rather hit one off the fists and break your bat and have it drop in. But if you hit it hard, that's all you can do. We are a great team, and the Yankees know it too." Mays didn't get the ring, but he laid to rest any doubt about his ability to deliver under pressure. In his last at-bat in the regular season, his homer had won the game. In his last at-bat in the playoff, his single drove in a run and extended the rally. And in his last at-bat in the World Series, his double nearly tied the game. His double also generated the most controversy. Should Lockman have sent Alou? Both Lockman and Dark defended the decision, as did Houck. "Matty would have been out by a mile," he said. Art Rosenbaum later wrote, "Most Yankees and Giants who had a clear look at the flight of Maris's throw and the advancement of Alou later agreed it would have been suicide to send Matty home." Mays was not among those Yankees and Giants. He has never specifically criticized Lockman, but reframes the argument by saying what he would have done had he been the runner. He notes all of the things that the Yankees had to do to make the out. Maris had to field the ball cleanly and throw it accurately. Richardson had to catch it and throw it on target. And Elston Howard had to catch it and make the tag. Each step in the sequence increased the possibility of a mishap, and indeed Richardson's throw was up the line. McCovey's final out was a reminder of how deeply the odds are stacked against the hitter. For most batters, the probability of getting a hit is less than 30%, and even a scorching line drive doesn't guarantee success. Mays's regret was not that Alou was held at third, but that he had not been the runner. He would have ignored Lockman and sped for the plate. The prospect of a furious collision with a 200-pound catcher didn't bother him one bit. "Elston Howard and I," Mays said, "would have had some fun at home." The Most Valuable Player award stimulates a perennial debate. Should it go to the best player on the best team, his value enhanced by virtue of his leading his team to a pennant? Or should it simply go to the best player in the league? In 1962, the sports writers who voted for the award tended to favor pennant winners. Over the previous 12 years ending in 1961, 8 of the MVPs in both leagues had also won pennant championships. In 1962, Mantle won the award, while his teammate, Bobby Richardson, came in second place. By those standards, it appeared that Mays would scoop up his second MVP in 1962. He led the league in homers, 49, total bases, 382, and putouts by an outfielder, 425. Was second in RBIs, 141, and runs, 130. Third in slugging percentage, 615, and he hit 303. The only player with comparable numbers was Dodger Tommy Davis, who hit 346 with 153 RBIs, 120 runs, and 27 home runs. They each had 18 stolen bases, though Mays won the Gold Glove. Even if Davis had a slight statistical edge, Mays's contributions in winning the championship should have put him over. Davis's teammate Maury Wills, however, won the MVP, with Mays coming in second and Davis third. Wills hit only .299 with 6 homers and 48 RBIs, and he scored the same number of runs as Mays, but his 104 stolen bases carried the day. The vote was close, 20 writers cast ballots, and each was allowed to choose up to 10 players, ranked 1 to 10, with number 1 receiving 14 points, number 2 receiving 9 points, and so on. Willie's point total was 209. Mays's was 202. Mantle, by contrast, won 234 to 152. No one would dispute that Wills's 104 stolen bases was a magnificent achievement, as well as unexpected. The previous year he had stolen 35. What's harder to defend is that out of 20 writers, Mays received 5 votes for third place and 4 for fourth place. Almost half the voters, in other words, did not believe that Mays was among the top 2 players in the league, while 4 writers inexplicably judged him 4th best. In a column for the Sporting News, Dan Daniel noted that Maury Wills wasn't the best player in the league. He wasn't even the best player on the Dodgers. I have the highest regard for Wills, but the Dodgers failed to win the pennant. The Giants won because they had among them one Willie Mays. Why was Mays snubbed? His relationship with the men who did the voting, the writers, is the most plausible explanation. By any reading of the record, most reporters and columnists across the country, and by now in San Francisco, thought highly of Mays. In 1962, the Los Angeles Times' Jim Murray wrote that Mays doesn't drink or smoke, and scandal has never touched his life. He is a credit not to his race, but to the human race. In 1964, the New York Times' Arthur Daly said that Mays was unquestionably one of the best-liked men in baseball. But Mays always had his critics. He rarely disclosed much except to his favorite reporters. He could be snappish if he didn't like a question, or would stand up interviewers entirely. He was always his worst publicist. Some reporters took offense, and the possibility that several aggrieved writers cost Mays the league's top honor was given credence when a similar MVP race unfolded 12 years later. In 1974, the Cardinals' Lou Brock broke Wills's record with 118 steals, but the MVP went to the Dodgers' Steve Garvey, who won on the grounds that he was a more complete player than Brock and was the best performer on a pennant winner. Granted, the stolen base might have been devalued by 1974, but by the criteria that elected Garvey, Mays should also have won. Mays was gracious in defeat. "I was glad to see Maury Wills get it," he told the Sporting News in December 1962. "He deserved it for having beaten Ty Cobb's long-standing stolen base record." That Mays and Wills were good friends no doubt made the outcome easier for Mays, though he has always insisted that individual awards didn't matter to him, nor did records. Asked in 1968 about his goals, he said, "I never set goals. If I did, I might think I had to make them, and then I'd be playing for myself, not the team." He was also asked about his biggest thrill. "I don't try to peg them either. The thrill that satisfies me most is hearing those fans happy in the stands after I do something special, catch a ball, throw a man out, get a hit, or take an extra base. That makes me happiest," Mays said, "thinking I've made the fans happy." Mays had little time to worry about the MVP after the 1962 season. Earlier in the year, he had agreed to go on one more barnstorming tour provided the Giants didn't win the pennant. When the Dodgers seemed comfortably ahead in the final 2 weeks, Mays allowed the promoters to book him on the 10-day tour. That was a mistake. "I committed myself to make the trip," he said after the season, "and now I wish I hadn't." Before it began, the Giants insisted that Mays undergo another round of tests at Mount Zion Hospital in San Francisco. They confirmed that simple exhaustion had caused Mays's blackout, but his 3 days in the hospital allowed the staff and patients to form the Willie Mays Fan Club, which presented him, on his final day, with a 2-layer cake with number 24 on top. On his way to the press room, Mays walked down the hallway of the pediatrics ward, which was lined with nurses and patients. Rolling the cake with him, Mays stopped and gave pieces to his friends. He spoke briefly to reporters, and, on his way out, the Examiner wrote, "Baseball's highest salaried star stopped at virtually every bed to give a disabled kid a pat or a hug, and a few cheering words. With regular news bulletins about his release, a huge crowd was waiting for him outside. Mays caught up with the Barnstormers in Wichita, Kansas. There had been no tour the year before, so this was one last effort to see if barnstorming was still viable. A back-breaking schedule was planned. 10 games in 7 states in 9 days, all covered by car. 30 major leaguers participated, including Tommy Davis, Willie McCovey, and Vada Pinson. But after Mays, the biggest name was Satchel Paige. Buck O'Neill managed one of the teams. Each player was supposed to get $100 a game, except for Mays, who would get more. The tour fizzled quickly. The first game in Wichita drew a decent crowd, 6,500. But the next game was supposed to be the following day in Monroe, Louisiana, a 650-mile all-night trip. The players, informed of the schedule, canceled that trip and headed for Kansas City, 200 miles away. That game drew fewer than 1,000 fans. The next contest in Little Rock, Arkansas, was also poorly attended, and the tour was finally canceled. Barnstorm Tour floppo at gate, folds en route, reported the Sporting News. Mays, long accustomed to traveling in comfort and still trying to recover from the long season, was through with all forms of winter ball. He still needed the money, but his body needed the rest. It was the final barnstorming tour. Fans in remote communities didn't need it anymore, with television bringing the major leagues into their homes. Expansion into new cities and the emergence of the instructional leagues in Florida also increased access to the best players. As Thomas Barthel describes in Baseball, Barnstorming, and Exhibition Games, the tours were doomed as well by the slow death of semi-pro teams and the Negro Leagues, whose players had provided opposition. With minor league teams also in decline, professional baseball was increasingly becoming a big city attraction. Willie Mays was one of the few players who straddled baseball's different eras, cultures, and communities. He was there in the glory days of the Negro Leagues. He was there at the height of the barnstorming tours. He was there in the trenches of the minor leagues. He was there in the exotica of foreign lands. And he was there in the golden age of New York, the sunshine of California, and the bright lights of the World Series, carving a legacy of depth and scope that few would rival. Chapter 25. Youth is Served. Willie Mays no longer played stickball in the street, but he was still accessible to his young fans. "Get me talking about kids," Mays once said, "and you've got me talking about one of my 2 favorite subjects. Baseball is the other." Plenty of athletes paid lip service to children. Visiting them in the hospital was a time-honored tradition, the photographs indispensable to buffing a star's image. Unlike Babe Ruth, whose image as the lovable galoot was crafted by a publicist named Christy Walsh, Mays had a genuine concern for children. Early in his career, he supposedly reached out to kids because he himself was just a big kid. But that missed the point. Mays always juxtaposed the innocence of children with what he saw as the corrupting influence of adults, a lesson from his own youth. He believed kids genuinely appreciated him, while adults would support him only in good times. In a 1955 article in Coronet, "What Kids Have Taught Me," as told to the ubiquitous Charlie Einstein, Mays noted that he received tons of letters. "You can tell the big difference between a kid and a grown-up writing to you," he said, "because the mail from the grown-ups comes in big, especially when you're going good. It's when you hit a slump that the mail from kids really picks up. Hang on there, they tell you. You can do it." Mays said that what you can learn from kids is how to get along with people. They understand you, and they accept you as an equal. He described how the previous summer, when he had gone to Hempstead, Long Island for a photo shoot, the cameraman's son had a ball and glove in the back seat. "Well, the next thing you know," he said, "we're having a pretty good game of catch. And here comes the camera director, hollering blue murder. 'Listen,' he said, 'we're all set up. This is important.' 'This is important, too,' I told him. And of course it was. For all the complaints about Mays as a recluse, He was frighteningly accessible to kids, even after he moved to San Francisco. One night in June 1961, a 10-year-old boy named Billy Knox was near Mays's house on Spruce Street, so he and a friend decided to ring the bell and ask for an autograph. Marguerite answered and told him that Willie wasn't home, but he could try back in the morning. Early next morning, the two boys returned and waited on the stoop until Mays walked out in a yellow cardigan and brown slacks. They asked for his autograph, and Mays complied. Then Billy had a wild idea. "Hey, Willie," he said, "we got tickets to the game today, and we were going to take the bus. But how about a ride out to the game?" Mays told them to hop in the front of his Cadillac convertible. As soon as he pulled out, the boys realized they had forgotten their tickets. "Where do you live?" Mays asked. 5 blocks away," Billy's friend said. So Mays drove them to get their tickets. They were finally on their way to the game when Billy exclaimed, "Willie, my mother made us bag lunches for the game. She'll kill me if we don't pick up our stuff. She might even worry." So Mays now had to drive to Billy's house. To this day, Knox recalls, almost 40 years later, I can still see my mom standing at our dining room picture window with her hands on her hips, mouth ajar, awestruck as the lime green Cadillac sped off. After Mays pulled into the players' lot at Candlestick Park, he turned to the boys. "Meet me here after the game," he said, "and I'll take you home." Billy soon met up with his older brother and his brother's friend and bragged about his magical ride. The older boys didn't believe it, so after the game they tagged along. In the parking lot, while the fans were mobbing Mays, Billy and his friend jumped into the front seat, while the two older boys hid in the back. By the time Mays saw them, he was already on the road. "Who the hell is that?" Billy explained, and a forgiving Mays drove the 4 boys home. 2 weeks later, Billy was trying to convince a skeptical friend of what had happened. The friend wasn't buying it. So the next day, with tickets in hand, they showed up at Mays's stoop at 9 a.m. He saw them, sighed, and said, "Get in the car." Knox says that years later, his mother was at a dinner party in San Francisco. Mays was there holding court, regaling his audience about the time 2 10-year-olds talked him into driving them to the game. He was enjoying himself. Mays was most interested in helping children in need, and he made regular visits to hospitals as well as their homes, typically without media coverage. Lon Simmons, the Giants Hall of Fame announcer, recalls when he and Mays visited an 8-year-old boy who was suffering from an incurable disease. They walked into the house, were met by the grateful parents, and were led to the child's room. On their way, Mays spotted the boy's older brother, about 12 years old, standing to the side, and went over to him. "You and I have to work together," he said. "Here's the key to my trunk. You get my things." The youngster lit up, went to Mays's car, and brought in balls, bats, and gloves for both boys. "I don't know what to say to kids who are ill," Simmons now says, "but Willie just walks over and has them laughing." In this instance, Mays could see how the illness was affecting the entire family, and how the brother needed support as well. Even though that older boy loved his little brother, he had that feeling that he was on the outside, Simmons says. Willie was able to assess the situation and read the kids. It was amazing to me. I get tears in my eyes now just thinking about it. More often than not, Mays's good deeds were revealed by others. The Sporting News wrote an editorial in September 1961, noting that Mays has been accused of being a loner who resents any intrusion on his privacy. But it described how Mays had appeared at a state mental hospital in St. Louis to conduct a batting clinic. Officials at the hospital said it was the best therapy patients could have. What is more important, Mays did not do this for publicity. Had it not been for a tip from a hospital official to a newspaper, no one would have known Willie had been there. In the early months of 1963, Pittsburgh Press sports reporter Les Biederman spoke at the Western Pennsylvania School for the Blind. Afterward, the students asked if it would be possible for Willie Mays to visit when the Giants were in town. Biederman wrote to Mays but never heard back. The day the Giants arrived in Pittsburgh, however, Mays contacted Biederman and said he was ready to visit the school. He simply isn't a letter writer, Biederman concluded. He drove Mays to the school, and when he entered the auditorium, whispers rippled through the crowd of 200 students. They may not have been able to see him clearly, but they knew he was there. "That's him now," one boy said. "He really came." Mays was introduced, and he became, in Biederman's words, the eyes of these sightless youngsters. "It's nice to see you kids," Mays said. "Real nice to be here. They tell me you've got some questions, so let's get going." Arms shot up. "Hey, Willie, over here, Willie. Take it easy," Mays squeaked in a chuckling, high-pitched voice. "We got time, lots of time." The students were rabid baseball fans. One boy asked him to compare Leo Durocher with Alvin Dark. Mays said, "Durocher was like a father to me. I don't think I could have made it without him." Dark had also been wonderful. "Both play good baseball, but I can get along with anybody. Alvin is very religious, and Leo, well, he's liable to do anything." The students laughed. A student asked about Pirate outfielder Bill Verdon. "You like him?" Mays asked. "Yeah," the assembly shouted. "Well, I don't. He makes too many catches on me." "You ever play in the World Series, Willie?" Mays raised his eyebrows. "I'm going to have to send you a radio," he said. "Who's the youngest player on the Giants?" a young girl asked. "Well, let me see," Mays said. "We've got a fellow named Al Stanek who is 19, but he's too old for you, honey." The girl smiled. Mays was completely relaxed in front of the group, a natural. When he was asked if baseball was easy, his answer, reflecting on hard work and unappreciated sacrifices, resonated. "Nothing is easy," he said. "Too many people think a ball player's hours are just the time the game takes. They fail to realize we're at the ballpark 2 and 3 hours before a game, and a good hour after the game. In between, we must get our rest. No man can do his best if he's tired mentally and physically. As for myself, I can't get enough sleep. A man wrote me saying he carried a lunch pail 8 hours a day, and how come I would get tired just playing ball? Well, I told him he doesn't have 20,000 or 25,000 people watching how he carries that lunch pail, and his average isn't printed in the papers every day." The audience welcomed the sentiment. Willie Mays trying to convince a group of handicapped children of the humanity of a baseball player. Mays was also asked about his greatest thrill. "Being a big league ball player has always been a great thrill for me," he said. "But I'd have to say the answer to that question is just being here." The kids cheered. After the talk, Mays waded into the group and touched the hands and arms of the students, who reached up and touched his face. "I gave them only my time and a little bit of baseball," he told reporters afterward, "and they gave me their hearts." Mays enjoyed being a mentor, playing the same role that so many others had played for him. Roy McKercher, for example, was 14 years old when the Giants hired him as a bat boy in 1958. On opening day, one of the first players he saw was Mays. "Are you the bat boy this year?" he asked. "Yes, I am." Mays extended his hand. "Welcome to the big leagues." Unlike most of the players, Mays would ask McKercher how he was doing in school, how his parents were doing, and whether he had a girlfriend. Calling him Red, Mays would urge him to bear down in school. When McKercher traveled with the team for the first time, Mays had him sit next to him on the plane so he could give him instructions. "Be sure to be polite and give autographs," he told him. "Be sure to leave a nice tip, but don't overdo it. And remember, you're always being watched because you're a Giant." In 1959, McKercher appeared on What's My Line, the game show in which panelists tried to guess a contestant's profession. Afterward, Mays told him that a girl in Chicago wanted to meet him. "Take her out, take her to a nice place, and be a gentleman," he said. He emphasized that when you have a little notoriety, you have to be careful. Mays introduced McKercher to the girl in the lobby. She was a few years older. They went to dinner and a movie, and then she dropped him off back at the hotel. All went well until, according to McKercher, Willie started spreading rumors that we were getting married. He was like the big brother I never had, says McKercher, who was a bat boy for 4 years and later worked in law enforcement, becoming the San Mateo County Sheriff's deputy. Mostly he taught me how to treat people. In time, Mays took great pride in telling others, "I helped raise that kid." Over the years, newspaper columns, and now internet blogs, have accused Mays of brushing off kids who wanted an autograph. Nothing infuriates McKercher more. So many people idolized him because he was so friendly, he says. He would stand there and sign autographs for 2 hours, say no to one person, and be accused of being a jerk. In 1959, McKercher was assaulted in his high school and put in the hospital. Horace Stoneham offered to fly in specialists from the Mayo Clinic, though that wasn't necessary. The team sent over a basket of fruit, but a piece was missing. A note said, "Red, I owe you an apple. Get better. Willie Mays." In 1961, a youth counselor at the Booker T. Washington Center in San Francisco called Mays about a 14-year-old kid from the slums who was a sensational athlete, but was now in trouble with the law. A member of the Persian Warriors gang, he had been caught stealing from a liquor store. The counselor told Mays that the boy could play football in college, but now that seemed in jeopardy. His name was O.J. Simpson. After spending the weekend in San Francisco's juvenile hall, his mother took him home. He dozed off in his room and awoke to voices downstairs. He expected his father had come by to give him a whipping. He went down and looked in the living room. So there in our crappy little project house was my hero, Simpson told Sports Illustrated in 1987. Willie Mays, in my house. Simpson had first seen him several years earlier at Seal Stadium. "I never took my eyes off Willie Mays," Simpson said. "I had heard about his basket catch, and the way his cap always fell off when he ran, and I watched for those things. He did them all. He even hit a home run for me. I hate to go so far as to say that he was my god, because my family was religious, but it almost amounted to that. I could almost say that I worshipped Willie Mays." Now standing before him, Mays said, "You want to come out with me this afternoon?" The two left the house. Simpson was expecting a lecture, but it never came. Mays had a day off, and he simply had the boy follow him around. They went to a dry cleaner's to pick up a couple of suits, an appliance store, and then to a friend's house, where plans were being made for a banquet. Mays also took him to his own house. He asked Simpson what he thought of the new Chrysler, and who he thought was going to win the pennant. He never asked about his gang activities or his scuffle with the law. But he did suggest that playing college football in Los Angeles made more sense than Utah, which Simpson was considering. Closer to home and a bigger television market, Mays said. He had one other message. "Do not forget your mother if you should find success." Mays later said that his goal was to show Simpson the kind of life he could have if he made the right choices. The boy got the message. "I had an entirely different outlook on everything after that day with Willie Mays," he said in 1987. "I can't really say that it turned my life around just like that. But that time with Mays made me realize that my dream was possible. Willie wasn't superhuman. He was an ordinary person. So there was a chance for me." In 1994, after Simpson was charged with murdering his wife and Ronald Goldman, a member of his entourage called Mays to see if he would be a character witness for Simpson. Mays said no. What's most striking about Mays is the contrast between his dealings with children and those with adults. One group he trusts, the other he doesn't. With one group, he is open and relaxed. The other he is tight-lipped and wary. From one group he expects nothing in return. From the other he expects compensation. In the early 1960s, Mays began declining certain magazine interviews unless he was paid. Why should everyone else, he figured, the writer, editor, publisher, make money off his name? When he was invited to promote the opening of a new electronics store, he was offered 1 free television, but demanded and received 3. He gave the other 2 away. Certain that people were trying to take advantage of him, he became a tenacious negotiator for his cars, clothes, and furnishings. He speaks in general terms about the money that he lent to friends and never got back, as he protects even those he believes have wronged him. Those betrayals, says Pooh Johnson, his roommate from his Army days, and one of his closest friends, have caused him to calibrate every adult relationship. I know Willie has helped out a lot of people financially who he should not have trusted, he says. So Willie keeps friends on a short leash. Johnson concedes that being Willie's friend can be a challenge, and his lack of trust has deprived him of some real strong relationships with people who had good intentions. But, he says, once Willie knows you have a good heart and knows you will take him when he has his highs and lows, he'll do anything for you. Yet his faith in kids is unconditional, for in them he sees himself, innocent souls who need kind words and meaningful support, as he once did, to fulfill their dreams. So he is usually a soft touch when youth are involved. Consider this anecdote, recounted by Richard J. Martin in a 2001 letter to the Baseball Hall of Fame. In 1965, Martin was the 24-year-old director of the St. James Center in Pittsburgh, an after-school program for disadvantaged children that was part of President Johnson's War on Poverty. The center planned an awards ceremony one Saturday in June, and Martin wanted a sports celebrity to present the trophies. He checked the Pirates' schedule and saw they were playing the Giants, so he immediately thought of asking his hero, Willie Mays. Martin's colleagues thought he was crazy, but he called Bill Nunn, the editor of the Pittsburgh Courier, who said he would contact Mays. The day before the Giants came to town, Nunn called Martin with one question. "How many kids will be there?" "A couple hundred," Martin said. "Willie will do it." Martin was flabbergasted. "Are you kidding?" "No, I'm not kidding, Mr. Martin. Willie just wanted to make sure the event was primarily for kids." That Saturday, Martin drove to the Carlton House, where the Giants were staying, and asked for Willie Mays' room number. He assured the skeptical clerk that he was expected. Martin dialed the number, and a soft, tired voice answered. "Mr. Mays, this is Dick Martin. I believe Mr. Nunn spoke to you about me and the program tonight?" "Yeah, man, I'll be right down," Mays said. He had played a game that day, but 10 minutes later he walked across the lobby in a sharkskin suit and shook Martin's hand. He was much bigger than Martin had expected, and Martin felt everyone's eyes in the lobby. They got into his car and were soon driving to an obscure youth center in an impoverished neighborhood. When they arrived, Martin snuck Mays in through a fire escape in the back of the auditorium and immediately pulled aside the 14-year-old master of ceremonies, who almost fainted, and instructed him on how to introduce their guest. When the time came, the youngster walked on stage through drawn curtains and shakily announced, "And now to present the most valuable junior and senior softball awards, possibly the greatest player of all time, Willie Mays." The curtain opened, and Willie walked out. The audience of 200, students and parents, sat in stunned silence. Then they realized it really was the Giant star, and they shouted, whistled, and clapped for several minutes. Mays stepped to the microphone and said it was an honor and pleasure to be there. Then he said, "Some people may think that winning a softball award in some neighborhood youth league is no big thing, but I'm telling you that when you win the most valuable award in anything, you're doing something." He then called out the names of the winners, 2 brothers, William and John Moran, who mounted the stage with beaming smiles and had their photograph taken with Mays. After his remarks, Martin whisked Mays back down the fire escape, where his sister took their picture and drove him back to his hotel. Martin was in such shock that he never even asked Mays who had won the game that day. Martin, who later became a teacher and high school principal in Arlington, Virginia, recalled, I must have thanked him a dozen times for his exceptional generosity. One of the greatest athletes of all time did this for no money, no publicity, no conditions whatsoever. He did it just because he loved kids, plain and simple. What a selfless gesture. What an amazing human being. The event had a tragic postscript. One of the winners, John Moran, was killed several years later in Vietnam. As sad and tragic as this was to hear, Martin said, I am heartened with the knowledge that John's picture with Willie was undoubtedly a highlight of his short-lived life, and a memory which he took with him to the grave. Chapter 26. A Man Named Mays. After the 1962 season, Mays considered himself, for the first time, a San Franciscan. Wanting to make the city his permanent home, he bought a new house at 54 Mendoza Avenue in the Forest Hill district, a liberal enclave with a heavy concentration of Jews and Catholics. California's governor, Edmund Pat Brown, lived there as well. Mays's house marked a fresh start for him in every way. Unlike his first home, this one was easily acquired. Some residents grumbled privately, but for the most part Mays was treated well, while given a hero's welcome by the children. Even before he moved in on December 20th, his mailbox was stuffed with unstamped letters. Dear Willie, one said, I represent the neighborhood kids, a bunch of boys on 9th Avenue. We welcome you to our neighborhood and hope you enjoy it. David. Another, from Maureen, 11, We are happy you moved to our neighborhood, and we hope you have a nice time. Barbara, 12, I watched your house go up. I live in the second house up the street. I hope to get to meet you and welcome you to our neighborhood. Well, so long, and may God bless you. P.S. You are my favorite ball player. Once settled, Mays decided to have a housewarming for the kids, and got a list of names from the Forest Hill Improvement Association. One mother dropped off 9 children, all hers. Also attending was 9-year-old Amy Irving, the future actress. Mays gave each child an autographed picture and a record, and he served chips, punch, ice cream, and a cake decorated like a baseball diamond, with toy players on top. At one point, the host had to run out to buy more ice cream. They didn't come to see me, he said. They came to eat. The Giants' 1963 yearbook printed photographs of the players with their families, an effort to personalize the men in uniform. Fans saw Jose Pagan hoisting his 2 pajama-clad boys above his shoulders, Harvey Keene's little boy sticking a cigar in his mouth, and Bob Garibaldi standing next to his new bride at the ballpark. And there was Willie Mays, holding the baseball cake at his housewarming, surrounded by 31 white children, eyes bright, mouths agape, having a blast. The house itself, on a deep slope that overlooked the Golden Gate Bridge, allowed Mays to add another dimension to his life. He always loved innovation and style, and was in restless pursuit of the spectacular. His modish clothes and deluxe cars bespoke these sensibilities. So too did the multi-tiered mansion on Mendoza Avenue. The builder, Al Mason, had a rags-to-riches story as compelling as Mays's. Penniless after World War II, he worked for years as a longshoreman before inching his way into the construction business. He bought and renovated some homes, became a major builder, and in 1965 was featured in a Time article, How to Become a Millionaire. It happens all the time. Mason had vision and moxie, which he needed to build a house on Mendoza Avenue. 8 architects turned him down. The hill was far too steep. But a 9th agreed, creating an angular building with a cocoa and white design, which stood on 2 steel and concrete beams on diagonals under it. Once the house was built, Mason looked for a buyer, and found Mays, who purchased it for $85,000, and promptly made his own architectural imprint. He asked that a hole be cut in the living room floor for a circular staircase, which would run to the downstairs storage area that opened to the garage. This gave him access to his convertible without having to go outside. Mays's greatest contributions, however, involved the decor, French provincial color scheme, white and gold, and the furnishings. He had lost all his furniture in his divorce, so he was starting from scratch. I felt everything should be something I really want to live with. So when I went shopping and saw something I liked, I bought it, he said. What he created was the most extravagant bachelor's pad in San Francisco. He adhered to the white and gold motif throughout the house, though the master bedroom was accented in blue. I don't like a lot of colors. A gold wool carpet at $20 a yard covered most of the first level, except in the entranceway, where steel gray porcelain flooring was exposed. Austrian white drapes, valued at $4,200, graced two-story windows in the entrance hall. An ironwood tree with decorator leafing stood near a wall switch, which raised and lowered the arched string drapes in the foyer. A circular marble living room coffee table was set off by a burnished gold lion's head. The dining room had its own circular table. The white china plates with gold rims were monogrammed WM in Old English lettering. The same insignia also decorated his wine goblets and the glass doors of the showers in his master bathroom, the taps of which were gold-plated. Closet doors throughout were louvered. Massive antique-style lamps brightened the living room. I like big lamps. I think they look better large. While an oval mirror with a gold ornamental frame hung in the hall upstairs. The bedroom featured a king-sized bed. I like a lot of room to thrash around. And a closet running 20 feet, jammed with suits, sweaters, and sports coats. A small panel in the wall next to the headboard was the intercom outlet. The house had 5 white telephones, with one in the master bathroom, and 6 televisions, including a $900 color set. There was a glass-walled billiard room, an alcove for his many trophies, and a den that displayed an encyclopedia set, a Bible, and an unabridged Webster's Dictionary. I'm a newspaper and magazine reader, not a book lover. Both the house and the occupant attracted droves of tourists and celebrity watchers. David Rappaport, who grew up in the neighborhood, recalls, "If I had $1 for every time someone asked where Willie Mays' house was, I could have started Google." Mays was featured in Ebony in August 1963. At the time, each issue of the magazine had a story about an athlete who was shown on the football field, the baseball diamond, or in the boxing ring. Images of grit, sweat, and brute force. Ebony's article on Mays included a photograph of him swinging at the plate, but 14 other pictures, splashed across 8 pages, were of his sumptuous digs. Mays was in almost every one, always wearing perfectly creased, well-tailored clothes. The lead photograph was a wide-angle shot of Mays, alone, leaning on the rail of his front balcony, king of his castle. But the most stunning photograph showed him at the base of the circular staircase, looking up at the camera, a smile on his face, protected by a swirl of golden handrails. The spread put Mays in a whole other category as a figure in American culture. To be sure, he had already appeared on the covers of several mainstream magazines. His taste in clothes and cars was known, and he was already revered by black Americans. When New York Yankee rookie pitcher Al Downing visited the Red Rooster in Harlem in 1963, the owner handed him a book to sign. It included autographs from Louis Armstrong, Count Basie, Cab Calloway, Duke Ellington, Ella Fitzgerald, Lionel Hampton, Earl Hines, Bill Bojangles Robinson, and Sugar Ray Robinson. The pages were so crowded with such celebrated names, wrote David Halberstam, that it took Downing a long while to find a page with only one name, and he prepared to sign his name there. "No, no, no," said the owner. "That's Willie Mays' page. No one else signs that page." The sprawling profile in Ebony, however, seemed to raise new possibilities about success for African Americans, for few black people, let alone black athletes, had ever been depicted amid such opulence. Larry Lester, for example, was 14 years old when he saw the magazine. He had already seen Mays play baseball on television and in newsreels, and he tried to emulate him as well as his other heroes, Jackie Robinson and Hank Aaron, when he took the field himself. He'd grown up in a hardscrabble section of Kansas City, His family was on welfare for a while and relied on food stamps. And when he saw the ebony photographs, he glimpsed a world that he didn't know existed for black people. Mays set a lifestyle standard, Lester recalls. I said, when I grow up, I want everything in my house to be white and gold. That was my hope. Then I got married, and my wife had different ideas. Lester got a college degree in business administration, spent more than 29 years in corporate America, sent 3 daughters to college, and was one of the founders of the Negro Leagues Baseball Museum in Kansas City. Looking back, he says, those affluent images of Mays had a big influence on how I lived my life. Mays lived in that house until 1969, relying heavily on a domestic named Johnny Alberta Wade, who had been recommended by Mays's dentist. She came to the house each day and kept it immaculate, washed and ironed his clothes, and cooked him 1.5-inch steaks, well done. Mays was usually kindest to the working class, the clubhouse attendants, bellhops, porters, drivers, waiters, and all-purpose domestics like Johnny Wade. In an interview almost 50 years later, on the eve of her 100th birthday, Wade had warm and vivid memories of her 6 years with Mays. He treated me as if I was someone in the family, she says. He paid me my salary and also paid my income taxes. Wade says Mays never criticized her cooking or said she was wrong about something. One time I made some cornbread and he said, "You know, I like the other kind better." He would never say he didn't like something. She didn't have to grocery shop as much as expected, because companies and friends were constantly sending him food. Someone once sent him frog's legs, which she cooked and he ate. Boxes of clothes were also regularly sent to him. She recalls the crazy neighborhood parties. He was in love with those children. And Mays often invited over ball players from the Giants and other teams. But the house was more for show than comfort, with Mays spending much of his time in his bedroom. Asked if she could tell whether the Giants had won or lost when Willie came home, Wade says she had no idea. He would go up those stairs and stay in his bedroom, and he stayed there until it was time to eat. And if it was just him, he'd come to the stairway and say, "Johnny, I'm ready to eat." Unless he had company, he would have his meal upstairs. When Mays left San Francisco, he rarely saw or spoke to Wade again. He was not one to keep in touch, nor was she. What she remembers most about him is his kindness. If you aren't a nice person, she says, you can't pretend for 6 years. In 1963, a brash young filmmaker named Lee Mendelson helped give Mays's image another boost. At KPIX in San Francisco, Mendelson had made documentaries describing the city's rich history, including the 1915 World's Fair and the Golden Gate Bridge. His work had won a Peabody Award, but his great love was baseball. He persuaded Joe DiMaggio, who had been retired for more than a decade, to do an interview for a story about San Franciscans who had made it to the Yankees. Mendelson also talked to him about a documentary, but there wasn't enough film footage of him on the field. Mendelson left KPIX to start his own production company, but he soon found himself with nothing to do. "I thought I'd get all kinds of phone calls because I won the Peabody for Best Documentary, but the rest of the country didn't see it," he says. He happened to pick up a book on Willie Mays, which described how he had had to stay in separate hotels in the minor leagues. DiMaggio never had to go through that, Mendelson thought. He then noticed that the book's flap said the author, Charles Einstein, lived in nearby Marin County. It occurred to him that if he couldn't do a documentary on DiMaggio, he could do one on Mays. So he called Einstein. "How much money do you have?" Einstein asked. "I don't have any money," Mendelson said. "All I've got is a cameraman." He explained to Einstein that they would have to ask Willie to work for nothing, but he would get a percentage of the proceeds if they sold the program. Mendelson could be persuasive. He had convinced William Randolph Hearst, Jr. to be interviewed for a documentary on San Simeon. Now Mays was his target. Assisted by Einstein, a meeting was set up. The conversation began casually. Mays and Mendelson began by talking about all the San Franciscans who had played with the Yankees. They were soon swapping Joe and Dom DiMaggio stories. While many journalists hit a brick wall with Mays, Mendelsohn understood that building trust was his first requirement. No requests for cooperation could be made until that happened. Einstein's involvement was an obvious plus, but Mendelssohn's passion for baseball reassured Mays. Before long, Mays asked Mendelssohn what he had in mind for a documentary, and he explained that he wanted his cameraman to follow him around for several months during the baseball season. The footage would then be used to create a 30-minute film. "We don't have any money," Mendelssohn said, "but we could sell it to a network if you're willing to take a chance on it." At the time, camera crews were not allowed in locker rooms or dugouts. Mendelssohn said it was a small crew. Sheldon Fay controlled the camera and microphone. Charlie would conduct the interviews and narrate the film, and he was the producer. And they would be unobtrusive. The novelty appealed to Mays, and he agreed with one condition. "I'm willing to gamble on it if you guys are," he said, "but just be good to baseball." Mays didn't appreciate how unlikely the gamble was. Network documentaries focused on serious matters: politics, international affairs, economics. Edward R. Murrow's See It Now series in the 1950s, which exposed Joseph McCarthy, was considered the model. Sports were peripheral, a harmless diversion. The prospect of a network documentary on an athlete, let alone a black athlete, would have been summarily dismissed had Mendelssohn actually proposed it. That the filmmaker himself, working out of his office in Burlingame, thought he could match Hollywood in production value was all the more reason to be skeptical. Unfazed, Mendelssohn spent the first 4 months of the 1963 season following Mays, tracking him at home, on the diamond, in his car, and on the road in Milwaukee, Pittsburgh, and Los Angeles. The film would have no script, but allowed Mays to talk freely into the camera, prompted by Einstein's questions. "No prepared documentary in the history of television ever did that before," Einstein later wrote. At the time, most of the film footage of baseball games came from the press box, taken by a camera with a long lens. But the Giants gave Mendelssohn access to the field, dugout, and locker room, allowing Fay to use his Bolex camera for close shots. Fay knew almost nothing about baseball. When Mendelssohn told him to get a picture of the umpires walking in from right field, he asked, "Where's right field?" Another time, Fay was instructed to film Mays at the batting cage. He went inside the cage and began shooting until Mays asked what the hell he was doing. "I was told to get you in the batting cage," he said. "You better get out of the cage or else you're going to get killed," Mays said. Everything was improvised. Mendelssohn wanted to film Mays driving to Candlestick Park. "How can I talk and drive at the same time?" Mays asked. Mendelssohn said he was going to put Fay in the front seat. "Let's just try it." The film showed Mays trying to keep one eye on the road while turning to talk into the camera. Toward the end of the filming, Fay was sent to Fairfield, Alabama, to get a shot of Mays's home. But when he returned, Mays said he filmed the house next door. "What the hell," Mendelssohn said. "Nobody will know the difference." Mays was not a passive subject. He suggested that they ask him about brushback pitches, because they're an important part of the game. He also told Mendelssohn, "Make sure you show me doing bad, too. If you show me doing nothing but hitting home runs, that won't be it. That's not what I'm like." The documentary would show Mays's mid-season slump, when his batting average fell to around .250. Mendelssohn had no sense of Mays beyond his baseball skills, but the more time he spent with him, the more he admired him. "His innate intelligence got to me immediately," he recalls. He said he regretted his lack of formal education, but I said to him, "You have so much more basic intelligence. Why do you worry about it?" He could spot right and wrong, good and bad, and he never bad-mouthed anybody. Which made the racist phone calls all the more disturbing. Once Herb Caen wrote about Mendelssohn's efforts, the calls began. Some asked why Mendelssohn wasn't following Mantle or Maris around. Others were more blunt. "Nobody's going to show that nigger on our station," one said. Threats were made to the camera crew. Recalls Mendelssohn, It totally threw me for a loop, but it never gave me pause. I thought it was so ridiculous, I just set it aside. Mays never knew about the calls. By July, Mendelsohn had created his 30-minute story. He boarded a plane with 16mm film and flew to New York, his first time there. He initially met with CBS executives who watched the tape and told Mendelsohn they really liked it. "I was so excited I almost wet my pants," he says. They offered him $25,000 and said they'd put it on their Saturday afternoon sports spectacular show, but they needed an answer that day. Mendelsohn wanted to take it, but he had a meeting scheduled with NBC, so he told the CBS executives that he had to discuss it with Charlie and Willie, and asked if he could get back in touch. Mendelsohn met with NBC's Ed Friendly, who was in charge of special programming, and later helped create such hits as Rowan and Martin's Laugh-In and Little House on the Prairie. Friendly also liked Mendelsohn's documentary, but had a question. "Why do you have this sports writer as the narrator?" he asked. "Because he was $100 and Willie trusts him," Mendelsohn said. "That's good enough for me." Friendly then asked if Mendelsohn could lengthen the program to 60 minutes. "Absolutely," Mendelsohn said. "I'll trust you," he said. "We'll give you $50,000 and run it in prime time." Recalls Mendelsohn, "I almost passed out." He didn't know how he was going to double the length, so he started shooting more film, including another car ride to Candlestick on August 25th. Mays had hit 399 home runs in his career, and as the camera rolled, he predicted he would hit a home run that night against the Reds' left-hander Joe Nuxhall, and he would do it before the fourth inning, after which the change in wind currents would make a long ball prohibitive. Before a crowd of 31,553 and one Bolex camera, Mays hit his 400th home run that night to right field in the second inning. Mendelsohn decided that he couldn't include Mays's earlier comments because viewers would never believe them. Several weeks before the program was to air, Mendelsohn received a call from a New York Times reporter who asked what it felt like to be going up against Taylor. Mendelsohn thought he was referring to Tony Taylor, a second baseman for the Phillies. "No," the reporter said, "Elizabeth Taylor." NBC had placed the Mays program against CBS's Elizabeth Taylor in London, a one-hour feature on October 6th. TV Guide billed it as David versus Goliath, a shoestring documentary of a Negro baseball player against a lavish $500,000 production of a major celebrity's tour through London. Mendelsohn kept his sense of humor. "Taylor," he said, "never played in the National League, where we should do well." When Mendelsohn began the project, he had no idea that it would coincide with some of the most dramatic developments in Black American struggle for equality. Nor could he have anticipated that his subject's hometown would be a deadly battleground of that struggle. But he never strayed from his topic, delivering what he had always promised, a story about a young man's rise from his humble roots in Alabama to his triumphant acclaim in New York, then to his struggle for acceptance in San Francisco. For some television viewers, that may have seemed wildly disconnected from what was happening in America. But for other viewers, it was a soothing antidote to the country's bloody divisions. In the civil rights movement, the momentum toward increasing violence had been building for years. In 1960, a sit-in at a segregated Woolworth's lunch counter in Greensboro, Tennessee, triggered nonviolent protests throughout the South. The following year saw the Freedom Riders taking bus trips through the region to challenge segregation in bus terminals and railway stations. The year 1962 was the first that a black student, James Meredith, enrolled at the University of Mississippi. But each step toward equal rights was met with resistance. The riots surrounding Meredith's enrollment forced President Kennedy to dispatch 5,000 federal troops to Mississippi. In Washington, civil rights legislation stalled as the president feared alienating support from Southern legislators, and Martin Luther King Jr. declared that civil rights no longer commanded the conscience of America. In 1963, King targeted Birmingham to protest its continued segregation in shops and restaurants, and its discrimination in employment. Birmingham, he said, was America's most segregated city, and it was the site of at least a dozen unsolved bombings in black neighborhoods. King operated out of the 16th Street Baptist Church, on the edge of Kelly Ingram Park, to rally the community through marches and sit-ins. They began in early April, with protesters carrying signs that read, "Equal Opportunity and Human Dignity," and "Birmingham Merchants Unfair." The rallies increased in size, and a judge soon issued an injunction making any march illegal. On April 12th, a mass arrest included King, and in a Birmingham jail, he wrote his 6,700-word letter that consecrated his reputation. King was released on April 20th, but the demonstrations continued, with hundreds of protesters jailed, and the national media, both print and television, on the scene. Black youths, teenagers and younger, began demanding that they be allowed to protest, and on May 2nd, several dozen marched out of the 16th Street Baptist Church down Fifth Avenue North, singing and dancing, defying orders to stop in the face of fire hoses. As the television cameras rolled, Police Commissioner Bull Connor gave the order. The firemen kept their fogging nozzles on, misting their human targets as if they were prize flowers, wrote Diane McWhorter. She continued. Some marchers backed off. When a dozen plopped down on the sidewalk, the firemen switched to their monitor guns, fed by 2 hoses for maximum pressure. The sound of the hose spray shattered the singing like automatic gunfire. The children flung their hands to their faces and then embraced, holding their ground for a few seconds before sprawling across the sidewalk. Those trying to flee were pinned against doorways, and a group leader took the high-powered spray until his shirt was ripped from his body. The marchers, who continued to pour out of 16th Street Church, were sent skittering down the gutters. One girl surfaced with a bloody nose, another with scratches around her eyes. Next, before photographers and news cameras, German police dogs were set loose, biting the protesters' arms, ripping their clothes, and knocking them over. Pictures of the attacks, including one of a police dog lunging at a Negro woman, became front-page news. The grim film footage dominated the evening news, turning the clash, and Bull Connor, into a symbol of white resistance against an innocent adversary. The protesters seemed to score a historic victory. On May 11th, the authorities announced that lunch counters, restrooms, and drinking fountains would be desegregated within 90 days, and the arrested demonstrators would be released. King would later declare that the black people of Birmingham, Alabama, aroused the conscience of this nation and brought into being the Civil Rights Bill. And there was a power there which Bull Connor couldn't adjust to, and so we ended up transforming Bull into a steer. But in response, the Ku Klux Klan held a rally in Birmingham, and firebombs were used to blast the home of the Reverend A.D. King, Martin's brother. The same night, the Gaston Motel, the city's principal Negro hotel, was also bombed in an apparent attempt on King's life. Angry black mobs took to the street, torching a grocery store and a taxi in a night of rioting. The mayhem caught the attention of Jackie Robinson, who went to Birmingham with Floyd Patterson. "I can't explain exactly how I feel," Robinson said when he saw the destruction. There was little he could do but bear witness. The Battle of Birmingham spurred dozens of additional demonstrations across the country. They culminated in the March on Washington on August 28th, the emotional apex of the Civil Rights Movement, when King delivered his "I Have a Dream" speech before a crowd of 250,000. But there was only heartbreak in Birmingham, where the specter of desegregation ushered in more bloodshed. The Klansmen brought in new recruits and gave lessons in building bombs. Some police officers were issued submachine guns to keep the peace. Riots convulsed the city. Alabama's governor, George Wallace, peeved at Negro violence, told a New York Times reporter, What this country needs is a few first-class funerals, and some political funerals as well. King sent a telegram to President Kennedy. Something must be done to apprehend the bombers and curtail the irresponsible action of Governor George Wallace, or realism impels us to admit that Birmingham and Alabama will see the worst race riot in our nation's history. On the morning of September 15th, a Sunday, a loud explosion went off at the 16th Street Baptist Church. The blast was dynamite. It was as if, McWhorter wrote, someone had hit the world's largest washtub, followed by a ripping blast that sent a streak of fire above the church. Closed doors flew open, and the walls shook. As a stale-smelling white fog filled the church, a blizzard of debris, brick, stone, wire, glass, pelted the neighborhood. Some of those inside believed the Russians were coming. 4 girls in a basement restroom, Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, Carol Robertson, and Cynthia Wesley, from 11 to 14 years old, were crushed under a blizzard of debris. All 4 were killed, 1 decapitated. King wired President Kennedy that, unless immediate federal steps are taken, the worst racial holocaust this country has ever seen would be upon Alabama. In another telegram, he told Governor Wallace, "The blood of our little children is on your hands." 3 weeks later, a man named Mays appeared on NBC. Mendelsohn had shot more than 25,000 feet of film, but not one frame included a reference to the country's racial tumult. The only mention of Birmingham was that Mays had grown up nearby and played for the Black Barons. Mendelsohn says he had promised to create a documentary about Mays's life as a ball player, which he had done. The narrow focus suited Mays as well as NBC. Mays remembers that he saw the dogs attacking the protesters on television and recalls hearing the news about the church bombing. It was all upsetting, he says, but he was never tempted to go to Birmingham or make a public statement. Neither his celebrity nor his hometown ties, he believes, would have made a difference. What could I have done at that particular time to stop all that, he asks. I'm not a politician. Even if I had gone down there, what was I going to do? The irony was that he did do something in spite of himself. A man named Mays told the story of the American dream, and the leading man was an appealing hero. Mays was successful. His $105,000 salary was more than the president's. Stylish. His elegant home was lovingly presented. Impeccably dressed. A cream turtleneck and tan sports coat. Fatherly. He carried his son on his shoulders. Entrepreneurial. He was learning banking. And funny. When Einstein said, "In 5 years, when you become slower," Mays chimed in, "Don't use that word." Comfortable in front of the camera, he spoke carefully, mindful never to offend. He was shy and even vulnerable. The footage repeatedly showed him getting knocked down or brushed back. Asked about those pitches, he said he relied on his own pitchers to protect him, but there was nothing he could do except duck. He was also deferential. DeRocher, speaking confidently into the camera, noted that Willie always called him Mr. Leo. The documentary captured the stress and fatigue that Mays endured through the pennant race. In a game at Candlestick on September 2nd, he fell helplessly to his knees at home plate. The film showed him being assisted off the field, and Einstein noted that this was the 2nd consecutive year that such a collapse, caused by tiredness, had occurred. Mays was back in the lineup 4 days later. The camera was also there for Mays's address to the blind children in Pittsburgh. There was no sound, but the images were sufficient. As Willie stood before them in a suit and tie, the students faced him with expressions of awe. Mays emerged as an inspiring figure of hope and unity. In one sequence, he came to the plate as different demographic groups throughout San Francisco huddled around their radios. Construction workers on break, and men sitting at a bar. Chinese dishwashers in a steamy kitchen. An elderly white man in a hospital. A white woman in a beauty parlor. young parents bathing their child, teenagers at the beach. All ages, races, and backgrounds. And they were all cheering for Willie, a soothing balm for a country's deep wounds. The documentary held its own against the competition. TV Guide reported that Elizabeth Taylor's show attracted 55% of the viewing audience. Viewers saw a lot more of Miss Taylor's architecture than London's, it said. The Mays program, however, attracted a very respectable 28% share, and those who watched it were treated to an expert documentary featuring the elements which were so woefully lacking in the Taylor show: a good script, imaginative camera work and film editing, and an unpretentious approach to its subject, and all for 1/10 of the cost of Liz's lemon. Again, Mendelsohn thought his success would lead to all kinds of opportunities, but the phone never rang. Without work, he happened to be reading the Peanuts comic strip one day, and noted that Charlie Brown was Mays's opposite in baseball. Mendelsohn thought, if I could do a documentary on the best baseball player in the country, why not one on the worst player? He called Charles Schulz, the creator of Peanuts, which led to his producing A Charlie Brown Christmas. An instant sensation, it led to a long collaboration between Mendelsohn and Schulz. But the documentary on Mays was also a milestone. While some might criticize it for its failure to acknowledge the traumas outside baseball, in its own way it delivered a powerful message. That was made evident by where it wasn't seen: Birmingham, Alabama. In that riot-torn city, where any display of black achievement, acceptance, or adulation would defy a crumbling social order, where the fears of the ruling class trumped the love of a hometown hero, the NBC affiliate blacked out a man named Mays. Chapter 27. Befriended by a Banker. Ever since Orlando Cepeda joined the Giants, he and Mays formed the best power-hitting duo in baseball. Between 1958 and 1964, they hit 488 home runs, 9 more than Hank Aaron and Eddie Matthews hit for the Braves during that span. On the Giants, Cepeda and Mays were also the most prominent Latin and black players, respectively, but their positions were not equal. Cepeda was the budding star in line to succeed Mays as the team's MVP and perhaps the league's. In 1959, Look magazine asked the question directly in its story, Orlando Cepeda, will he pass Willie Mays? The notion of the temperamental prince usurping the proud king caused some stress. Cepeda later wrote, "It's not a secret that Willie Mays and I didn't get on that well. Willie began to distance himself from me almost immediately. Willie was a private person and a loner, so it was hard to figure out what he was thinking. I was hurt when he didn't congratulate me on being named the Giants' MVP and the National League Rookie of the Year." In a subsequent interview, Cepeda says he now regards Mays as a friend. "That's just the way Willie is. I don't think he's close to anybody. But most players are like that. I'm not close to McCovey either. That's the way we are. Very seldom do you see good ball players close. I don't know why." Mays has always denied any friction between him and Cepeda, and when they were teammates, he repeatedly commended him in the press. Asked in 1961 about an alleged beef with Cepeda, he said, "I've never had an argument with him about anything. I've tried to help him in playing the outfield and adjusting to the major leagues. And I did help him, but I don't want any credit for it because he's a wonderful ball player." Besides, Mays's relationship with his teammates was the least of the Giants' problems. For 5 years, the team had 4 future Hall of Famers on the field at one time: Cepeda, Marichal, Mays, and McCovey. A 5th, Gaylord Perry, pitched in his first game for the Giants in 1962. Having come so close to winning a World Series, the Giants should have been focused on finding that one missing piece to push them over. A championship? Hell, they should have had a dynasty. For Mays, the tragedy was not that he lacked close friends on the team, but that he was drawn into an ethnic and racial maelstrom that undermined such a talented club. Cepetta's troubles with Alvin Dark resurfaced at the end of 1962, with the publication of an article in Look that Cepetta thought would describe him as the best right-handed hitter in baseball. The article, however, was called Orlando Cepetta, Can He Slug His Way Out of the Doghouse? In it, Dark described his heretofore secret grading system for players. Unhappy with such conventional measures as batting average, home runs, errors, and stolen bases, he wanted to evaluate more precisely how players contributed to winning games. So he devised his own system of pluses and minuses. Thus, a home run in the first inning might get 1 plus, while a homer in the ninth that won a game might get 4. There were pluses and minuses for everything. But the system was highly subjective, and no one besides Dark understood it. Regardless, he explained to Look that Mays graded out the best, and Jim Davenport was second. But Cepetta? He had more minuses than anybody, Dark said. Cepetta did slump during the stretch drive in 1962, but given his numbers, 306, 35 homers, 114 RBIs, as well as his track record, 4 consecutive All-Star games, Dark's evaluation was hard to understand. In 1966, when Mays testified in a libel suit that Cepetta brought against Look, he was asked if Cepetta was a team player. When you hit over 300 and bat in over 100 runs, he said, you have to be. Cepetta, meanwhile, was convinced that Dark was trying to destroy me emotionally. The hostilities escalated during spring training when Cepetta held out, which he had done in past years. But this time Dark held a press conference to reiterate his harsh views about Cepetta's productive value. Cepetta ended his holdout after securing a $1,000 raise, but any hope for a reconciliation between him and Dark was gone. By the start of the 1963 season, Mays had his new house, and his divorce proceedings were complete. But his personal problems were far from over. His finances were a mess, and personal bankruptcy loomed as a possibility. Plenty of athletes and entertainers have plunged themselves into debt without ever recovering, and black stars have suffered disproportionately. The most famous, and perhaps most tragic, was Joe Louis, who died in 1981, owing the federal government more than $2 million. Mays managed to avoid that fate. In 1962, he met a banker who played a central role in rescuing him. This relationship was one of several that he forged over the years with San Francisco businessmen, who helped him gain access to country clubs and social clubs, and win broader acceptance in the city. As the years passed, and he approached retirement, Mays reached out to other businessmen to help with his life after baseball. These patrons were not entirely altruistic. Whether you ran a bank, a hotel, an insurance company, or a car dealership, your association with a sports legend was good for customer relations, and Mays helped the owners of all those businesses. But many of his advisors were also motivated by a genuine desire to help someone who needed both guidance and protection, and no one was more devoted than Jacob Shimano. His was the classic immigrant success story. Jacob was 2 years old when his family moved to America from Russia. They settled in San Francisco, and his father worked as a barber on Golden Gate Avenue. Jacob attended San Francisco State College, pumping gas to pay his tuition. After school, he got into the installment credit and finance business, married, had 2 sons, and became involved in civic activities. Mayor Christopher appointed him to the San Francisco Housing Authority in 1957. What Shimano really wanted was his own bank, but in the 1940s and 50s, few, if any, Jews in California were given charters for state banks. An opportunity, however, arose when John Kennedy entered the White House in 1961. Shimano had gone to high school with Kennedy's press secretary, Pierre Salinger. In Washington on a business trip, he told his old friend about his struggles in getting a state-chartered bank. Before long, Shimano received a call from the White House. The president wanted to see him. Shimano met the president and was given a federal charter. At the age of 49, he opened Golden Gate National Bank on Montgomery Street in San Francisco's financial district. Shimano, according to one news account, looked more like a Hollywood Buddha than a banker, for he favored green velvet shirts and smoked English ovals. But true to his roots, he kept the doors open on Saturdays so working-class customers could meet with bank officers. His friendship with the mayor also helped. The city deposited $1 million with the new bank, and the mayor himself purchased more than 1,600 shares of stock in the company. One day in 1962, Jake Shimano's teenage son, Gary, was invited to Candlestick Park to shag flies and pitch batting practice with the Giants. "The only guy who was nice to me in the clubhouse was Willie," Gary recalls. "Amazingly enough, the superstar of all superstars." His father came down to see Gary, and in the clubhouse he was introduced to Mays, and the two struck up a conversation. Shimano loved sports, and like many Jewish immigrants, he got along with African Americans. He took the unusual step, for example, of hiring black tellers for his bank. Mays thought he found a man he could trust, and met with Shimano privately at the end of the year. "From a business standpoint," Mays later said, "it was the most important single moment of my life." Mays told Shimano that he had been advised to declare for personal bankruptcy, which would protect him from his creditors. His advisors said it was his only way out. Shimano, who hadn't reviewed Mays's finances yet, looked at him. "Well," he said, "it's good advice. It can be the way out for you. Except for one thing." "What's the one thing?" "If you file for bankruptcy, I will say again that it can be the sound and logical move in the shape you're in. But if you do, then I want nothing to do with it." Shimano understood that while companies can file for bankruptcy protection, reorganize, and emerge as viable, a baseball player had to protect something besides his assets. He had to protect his image. Filing for personal bankruptcy carried a heavy stigma, and in Mays's case, it would forever redefine him. "You're a baseball player, not some slick corporate executive somewhere, living off of stock options and pension plans and all the other stunts," Shimano said. "Kids look up to you." "I know that," Mays said. "Do you know it?" he said. "You made $90,000 last year. You'll make better than $100,000 next year. What does it look like to a kid who finds out that Willie Mays, his idol, makes $100,000 and can't pay his taxes?" Actually, Mays's problems were even worse. Given his debt to the Giants, the club began deducting money from his paycheck. It was possible that his actual take-home pay would be less than his state and federal taxes, and he already owed the state of California and the federal government $8,641. He owed as well $15,000 a year in alimony and child support payments. Following bad advice, he had made costly investments in some real estate and restaurant deals, which he called the quick way to find your way to the soup kitchen. Yet he continued to spend money freely on his new home and its extravagant decor. As far as Mays was concerned, a bankruptcy filing didn't really matter. "I'm down here in the pit," he told Shimano. "If I can't climb out of it, I'm not much of an idol to the kids that way either, am I?" Shimano was familiar with hard times, including some of his own making. "I can tell you one thing," he said. "There was a time when I was in worse shape than you, and they weren't even my own obligations. I'd underwritten some things for other people and they went sour. I was 3 times worse off than you are now. But I came out of it." "Then come out of it with me," Mays said. "Not if you're talking bankruptcy," he responded. "If you are, you can clear out right now." Mays said he wasn't talking bankruptcy. His advisor was. Shimano said he would help on one condition. He had to follow his advice to the letter. Mays agreed. In 1963, Mays signed a contract for $105,000, making him the highest-paid player in baseball. Mickey Mantle earned $100,000. But Shimano negotiated an installment plan with Stoneham that deferred income. Presumably, the deferral, which allowed Stoneham to retain capital for his own purposes, was used to increase Mays's ultimate payout. By 1966, when Mays's finances had stabilized, more than half his income was deferred. According to his contract, Mays signed for $125,000, but only $50,000 was to be paid during the year. Some $30,000 would be paid in 1970. $30,000 more would be allocated in 1971, and the last $15,000 in 1972. By then, Mays would be 41. Shimano not only wanted him to avoid squandering money, but may also have been considering his retirement needs. Mays had often had father figures, but Shimano was the first one not associated with baseball. In 1963, Mays agreed to deposit every dollar of his current income into the trust department of Shimano's bank, which started paying off Mays's debts while giving Mays an allowance. Shimano did not provide investment advice, but found him a lawyer and an accountant. He also gave him an office on the 5th floor of his bank, down the hall from his own. He gave him some introductory books on finance and arranged for him to do some public relations work. Mays sat in on some customer meetings, signed baseballs, and spoke to groups of kids in the boardroom. Shimano set up lunch meetings with the likes of California's Attorney General, Stanley Mosk, and he reviewed business deals for Mays with Gillette and other sponsors. He and his wife also took Mays and a girlfriend to the theater. Shimano told Sports Illustrated in 1964, "Willie has been taken in by more people that he had confidence in. He has a good searching mind, but he has never paid any attention. He cared only about being a ball player. When I took him on, I did it only with the understanding that he would also have the finest legal advice and the finest public accountant. I am not his financial advisor, I'm just the keeper of the keys. We've put Willie on a budget. We have made him prepare himself to live under a limited income, as he will have to do when he is through playing." Mays was always self-conscious about his lack of formal education, and Shimano noticed how quickly he seized on that with children. "He'll meet a kid," he said, "and the first thing he'll say is, 'What school do you go to, and what grade are you in?' And now he talks about saving money, too. When his son was out here this winter, he was playing catch one day, and I asked him what he wanted to do when he grew up. Right away, like most kids, he said he wanted to be a ball player." Willie came over and patted him on the head. "No, Michael," he said. "Be a doctor. We need them." What has happened is that he has changed from Willie Mays the young man to Willie Mays the man. Mays said in 1964, "If I had met Jake 10 years ago, I'd be a millionaire today. He and his family are the best friends I've ever had in my life. They're wonderful people." Mays developed a strong rapport with Jake's two sons, Richard and Gary. When Richard decided to get married, the first person he told was Mays. Gary played football for Lowell High School, and Mays was a surprise visitor at one of his rallies. He would also go out to Kezar Stadium to root for him. When Gary missed an extra point in a game against St. Ignatius, he was heartbroken. Mays cheered him up with a gift, his autographed bat from the 1962 World Series. Gary went on to the University of Southern California, and when Mays was in Los Angeles to play the Dodgers, Gary would go with Mays and his friends to the city's black neighborhoods, or Mays would stop by his dorm room. When Gary took a girl to a ball game at Candlestick, he would devise a plan with Mays to impress his guest. Before the game, Mays would jog past their seats behind the Giants' dugout and yell, "Hey, Gary! Hey, Gary!" "Hi, Willie," he'd respond. "I got something for you." Mays would throw him a baseball, and Gary would hand it to his date. The ball was inscribed, "Julie, Gary's friend, Willie Mays." Gary recalls, "You can't put a price tag on that." For all their closeness, the relationship between Mays and the Shimanos was not entirely about family love, nor was it altogether reciprocal. Jake Shimano never charged Mays for his services, but he recognized Mays's commercial value as the ambassador for his fledgling bank. Other businessmen who befriended Mays, such as the hotelier Mel Swig, the insurance executive Richard Goldman, and the architect who designed his house, Al Mason, were all drawn to Mays by his personal appeal as well as his star power. If Willie wasn't the greatest ball player in the world, Would they have felt the same way about him? Probably not, Gary Shimano says. But they felt Willie was vulnerable, and they wanted to protect him. Mays welcomed their friendship, but he always kept a certain distance, even with the Shimanos. It was usually Jake or his sons who called Willie, and while Willie would share a laugh with them and help in any way, he would never reveal his fears, his dreams, or his soul. I don't think I ever had a serious conversation with Willie, Gary says. He never opened up. The reserve was evident not just in conversation. I come from a hugging family, he says, and I would give Willie a hug. It was not comfortable for him. Over the years, Mays developed a habit of promising to show up at a dinner or a function and fail to appear. Rhoda Shimano used to complain to her husband, but Jake defended him. Mays didn't like the spotlight. He's always traveling. He was tired. And he never had a better friend than Jacob Shimano. My father's life, Gary says, was dedicated to his family, to his religion, to his shareholders, and to Willie Mays. Pitching dominated 1963, with the Giants involved in some memorable duels. Sandy Koufax threw a no-hitter against them on May 11th and had a perfect game into the 8th. The lefty threw 11 shutouts in the year, which no pitcher except Bob Gibson has matched. Juan Marichal also threw a no-hitter in 1963, 2 walks shy of a perfect game, against the Houston Colt 45s. But the finest pitching showcase occurred at Candlestick Park on July 2nd, when Marichal faced Warren Spahn of the Milwaukee Braves. Neither team could score through 9 innings, and both Marichal and Spahn continued working. In that era, clubs paid little concern to overusing a pitcher, and going the distance was expected, particularly from an ace. On this day, Dark wanted to lift Marichal, who refused. In the 12th or 13th, he wanted to take me out, and I said, please, please, let me stay, Marichal recalled. Then in the 14th, he said, no more for you, and I said, do you see that man on the mound? And I was pointing to Warren. That man is 42, and I'm 25. I'm not ready for you to take me out. By the time Mays came to bat in the bottom of the 16th, with 1 out, he had gone 0 for 5 with a walk. But Spahn, after 276 pitches, finally made a mistake, a screwball that didn't break worth a damn, and Mays hit it over the left field fence, ending the 4-hour, 10-minute marathon. He says it was one of his biggest homers. It allowed Marichal to win a historic duel. Among his other all-time homers, Mays counts his very first, also off Spahn, and his 4 in one day in Milwaukee in 1961. The blast also helped Mays secure a record that will never be challenged. By the time he retired, he had hit a homer in every inning from 1 to 16. It's such a freakish mark. How many players even have a hit in every inning from 1 to 16? How many players even have an at-bat? That not much is made of it. But it's an achievement that defines Mays' essential qualities, his durability, his power, and his clutch hitting. Notwithstanding his 16th inning long ball, Mays got off to a miserable start in 1963, hitting .233 in April and .257 in May. Jose Pagan sought divine intervention. In the dugout, every time Willie comes up, I pray for him, he said in early June. He is a good fellow. He laughs and he jokes. But I know inside him he is dying because he is not hitting. Dark and Feeney worried about his eyesight, but fearing his wrath, were unwilling to ask if he had had his eyes examined during his physical, so they asked Charlie Einstein. You could just mention it in passing, Feeney told him in Dark's office before a game. You know, just in passing. Kind of like an idle question, Dark said. It's like if it comes from you, it's not official. It's like that he won't know you've been talking to us. Einstein went through the tunnel, walked onto the field, and fell in alongside Mays at the batting cage. Say, Buck, he said, you notice how many players are wearing glasses this year? Like who? He said. Well, Howard, Frank Howard, he's got glasses. He ain't hitting either, Mays said. Mays, in fact, did have his eyes checked and was told they were fine. He never had an explanation for his streaks, though in this case, one of his longtime chroniclers, Arnold Haino, had a theory. In spring training, he watched the Giants play the Cleveland Indians, and after McCovey hit a homer, pitcher Jim Perry, brother of Gaylord, threw a thunderbolt at Mays's head, flattening him. Mays cautiously stood up, got back into the box, and was immediately decked on the next pitch. A few innings later, McCovey hit another home run, and Perry again threw a fastball at Mays's left ear. "It is the closest I've seen a man come to being killed without actually being touched," Haino wrote. Mays got up again, took a toe hold, and swung furiously at the next pitch. He missed because he was swinging out of anger, and he was overswinging. Mays, of course, had been thrown at for years, but Haino believed that word had spread among the pitchers that Mays could be intimidated. Now, he said, every game you knew that some pitch would come flying in at his ear and send him spinning to the ground. There was a grain of truth in Met relief pitcher Larry Bernarth's comment that the only way to get Willie out is to hit him in the back, then pick him off first base. In Lee Mendelssohn's documentary, Mays acknowledged that no batter hits as well when he's been thrown at or expects to be thrown at. Perhaps all the knockdown pitches were taking their toll, though at least Mays's reflexes remained sharp. He was hit only twice during the season. His slump also renewed concerns about his age, a source of quiet rumblings for several years. On May 6th, he turned 32. Conventional wisdom held that a batter peaks between 28 and 32, but some players' skills begin to erode before then. After Willie had endured an 0-for-18 stretch in May, an unnamed Giant executive suggested in the press that he was through. Mays was too proud, too sensitive to ignore the slight, which cut him as deeply as the booze. "Here we go again," he said. "It just seems that some guys wait until me or somebody else goes bad, and they knock us down and kick us. Believe me, nobody knows better than me that my batting average is low. I sleep with it. It hurts when we don't win, and it hurts when I don't help." Retirement terrified Mays. Baseball was his life, and few observers believed his career was truly winding down. He still had a 32-inch waist, and while he may have lost a step, he was still one of the better runners in the game. Bob Stevens wrote, "The 32-year-old superstar is about as washed up as General Motors." New York continued its romancing of its long-lost center fielder. With the Giants in town, May 3rd was declared Willie Mays Night at the Polo Grounds. He was given a gold key to the city and a wide assortment of gifts, including a bicycle, a year's supply of coffee, and, from the New York chapter of the Baseball Writers Association, a typewriter. Mays donated the gifts to the New York City Police Athletic Association. Bill Shea, the lawyer who helped bring the National League back to New York, told the crowd, "We want to know, Mr. Stoneham, Horace Stoneham, president of the Giants. When are you going to give us back our Willie Mays?" Just before taking the field, Mays received a telegram from the White House. It read, "I would like to join the many loyal fans at the Polo Grounds tonight, honoring your achievements in the world of baseball. This honor is well deserved, and I know we can look forward to many years of the exciting spectacle of Willie Mays at bat and in the field. My very best wishes to all of your friends tonight. Signed, John F. Kennedy." The players were still selecting the starters for the 1963 All-Star Game, and when Mays received his ballot 2 weeks before the July 9th contest, he voted for Vada Pinzon in center field. Though he wanted to start, Pinzon was having the better year. Mays's peers, however, voted for him, giving him his 11th consecutive start in an All-Star Game and returning him to Cleveland Stadium, where he had made his All-Star debut in 1954. Mays always reveled in the Midsummer Classic's attention and drama, as well as the camaraderie. When he arrived, he found a message for him, in heavy black crayon, from Whitey Ford, who had been in Cleveland 2 days earlier with the Yankees. "Willie, sorry I didn't make the team, but manager Ralph Houck didn't want me to make you look bad. Whitey. Mays had had 6 hits in 7 at-bats against Ford in previous All-Star games. This year's contest was different in one respect. Reporters asked Mays if he thought he was getting too old. Mays left his answer on the field. He collected a single, which tied Stan Musial's All-Star record of 20 hits, while lifting his average to .417 in 14 All-Star games. He also walked, stole 2 bases, scored 2 runs, and drove in 2 runs, 1 on the single, 1 on an infield out. He made the defensive play of the game as well. In the 8th inning, with the National League up by a run, he raced back on a long drive by Joe Pepitone, snaring the ball just before his right foot got caught beneath the wire fence. Mays did a brief war dance of pain and hobbled off. But the play snuffed a possible rally, and the Nationals won 5-3. His performance was so complete, so flawless, that Pittsburgh press reporter Les Biederman was moved to write, "He's a once-in-a-lifetime ball player, and we may never see his equal in this generation. Whatever he does to perfection." Mays said, "I just play the game." Mays entered the All-Star break hitting .276. Soon he went on a tear as if he were making up for lost time. He hit .322 in July, .387 in August, and .378 in September. During one 15-game span from July 21st to August 6th, he scored 22 runs, knocked in 20, and smacked 9 homers. During 1 week in August, he hit 4 balls that struck the top of the center field fence in Candlestick, giving him 4 doubles instead of 4 more home runs. He also turned in some of his finest single-day performances, few better than his game against the Braves on August 22nd. It began with a first-inning walk, which kept the inning alive and allowed Cepeda to drive home 2 runs. In the third, the Braves' Lee May hit a line drive into right center. The ball was actually past Mays when he reached out and gloved it as he tumbled to the ground. He broke his fall with his glove hand, dug his left shoulder into the ground, then flipped on his back. It was such a spectacular spill the worst was feared, the Examiner reported. The players, Dark, the trainer, all rushed out. The crowd in the stands would have been there too except for the gate. The game was delayed for 10 minutes, but Mays stayed in the game. On base again in the bottom of the inning, he broke up a sure double play with a rolling block into the shortstop, which allowed Felipe Alou to bat, and he hit a 3-run homer. Mays later drove in what proved to be the winning run with a single, and after advancing to third, he bolted for home plate on a ball that rolled 4 or 5 feet behind catcher Del Crandall. Mays slid in just beneath the throw. Reporters stopped asking him if he was too old to play. The Giants played better than .500 ball all year, but couldn't close the gap with the Dodgers. And Dark's frustrations showed, his temper also marked by pettiness. He once gave Pagan a $50 bill and told him to take the boys to supper, which meant the Latin players. Several days later, Dark told Pagan that he was being fined for his failure to hustle. "How much?" Pagan asked. $50, Dark said. McCovey later said, "Alvin managed percentages, not people." During losing streaks, Dark would call clubhouse meetings and sprinkle his lectures with political references and biblical injunctions. He shared his admiration of Barry Goldwater, and once said that Jesus was the only man in the history of the world who was perfect. Dark was accustomed to giving Christian testimonies, mostly about tithing, for church groups and other gatherings, and he carried that spirit into the clubhouse. But the clubhouse was a baseball sanctum, and the players had little interest in Dark's views beyond the ball field. A married man, Dark may have had more authority if he hadn't been having an affair with a flight attendant, which he later wrote about in his autobiography. Perhaps if we had not been Christians, with strong beliefs about right and wrong, it would have been easy, he wrote of his trysts. We didn't want to be found out. We didn't want anyone to know. On the road, we were prisoners in our hotel rooms. Imprisoned or otherwise, he could not keep the affair a secret, which made his moralizing all the more ridiculous. Mays said he didn't convert anyone to his politics or his religion, and actually no one took him seriously when he started to talk like that. Mays himself had his first confrontation with Dark on August 2nd in Chicago. With the Giants leading 11-5 in the eighth, a Cub hit a ball to deep center that Mays failed to chase. It went off the wall for a hit, and the Cubs rallied to win. After the game, Dark snapped at Mays. "You laid down on me." "I didn't cost you no 7 runs," Mays yelled back. He knew he was wrong for not hustling, but didn't think he should be reprimanded in front of his teammates. He and Dark didn't speak for several days. Then all was forgotten. While Mays never took criticism well, he rarely shirked responsibility. In a game against the Dodgers on September 7th, he dropped a fly ball. While he averaged 8 or 9 errors a year, most were on overthrows or booting grounders. His misplay against the Dodgers was his first dropped fly in 4 years. Afterward, he explained that he lost the ball in the sun and couldn't find it no matter how many times he flipped his sunglasses up and down. A reporter asked, "Could Felipe Alou have come across in time to catch it if you hollered to tell him you couldn't see it?" Mays responded quickly, "Listen, the ball was in my territory. Don't go trying to give another man my error." Thanks to his furious rush in the final months of the season, Mays finished with a .314 average, his highest in 3 years. For the first time since 1954, he did not lead the league in any major offensive categories, but that didn't bother him. He was second in slugging average, .582, and runs scored, 115, and his 38 home runs was third best. He also drove in 115. What did decline was his stolen bases. He had 8, the first time since 1954 that he was in single digits. The Giants won 11 fewer games than they had the previous year, and finished 11 games behind the Dodgers. Despite missing 4 games after his collapse on September 2nd, Mays played in 157, which meant he was otherwise given 1 day off the rest of the season. He led the team in games played. And 1963 also marked the last games at the Polo Grounds. Shea Stadium opened the following year. Just before opening day, a huge crane rumbled beneath Coogan's Bluff and took aim at the condemned edifice with a 2-ton iron ball. In time, a low-rent housing project stood on the turf where McGraw had snarled at umpires, Ott had lifted his leg, and Mays had made the catch. With the scoreboard clock frozen at 10:24, there was only the swirl of dust and debris and memory, and as the iron ball crashed against the concrete wall to make its first gaping hole, the workmen doffed their steel helmets in silent tribute. The back of their shirts read, "Wrecking Corporation of America." The front, Giants. By the time the last piece of steel had slowly fallen from a light tower, and sheets of tin flapped gently in the breeze, the wrecking company's vice president, Harry Averam, could only admire what once had been. "Very well built," he said. "It could have lasted forever." Chapter 28. Captain Mays. Willie Mays took up golf after the 1963 season. At first, he found it difficult to hit a stationary ball, but he became a die-hard player who would crush his drives 300 yards, practice his putting on his living room carpet. He'd line up 20 balls at a time, and carry a 4 handicap. Over the years, the game allowed him to break color barriers at country clubs while opening doors for himself socially and in business. And his skills on the links were as stupefying as they were on the diamond. Art Rosenbaum, a longtime San Francisco sports writer and editor, once played with Mays in a foursome. "We came to a par 3 hole, about 200 yards, he recalled, and he gets up and takes a terrific swing, but tops the ball. It skims along the ground and hits a tee box, and comes right back at him at about 110 miles an hour. He catches the ball, and with one flowing motion puts it back on the tee, and hits it onto the green. It was the most athletic feat I ever saw. When Mays had his finest start ever in 1964, Jake Shimano credited golf. According to his theory, Mays's golf swing was smoothing out his stroke to right center. Mays could no more explain his streaks than he could his slumps. But after 1 month, he was hitting .497, with a slugging percentage of over 1,000. He had more total bases than at-bats. His early season success led to an important milestone for baseball and for race relations. And Mays, free of domestic concerns and his finances stabilized, should have had a triumphant season. Instead, he found himself in the middle of several controversies that were not of his making. Altercations that would contribute to a chaotic season that would end with doubts about his supremacy as a player. Mays's torrid start left baseball fans turning on their radios in the morning to find out what he had done the night before. He hit 6 homers in his first 6 games, and 20 by the middle of June, while also amassing a 20-game hitting streak. The hitting spree led to speculation that he would be the first 400 hitter since Ted Williams finished at .406 in 1941. Mays didn't care for the added scrutiny in 1954, when he threatened Ruth's record, and he tried to tamp down expectations 10 years later, referring to 400 hitters as extinct animals. The game had simply changed too much, against hitters, to ever make it realistic. 13 players had hit 400, but only 2 since 1925, and by the early 1960s, barely a dozen players in each league were even hitting 300. The night games, the bigger gloves, the deeper pitching staffs, and the development of the slider were all part of the difference. But Mays, in a diary he kept for Sport magazine, cited travel and scheduling as the biggest deterrents. When Williams hit .406, Mays wrote, there was no 162-game schedule, and if you traveled overnight, you slept in a bed while you were doing it. The worst time zone difference was a difference of 1 hour. Nobody ever heard of checking into a hotel in a new city at 3 a.m. Nowadays, it seems like there isn't any other check-in hour except 3 a.m. Even on home games, the hours are crazy. Here in San Francisco, we play night games Tuesdays and Fridays, with day games Wednesdays and Saturdays. Sit down with yourself and try to see how you'd schedule 3 meals a day at that rate. Even days off weren't days off, Mays wrote. After the Giants recently played a doubleheader in May at Candlestick, they flew to Tacoma, Washington to play an exhibition game against a farm team, then flew all night on a chartered DC-7 to St. Louis, checking in at 8 a.m. They arrived at the ballpark and suited up, only to wait out a rain delay until the game was finally called. It was scheduled for later in the year, on what should have been an off day for travel. Injury did not force Mays out either. In a game at Dodger Stadium, he pulled his hamstring chasing a fly ball. The next inning, he limped out of the dugout and stopped at first base, where he played the rest of the game. A man doesn't have to move around that much at first base, Dark said. Mays got 2 hits, including a home run, had 6 putouts, an assist, and no errors. He said he enjoyed talking to the runners. Double headers depleted him, but on May 24th, he played all 18 innings of a doubleheader at Candlestick. A week later, on May 31st, the Giants had a doubleheader in New York. Mays played 9 innings in the first game, which the Giants won. They were leading 6-1 in the second game, but the Mets tied it in the 7th, sending the contest into extra innings. And extra innings they played. Gaylord Perry took the mound in the 12th and pitched 10 shutout innings, but still the game went on. When the Giants ran out of infielders, Mays played 3 innings at shortstop, then returned to center field. Finally, in the top of the 23rd, San Francisco scored 2 runs and held on to win 8-6. Mays had played 32 innings in 9 hours and 52 minutes. It was called baseball's longest day. He was the only Giant to play every inning of both games. They told me afterward I played 3 innings at shortstop, he wrote in his diary, but I have trouble even remembering that. All I remember is that the bat kept getting heavier and heavier. He began the day batting .383. After going 2 for 13, he was at 364. Speculation about 400 was over. In May, Jackie Robinson's Baseball Has Done It was published, featuring lengthy interviews with players and coaches as part of a celebration of the sport's role in civil rights. While Robinson later lashed out at baseball's slow pace of integration, the book was mostly a tribute. Retired Dodger pitcher Carl Erskine, for example, said, "When you're on a club with a Negro, you know the guy is flesh and blood, and eats and sleeps and rides a train with you, and sweats with you out there on the field, and he helps your club more than anybody else. And then you walk into a restaurant, and they say everybody can eat but him, then you really understand what it's like to be a Negro." Alvin Dark also weighed in on the subject. "Since I was born in the South," he said, "I know that everyone thinks that Southerners dislike Negroes or even being with them. The majority of the people in the South, especially the Christian people that I have associated with, have really and truly liked the colored people. As for socializing with them on different levels, there is a line drawn in the South, and I think it's going to be a number of years before this is corrected, or may never be corrected. The way I feel, the colored boys who are baseball players are the ones I know best, and there isn't any of them that I don't like. I never had any trouble with any of them. In fact, I felt that because I was from the South, and we from the South actually take care of the colored people, I think, better than they're taken care of in the North. I felt when I was playing with them, it was a responsibility for me. I liked the idea that I was pushed to take care of them and make them feel at home, and to help them out any way possible that I could in playing baseball, the way that you can win pennants." Dark then offered his thoughts on integration. "I think it's being handled a little wrong, in that people in the South, and I think I know them because I've lived with them, I feel too many people are trying to solve the Southerners' problems in the North. The majority of people in the South like colored people. They consider them as human beings. But right now it's being rushed too fast." The best thing that could be said for Dark was that his views reflected the majority opinion in the South, which was how Mays interpreted his views. While civil rights activists, reporters, and Horace Stoneham all denounced the comments, Mays kept quiet. But he later said, "I knew what Dark was saying. I was from the South, and so was he. I understood what he was talking about, but it seemed nobody else did." With the book controversy bubbling, Dark called Mays into his office at Candlestick on May 21st, before a game against the Phillies. "Willie, I'm making you captain of the Giants," Dark said. Mays stared at him. "You deserve it," Dark continued. "You should have had it long before this." Mays's first feeling was admiration for Dark. The major leagues had never had a black captain, and if Mays accepted, it would be a meaningful breakthrough, placing an African American in a position of authority. Granted, a captain's authority is largely symbolic, but a black captain would bring baseball one step closer to something truly monumental: a black manager. The issue riveted the sport in the 1960s. A black manager would mark baseball's next step toward equality, while sending a powerful message to the country at large. Blacks could command whites, bench them, fine them, cut their white ass if they so dared to even look the wrong way, in front of television cameras if need be. For many, a Negro manager would drastically invert long-held racial assumptions, and a Negro captain inched them closer to that possibility. "Will you take the job?" Dark asked. "Yes, Cap," he said, "I will, but you don't have to do it." "Never mind what I have to do, I'm doing it." Mays understood that the timing, on the heels of Dark's controversial comments in Robinson's book, would be seen as intended to give Dark cover. Naming a captain in the middle of the season was strange, and it wasn't as if the Giants typically had one. Oddly enough, the last Giant captain, in 1956, had been Alvin Dark. But Mays had nothing to apologize for. He believed he got the job because he deserved to be captain, the quiet elder statesman who each year logged the most innings, positioned the players, gave away the sweaters, dress shirts, and neckties the company sent him, and, as McCovey says, laughed at our jokes even when they weren't funny. The previous year, Dark had established a players' committee to help team members with issues they didn't want to take to Dark. Mays was chairman of that committee. This year, Mays was off to his big start, and the Giants were in first place. In that sense, the move did not smack of desperation, and if Dark was having problems communicating with the players, Mays believed he could help him. The appointment also paid him $500. Dark called a meeting before the game to tell the players, and in comments to reporters, he noted that Mays was managerial material. Then Mays executed his first chore as captain, taking the lineup card to the umpires. Ed Sudal was working the plate. "Okay, 24, let's go over the ground rules," he said. "If the ball hits the scoreboard and sticks in one of the slots, what do we give the batter?" Mays laughed. "Give him the scoreboard," he said. Once the game started, the captain hit 2 homers, drove home 3, and scored 3 in the Giants' 9-4 win. Several days later, the Chronicle's Charles McCabe, who was not a sports columnist, but still found time to criticize Mays regularly, was in high dudgeon. "I had not intended to make any comment on Mr. Alvin Dark's comments on the Negro in baseball," he wrote, "believing that every man is entitled to one really huge goof a year in his public life. Mr. Dark's views are those of an educated, committed Christian Southerner. They are terrible. The only reason I bring them up is that the manager of the San Francisco Giants, a largely Negro ball club, recently named Willie Mays to be captain of his club and managerial material. Willie Mays has as much reason to be captain of the Giants, even if in name only, as I have to be placed in charge of our space program. His naming to a fictitious job was apparently a public relations gimmick to becalm the Negroes of this area, many of whom are rightly enraged by Mr. Dark's odd views on the race question." McCabe's valid criticism of Dark's racial views was obscured by his own regrettable views. The Giants were not a largely Negro ball club, with only 3 blacks among the 24 players that Dark mostly used, unless McCabe was including the 5 Latins. And his disparagement of Mays, with no evidence, reeked of condescension and was as offensive as anything Dark had said. But McCabe's article brought to the fore what others were saying privately. Dark was using Mays, and the 2 men discussed the matter. "I told you something like this might happen," Mays said, referring to the column. "Just so long as you don't believe it," Dark said. Mays continued to trust Dark. He remained noncommittal about his managerial aspirations. "It's too early to think about managing," he told reporters. "I hope to have 4 or 5 more years of playing before I think about managing." In September, Argosy, a men's magazine, published a story, "Will Willie Super Mays be baseball's first Negro manager?" Both Monty Irvin and Roy Campanella thought he would be a good skipper. "He knows the game and is a keen student," Campanella said. "I think if he wanted to manage, he'd be successful, because he'd have harmony among his players." Taking a very different view was Jackie Robinson, who until that year appears not to have criticized Mays in public. But by 1964, Robinson, at 45, had become increasingly bitter about disappointments in his own life and in the country. His position at Chock-full-o'-Nuts was coming to a close, and he did not have a similar job lined up. In the coming years, his efforts in banking, public relations, life insurance, real estate, and broadcasting were met with limited success. He had become more active politically, and he supported for president New York's governor, Nelson Rockefeller, who headed the liberal wing of the Republican Party. He had supported Richard Nixon in 1960. Rockefeller lost the nomination to Barry Goldwater, the conservative Arizona senator, whom Robinson described as a bigot, an advocate of white supremacy. Robinson was mired in a jumble of contradictions. He feared a white backlash against the growing Negro militancy. Witness the June murders in Mississippi of 3 civil rights workers, James Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner, while he also sympathized with the growing resentment among young blacks. He believed the new leaders of the movement, Muhammad Ali and Malcolm X, were divisive figures. But he was also frustrated by the slow rate of progress engineered by mainstream spokesmen. The landmark Civil Rights Act was passed into law in July 1964, but in March, Robinson expressed his view that no Negro would have it made until the last Negro in the Deep South has it made. Where Robinson should have remained a revered figure with the Dodgers, he had become isolated. His relationship with the team began to deteriorate after Branch Rickey left the organization in 1950. Finally, at home, Robinson had become estranged from his son Jackie Jr., and in 1961, he was devastated by the death of Branch Rickey's son, Branch Jr., who died from diabetic complications at the age of 47. This event seemed to foreshadow Robinson's own fate. Robinson's poorly controlled diabetes was destroying his vision, imperiling every organ, and hastening his decline. In that context, his remarks about Mays were tinged with the mordancy of a man whose life, health, and dreams had all been thrown into doubt. In his book, he lashed out at both Mays and Maury Wills for declining to be interviewed. Both might have contributed revealing facts and offered helpful suggestions, Robinson wrote. No doubt they did not wish to stir things up, but there's no escape, not even for Willie or Maury, from being a Negro, which is more than enough to stir things up when bigots are around. Willie is the highest-paid star in baseball. He is a certain future member of the Hall of Fame. I hope Willie hasn't forgotten his shotgun house in Birmingham slums, wind whistling through its clapboards as he sits in his $85,000 mansion in San Francisco's fashionable Forest Hills, or the concentration camp atmosphere of the shack town of his boyhood. We would like to have heard how he reacted to his liberation in baseball, and to his elevation to nationwide fame, and about his relations with his managers, coaches, fellow players, and his many loyal friends, black and white. Willie didn't exactly refuse to speak. He said he didn't know what to say. I hope that he will think about the Negro inside Willie Mays's uniform and tell us one day. The distortions, Birmingham slums, the concentration camp atmosphere, his liberation in baseball, only highlighted Robinson's intemperateness, and his disdain for Mays continued in his interview with Argosy. Mays's captaincy, Robinson said, is a step in the right direction, but it doesn't really have any impact. It merely means Willie is the oldest player on the club in terms of service. He'll never become the first Negro manager. He's personable and has great talent, but he's never matured. He continues to ignore the most important issue of our time. He's never really had any decent guidance in these matters, and probably keeps looking only to his own security as a great star. It's just a damn shame he's never taken part. He doesn't realize he wouldn't be where he is today without the battles that others have fought. He thinks it's not his concern, but it is. It appears as if Robinson's own rage had got the better of him. He concluded that Mays would never manage because he was not more active in the civil rights movement, a complete non sequitur. Mays believed that Robinson was bitter because he had never been asked to manage, and now his unworthy heir was in line to wear that crown. Nonetheless, Mays didn't respond to the attacks, and made no reference to them in his 1966 autobiography. He had faced plenty of criticism, but these rebukes came from his hero. It hurt him a lot, McCovey says. I just know it hurt him. 4 years passed before Mays, once again denigrated by Robinson, defended himself. Alvin Dark began the year on notice. The previous season, Stoneham had called him into his office, said he knew about his girlfriend, and demanded that he end the relationship. Stoneham was no moralist, but his manager's hypocrisy was hurting the team. Dark fined any player $250 if a woman was caught in his hotel room, and he would alert house detectives to watch the players most apt to violate the rule. Stoneham was also unhappy with the team's play. Despite winning the pennant in 1962, he thought the Giants backed into it through the Dodgers' collapse. The following year, a terrible August cost them a chance at another pennant, and by 1964, even a championship wouldn't protect Dark's job. Dark continued his affair with the flight attendant, Jackie Rockwood, though he eventually divorced his wife and married her. Dark never tried to rationalize his own hypocrisy, but he believed Stoneham also resented him because, unlike past managers and coaches, he didn't drink with him. Fortunately, the Giants were winning, and on July 1st were in first place with a 46-28 record. But in the middle of the month, They lost 5 in a row, and on July 21st were in second place. Edgy in the best of times, Dark began to seethe, until in an interview before a game at Candlestick, his anger boiled over. Stan Isaacs, a reporter for Newsday on Long Island, had asked to interview Dark. Unknown to the manager, sports writing was in the midst of a revolution. The day was about to end when journalists and athletes had effectively been partners in creating heroes and protecting rogues, and a new era dawned in which scribes questioned, contested, and analyzed their subjects. A new professionalism emerged, which meant that teams could no longer ensure favorable coverage with free travel, meals, and booze. Prodded by television, sports journalists had to dig for news, find fresh angles, and apply the same standards as the rest of the newspaper. The change was slow, but it was led by a group of young reporters, irreverent, ambitious, and intrusive, eager to push aside the old guard. One such writer was Isaacs, who asked questions that no other reporter had ever considered. In the 1962 World Series, he was curious about the feeding habits of Ralph Terry's new baby. "Breast or bottle?" Isaacs asked the pitcher. Now Isaacs had traveled to San Francisco en route to covering another event in Los Angeles. He interviewed Dark, whose answers appeared in 2 columns, the first of which appeared on July 23rd. The column's gist was that the Giants continued to squander great talent with dumb mistakes. Dark concurred, and he had identified the cause. "We have trouble because we have so many Negro and Spanish-speaking players on this team," he said. "They are just not able to perform up to the white ball player when it comes to mental alertness." Isaacs noted that Dark's views were also held by other brains of the major league trenches. What set Dark apart was his willingness to discuss his opinions openly, a subject, he told Isaacs, which you New York writers and I disagree on. Dark said, "You can't make most Negro and Spanish players have the pride in their team that you can get from white players, and they just aren't as sharp mentally. They aren't able to adjust to situations because they don't have the mental alertness." Some Negro players, like Mays and Robinson, were exceptions, he allowed, but you would have to be here day in and day out to see what happens. They are not the kind of thing a manager can correct, missed signs and such, but they are inabilities to cope with game situations when they come up. And one of the biggest things is that you can't make them subordinate themselves to the best interests of the team. You don't find the pride in them that you get in the white player. Told by Isaacs that the Boston Celtics had been quite successful with black players, Dark shrugged, saying, "I only know what I've seen on this team and other baseball teams. If I'm wrong, then I've been getting an awful number of the slow ones." In the age of the internet and cable television, these comments would have been a national story in seconds. But in 1964, it took a full week for the Newsday columns to reach the Giants. When they did, Dark denied that he had made the statements. Isaacs acknowledged that he didn't use a tape recorder, and pledged to sue. But he withdrew the threat when he was told that his private life would be made public in any trial. Charlie Einstein later wrote, "Those of us who were accustomed to the way Dark punctuated his agitation with negatives might have been less apt to publish his words. But when Isaac did publish them, they came as no surprise." The Giants were in Pittsburgh when they learned of the interview, and Mays had a revolt on his hands. Most of the black and Latin players came to his room at the Carlton House. Mays was not in the best condition. Suffering from a bad cold, he had an inhaler, which he would periodically hold to his nose. His body ached, and his eyes were watery, but he saw the anger in his teammates, and knew he had to restore calm. "Shut up," he told them. "Just shut up." "You don't tell me to shut up," Cepeda said. "I'm not going to play another game for that son of a bitch." "Oh, yes, you are," Mays told him. "And let me tell you why." He said that Stoneham was so upset that he was planning to fly to Cincinnati the next week and fire Dark, which would be a disaster by turning him into a martyr. Mays said that he, Chub Feeney, and Herman Franks were all trying to persuade Stoneham to hold off. "I tell you for a fact he is not going to be back next year," Mays said. "Don't let the rednecks make a hero out of him." Mays also had a practical reason. Fire Dark now, or quit on him, and their pennant chances disappear. They were 2 games out of first, and Dark gave them the best chance to win. I don't say it'll happen, but it's money if we do, and we ought to take our best shot. We changed managers in the middle of 1960, and look where that left us. Mays noted as well that Dark didn't discriminate when he filled out the lineup. Though both Cepeda and Marichal had complained about incidents to the contrary, Mays's point could be supported. Dark played more black and Latin players than any other manager in baseball. Mays went back a long way with Dark, and told the players he knew him better than anyone there. I know when he helped me, and I know why, he said. The why is that he's the same as me and everybody else in this room. He likes money. That preacher talk that goes with it, he can shove up his ass. I'm telling you, he helped me. And he's helped everybody here. I'm not playing Tom to him when I say that. He helps us because he wants to win, and he wants the money that goes with winning. Ain't nothing wrong with that. Mays used the same argument that DeRocher had used in the spring of 1947, when the Dodger players had circulated a petition objecting to Jackie Robinson. Money trumped all else. In this case, Cepeda mildly objected, but Mays reiterated that Dark was colorblind when necessary. Suppose him and a lady friend went to a picture show together in Birmingham, where I'm from, and one of them passes out, and somebody shouts, "Is there a doctor in the house?" And it turns out the only doctor is colored. You think Dark's going to turn him away? Willie McCovey, standing beside the window, said, "Be a while for him to get there, that doctor, seeing as he'd have to make his way down from the balcony." That broke the tension. Mays had quelled the uprising. Cepeda later said he wished Mays had spoken out against Dark, but Mays worked from within. The team would carry on. The Giants' next stop was New York, where Commissioner Frick met Dark for lunch and recommended that he call a press conference. When the team arrived at the clubhouse at Shea Stadium on August 4th, copies of the Newsday columns were waiting in envelopes for the black and Latin players. Before the game, Dark spoke to about 35 reporters, who discovered that communication was not his strength. "I was definitely misquoted on some things, and other statements were deformed," he said. Dark tried to defend himself by noting that he started 7 Latins and blacks, and had replaced several white players with minorities, such as Jim Ray Hart for Jim Davenport at third. Then he said, "I thought I proved my feelings when I named Willie Mays captain. If I thought Negroes were inferior, would I have done that?" When Mays read these words the following day, he later said, "I was actively sick." In his view, the comment indicated that Dark had made him captain to protect himself. It was their last night in New York, and Mays's cold had worsened. When he got to the clubhouse, Dark handed him the lineup to take to the umpires, and his name wasn't on it. Dark was going to let him rest, but Mays made a different calculation. If he sat out, he might be accused of bailing out on a manager who had effectively embarrassed him in public. That could hurt Mays's reputation as well as Dark's. Einstein asserted that if Mays had sat out, it would be seen as a protest, and Dark's managerial career would have ended right then. Mays took the lineup card, considered the options, and wrote in his name. He hit 2 home runs, and the Giants won 4-2. The Giants stayed in contention, but the Cardinals, winning 9 out of their last 11, edged the Reds and the Phillies by 1 game. The Giants finished in 4th, 3 games out. Stoneham fired Dark in the 6th inning of the final game. Dark was incensed. With 90 wins, the Giants had improved by 2 games on the previous season, and he thought he had weathered the racial storm. He was not without his supporters, including Jackie Robinson, who was unperturbed by Dark's racist comments. "I have known Dark for many years," he told the New York Times, "and my relationships with him have always been exceptional. I have found him to be a gentleman, and above all, unbiased." The circumstances of his firing could have been far worse had Mays not suppressed the players' uprising, or had he criticized Dark for what he considered to be his betrayal. Dark's career suffered little. He was managing again in 2 years, and managed 9 more years with 4 teams, winning the World Series with the Oakland Athletics in 1974. More than 3 decades after he retired from managing, Dark says Mays is the greatest player to have ever put on a uniform. Mays is equally generous in thanking Dark for his mentoring in the early 1950s and his support of Mays as manager. But the two men stopped talking to each other after Dark's New York press conference in 1964 and have rarely spoken since. Mays's defense was as good as ever in 1964 and included one of the most acrobatic catches of his career. On September 4th in Philadelphia, he was playing unusually shallow against light-hitting Ruben Amaro, but Amaro drove the ball deep toward the scoreboard. Mays ran full bore until he reached the fence, then jumped, left arm extended, and grabbed the ball. But his momentum was carrying him forward, so he had to throw his legs out straight to prevent his face from smashing into the fence. His legs hit it hard, with his body suspended in midair. Then he crashed to the ground on his back. He stood up and flipped the ball to the right fielder as the Philadelphia fans gave him a standing ovation. Haino, who wrote the book on the catch, had now seen one better. "It is my own opinion that you cannot make a better play than that one. The run, the catch, the improvised thrusting of legs at the board to break the immediate impact, the daring of the boards, the holding of the ball despite the heavy crash to the ground." Mays, wearing a brace, had to sit out one game, but he was back the following day. After his brilliant start, Mays ended up hitting under 300, 296, for the first time in 8 years. He still had, by any measure, an exceptional year, easily leading the league in home runs, 47, 14 ahead of Billy Williams. Slugging percentage, .607. OPS, .990. And second in runs scored, 121, and RBIs, 111. In July, he passed Eddie Matthews as the leading all-time home run hitter among active National League players. He ended the year with 453, one behind Mickey Mantle in his last significant home run campaign. Ahead of the two sluggers lay Stan Musial, who retired in 1963 with 475, Lou Gehrig with 493, Mel Ott with 511, Ted Williams with 521, Jimmy Fox with 534, and then the Babe with 714. But 1964 marked the first time that Mays's batting average declined each month, excluding October, from 488 in April to 189 in September. For all the improvements in his personal life, he still took sleeping pills on the road. "I have a lot of tension," he explained. "I'd rather take a pill and relax myself than stay awake and do nothing." Since Mays joined the club in 1951, he had missed only 25 games out of a possible 1,892. In 1964, he appeared in 157 games, the most of any Giant. He did not collapse on the field, as he had the past 2 seasons. But on September 3rd, he was so weary that he was lifted for a pinch hitter for only the second time in his career. The first occurred the previous year when he collapsed at the plate. Mays was given the following night off. Coach Herman Franks said, "I've spent a lot of time with Willie on the road, off and on, since 1951. I've seen him become exhausted before, but not as completely as late last season." If Mays wore down that completely at 33, and his average declined in lockstep, it was easy to conclude that his best years were behind him, maybe his good years as well. Mays himself would never acknowledge such a possibility, never. But he made some concessions. After the second game of the 23-inning Met doubleheader, he was asked if he still liked to play. "I love it," he said, "but the way it is these days, the name of the game is money." Chapter 29. The Peacemaker. If Willie Mays was celebrated as an athlete, he was often underestimated as a speaker and rarely given credit for his intelligence. The perception was understandable when Mays was a scared 20-year-old with a squeaky voice. But in a view often applied to black athletes of that era, he was frozen in his adolescence. Dick Young, in criticizing the Giant player's response to Alvin Dark in September of 1964, described Mays as a very mixed-up little boy. Mays was 33. The patronizing was not consistent with how Mays actually presented himself. He was still nervous before audiences, but on television, whether on The Ed Sullivan Show, in a home run derby against Mickey Mantle, or in his own documentary, he never sounded uneducated or flighty, and he would occasionally turn a wonderful phrase. Once asked by a reporter about his supposed difficulties in playing under pressure, he said, "I'm always more aggressive then. Even through high school, I played my best basketball in the pressure games. I like that kind of weather." Mays also had a quick wit and a biting sense of humor. With his clever razzing of opponents, Tim McCarver called him a stand-up comic. Mays once had to fill out a medical card during spring training. One question asked, "Have you ever suffered from fainting spells?" Mays wrote, "Periodically." "And what," a nurse asked, "does that mean?" "Every time I think of my income taxes," he said, "I faint." On another occasion, Charlie Einstein was the master of ceremonies at a Boosters Club luncheon, and he warmed up the audience with a Mays fable from the Giants' tour in Tokyo. With the bases loaded, Einstein explained, a hitter drove the ball to deep center field, but the wind carried it clear out of the park. Mays, however, noticed that the exit gate was open, so he raced through it, reached a tree-shaded avenue, jumped aboard a fire engine answering an alarm, and 3 blocks farther reached up with his glove and caught the ball. One fireman turned to another and said, "Home run in the Polo Grounds." After Einstein's introduction, Mays spoke, and toward the end of his presentation, a member of the audience earnestly asked, "About the time you caught the ball while you were riding on the fire engine in Japan, did the guy on third score after the catch, or was your throw in time to get him?" Mays didn't miss a beat. "I didn't make any throw," he deadpanned. "Didn't have to. There were 2 outs at the time." Mays could be underestimated by his friends as well. In January 1965, he was given a testimonial dinner at the Fairmont Hotel in San Francisco. Nearly 1,000 people at $25 a plate attended, with the proceeds going to a charity for underprivileged children. After the testimonials were over, Don Drysdale, "I flew up here from Los Angeles because I thought I was attending Willie's retirement dinner. Learning that it isn't, I'm disappointed." The event's chairman, Alan Brown, president of San Francisco Stadium Incorporated, drew the evening to a close. "Good night and thank you." But Mays, resplendent in tuxedo and black tie, rose quickly and took the microphone. "Wait a minute," he said. "Everybody, please sit down. I've got something to say." As the big room quieted, he began. "I'm scared, but I can't let you fine people go without thanking you for what you've done tonight in helping a lot of kids." Mays was disappointed he hadn't been asked to speak, and he said as much. "Every time I go to a dinner, they think I don't want to talk. But at my own testimonial, I think I should say something. For myself, I want to say everyone here has been wonderful to me, and I hope I can show my thanks by playing 4 or 5 more good years." "You've got 10 more years, Willie," someone in the audience yelled, and the crowd cheered. Mays had now played more games as a San Francisco Giant than as a New York Giant, a milestone he noted. "When I first came here, you had a great ball player in one of my idols, Joe DiMaggio," Mays said. "And I don't blame you for saying, 'Show me.' When I was a boy, my dad once told me to keep my mouth shut and just try my best to produce. That's what I did my best to do. It was nice of that gentleman in the audience to say I can go on probably for 10 more years. But that's like asking me to go back and be a boy again. I'm no longer a boy. San Francisco," he concluded, "feels like home to me." There it was, straightforward, without any notes, and from the heart. The crowd gave him a standing ovation, a fine prelude to a season in which his skills and his character were never more in evidence. In 1964, Mays had led the Giants in games played, 157, hits, 171, triples, 9, homers, 47, walks, 82, RBIs, 111, runs scored, 121, and stolen bases, 19, and was the only Giant to win a Gold Glove. So for 1965, his salary was increased by 0. An unnamed front office executive told the Sporting News that Mays had tailed off the last months of the season. According to the reporter, it might be said that Mays earned $90,000 of his $105,000 salary in April, May, June, and part of July, and only about $15,000 in August and September. It was a Jekyll and Hyde season. But despite Mays' erratic performance, the Giant executive said, "We never for a moment considered cutting Willie's pay." Mays knew he deserved better, but assumed he was in no position to complain. No player was. When Koufax and Drysdale held out the following year, they figured they had leverage as a tandem. They didn't. The Dodgers broke them, and the pitchers reported the last weekend of the exhibition season without getting close to the salaries they had demanded. Their spare time allowed them to begin filming the movie Warning Shot, which prompted Bill Russell of the Boston Celtics to observe, "Suppose it had been Mays and McCovey. Do you think they would have gotten a movie contract?" Though Mays and Mantle were the game's highest-paid players, Mays had not received a raise in 3 years. But as long as the reserve clause was in effect, and the owners could artificially control wages, the players were all supposed to be grateful that their salaries weren't cut. As the Giant executive told the Sporting News, "We had some players who were paid substantial money in 1964, beyond what they actually earned. Their salaries would be slashed," he said, "but we've never asked any of our players to take a full 25% cut, and won't this year." The media's breathless attention on Mays' salary, combined with their management bias, always put Mays on the defensive. The Sporting News asserted that Mays' stagnant salary works no hardship on Willie because a raise would boost his income taxes. Actually, he does better financially at $105,000 than he would with a small hike in pay. The real story, in fact, was how vastly underpaid Mays was. Had players the basic right to receive market wages, owners would have had to determine which players generated the most revenue in ticket sales and television and radio fees, and pay them accordingly. It's possible that in a true free market, some players would have fared only marginally better, but it's clear who would have fared the best. As Horace Stoneham himself was fond of saying, "I'd pay my way into a ballpark to see Willie play." Mays always felt good during spring training, and 1965 was no exception, not simply because there was something in the air. Late in the '64 season, when Dark was still managing, Mays met with Stoneham about replacements, and Stoneham asked Mays about Herman Franks. Mays knew him well and liked him. Franks was a protege of Leo DeRocher's, who, as a coach for DeRocher, had befriended Mays. The two would get into soapsud fights at the Polo Grounds. Franks had managed Mays in the Caribbean League in 1954, and had coached him under Rigney and Dark. Mays told Stoneham that Franks could speak Spanish, and had a good relationship with the Latin players, and he thought Franks could relieve the tension among the black, Latin, and white players. Franks fit Stoneham's mold for a manager, a player or coach with long ties to the organization, a DeRocher disciple, and a friend of Willie Mays's. Franks was introduced as the new manager on the last day of the 1964 season. Franks marked a new era of Giant baseball. The stylistic opposite of the handsome, God-fearing Dark, Franks was a portly 49-year-old former third-string catcher with a receding hairline and a brusque personality. Emery boards were smoother. One writer said Franks could cuss, chew tobacco, spit, and scratch. His habit of pulling his crotch before shaking hands did not endear him to reporters, for whom he had little regard anyway. The feeling was mutual. Atlanta Journal columnist Furman Bisher wrote, "Herman Franks is not the most unpleasant man I have ever met, but he's close." But many players, including Mays, believed he had an imaginative baseball mind and improved the clubhouse atmosphere with a more open style. The change began before his first spring training, when the team gathered at Buckhorn Hot Springs in Arizona. Franks invited the players to join him on a wild hog hunt. Most joined him, though Mays declined. "I'm scared to death of guns," he explained. "Too many guys get hurt." He stayed behind and enjoyed the sulfur baths. Franks tried not to embarrass his players. He rarely called clubhouse meetings, which Dark had used to dress down his troops. And when a pitcher needed to be replaced, Franks would often send a coach to the mound because the struggling hurler could talk him out of it. Other players, however, saw Franks as a crass, good old boy who was mainly accessible to the stars and whose station-to-station offense failed to manufacture runs. He rarely bunted or used the hit and run, and the Giants' 47 stolen bases in 1965 ranked 8th out of 10 National League teams' numbers. The following year, their 29 stolen bases placed them dead last. In fairness, Stoneham tried to stock his team with home run hitters. What most distinguished Franks, however, had nothing to do with baseball. Though he dropped out of college as a freshman, he began buying land in the late 1940s in his hometown of Salt Lake City, which led to interests in real estate development, mobile homes, hardware stores, supermarkets, and drugstores. By the time he became manager of the Giants, Franks was a rich man, which eased the pressures of the position. "I think it makes any job easier," he said, "if you don't need the money." One thing was certain from the outset. He understood the value of Willie Mays, and used some of the same tactics Durocher had to draw the most out of him. Mays no longer needed protection from reporters, but he needed protection nonetheless. In one of his first interviews, Frank said, "When the Giants are on the road, Willie's phone rings constantly. When he tells the hotel operator he's accepting no calls, they bang on his door. Autograph seekers and people with deals. He doesn't get the proper rest. I may keep his room number a secret even from the telephone girl at the hotel next season. He'll be listed as being in room 312, say, but he'll be in 520. Franks promised he'd give Mays more days off. As for periodic rests, you do that automatically with most players. But Mays is so good defensively the temptation is strong for any manager to keep him in there whether he gets a hit or not. I intend to resist that temptation. Nearly every time in the past when Willie was tired and given a rest, he came back like gangbusters." Mays also had new standing on the team, though it had been initiated by Stoneham, who wanted him to take on more responsibility. To be not just the captain, but something like an assistant manager. Mays agreed, and Franks embraced the idea. "I'm going to put more responsibility on his shoulders," Franks said. "I can get only so close to a club. The coaches can get a little closer. But a player like Mays can get real close. I expect to have him in my office a lot and talk to him about the club. I won't hesitate to ask him if he thinks I should play this or that man. He's very smart. I'm not too proud to ask for suggestions." Before most games, Mays would meet Franks and review the lineup. Mays says he kept players off the field if they did not heed his instructions on positioning. They also discussed how to pitch opposing hitters and where to play them. Mays had always been frustrated by his inability to talk to the pitcher while he was in center field, but he resolved that problem by naming second baseman Hal Lanier as the infield captain. Mays and Lanier had a special relationship dating from Lanier's youth. Lanier's father, Max, had been Mays's teammate in 1952. 10-year-old Hal would go to the polo grounds where he and the other players' children would mill around the clubhouse. "All the players were friendly toward us, but Willie exceptionally so," Lanier recalls. "He would take us to center field and play catch and pepper with us." When Lanier joined the Giants in 1964, Mays called him by his father's name, Maxie, and took him under his wing. On the field, he would position him at second base, and before games, review the opposing pitcher, what he threw when he was ahead in the count and behind. On the road, Mays ate with Lanier, took him to menswear stores, and from his trove of freebies, gave him golf equipment, sweaters, and suits. When Mays was asked to appear in a Coke commercial, he insisted that Lanier be included. Mays's trust in Lanier made him a logical choice to be infield captain. His principal job was to talk to the pitcher when Mays thought he had lost his concentration or developed a bad rhythm. "I watch Mays in the outfield," Lanier told reporters, "and when he waves me to go talk to the pitcher, I go. The pitcher knows I'm coming in on Willie's order, and that's good enough for him." More than 4 decades later, as manager of the Sussex Skyhawks, a minor league team in New Jersey, Lanier decorates his office with 7 photographs of Mays. "He was like a second father," he says. Mays's role as a mentor represented a subtle but meaningful change. While he had always given advice, in the past he had waited for teammates to ask him. Now he was more willing to approach players on his own and speak his mind, and he would hold others accountable. If a pitcher was supposed to throw a particular hitter fastballs outside, but threw an inside curveball that Mays couldn't catch because he was out of position, he would chew out the pitcher and the catcher. They typically did not talk back. Given the amount of ground that Willie covered in the outfield, the last thing a pitcher would want to do is complain, hurler Mike McCormick recalls. Mays also intervened in personal problems, none more directly than Jim Ray Hart's. Another in the line of black players that the Giants had developed, Hart was a powerful right-handed hitter who already knew about adversity. He grew up picking cotton in the dusty fields that surrounded Hookerton, North Carolina. He broke into the big leagues in July 1963, but he liked to crowd the plate, and in his second game, a Bob Gibson fastball broke his shoulder blade. He returned to the lineup 5 weeks later and had played several games when he was beaned by Curt Simmons, ending his season. In spring training the following year, Alvin Dark threw pitches at him so he might learn to dodge them, and it appeared to work. Hart was hit only 4 times during the season, and he slugged 31 homers and finished second in the Rookie of the Year contest. Off the field, however, Hart struggled with his own demons. He was so quiet, according to one reporter, that he considered a nod a hello, and a throaty chuckle an endless conversation. Whether due to loneliness or insecurity or some other reason, Hart liked to drink and break curfew, and in July of his sophomore season, Franks fined him and suspended him indefinitely. Mays got the suspension lifted after 24 hours. Hart was 23, and Mays thought he needed someone who'd talk to him, not scold him. He figured that Hart didn't even realize how much alcohol he consumed. Drinking was probably rampant in his rural community. After Hart's suspension, Mays wanted him to acknowledge the problem. Hart said, "I just got to have a little every now and then. If I don't drink some, then I get all tight and nervous." Mays remembered how DeRocher had dealt with Dusty Rhodes's drinking. He didn't forbid it, and actually gave him money for it. In exchange, Rhodes agreed not to consume alcohol for the rest of that week. Then DeRocher would give him money again, and Rhodes would make the same pledge. Mays told Hart, "If you play for me 6 days, I'll give you 1. He explained that if Hart stopped by his locker every Monday morning, he would give him a bottle. They shook hands on it. Franks wasn't entirely pleased by the arrangement, but Mays reminded him of DeRocher's solution. Mays bought a case of Old Crow, kept it in his locker, and each Monday for the rest of the season, Hart stopped by for his bottle. On the road, Mays invited Hart into poker games that he organized in his hotel room. Sometimes he would select players based on his friendships. Other times, on his desire to keep certain players under his eye. He would carry thousands of dollars in cash, securing the bills with rubber bands, and he would stake some of the players in his games, including Hart. Guys in the card game were in the starting lineup the next day. Hart excelled under Mays's vigilance. When he was suspended, he had 9 home runs. In the last 68 games, he hit 14 homers and ended with a .299 average and 96 RBIs. He also played in 160 games. When the season was over, Mays took $500 bills out of his wallet and gave them to Hart. "It's for telling me the truth and playing every day," he said. Hart was an all-star the following year and had a solid career that lasted 12 seasons. In 1965, Mays once again began on a rampage. On May 18th, after 32 games, he was batting .403, had clubbed 14 homers, and had driven in 30. More than half of his 26 hits had been for extra bases, and even his singles were mostly line drives. Franks allowed him to make his own schedule to reduce his fatigue. In lopsided games, Mays would sit out the last 2 or 3 innings, which over the course of the season added up to several days off. There were 15 games in which he didn't start, though he was often used as a pinch hitter. The Giants played only 6 games in which he didn't appear, but the sight of Mays on the bench befuddled reporters, who surrounded him after an off day in June. "Why all the fuss?" Mays asked. "They don't run a racehorse every day. Other players get a day off, often 2 days, and nobody gets hot and bothered." Even sitting on the bench was not that restful for Mays. He was too invested emotionally. "If I'm in the park, I'm playing every play, even if I'm not in the game," he said. Age wasn't Mays's only motivation for more rest. He was also injured. Early in the season, he slipped in the outfield and tore muscles in his shoulder and leg. Wrapping the leg provided some comfort, and the trainer would rub hot ointment on his shoulder before each game. Daily whirlpools also helped. Mays could still run, but his throwing was impaired. He believed he had only a couple of good throws each game. The Giants never disclosed the injuries, so before each game, Mays would make one strong throw to third and one to home. Opponents saw that he still had his golden arm and respected it during the game. Mays continued throwing runners out, with 13 assists during the year, but they mostly came from his outsmarting runners by throwing behind them. The rest was clearly beneficial. After slumping at the end of May, he rebounded in the following month. On June 20th, he stroked 7 hits in a doubleheader sweep, raising his average to .342. 3 days later, he hit his 22nd homer of the year, number 475 of his career. On July 8th, he hit number 476 to pass Stan Musial and place him 6th on the all-time home run list. But on June 30th, he pulled a groin muscle against Houston, and to reduce his need to run, had to move to right field. He played a corner outfield position for several more games, but was back in center against Philadelphia on July 10th, the last game before the All-Star break. In the first inning, Mays reached first on an infield single. The next batter grounded the ball to the third baseman, who threw wildly to first. Mays tore fearlessly around second and then third. One fan said he ran as if his upper torso was chasing his legs. He wanted to score, but the first baseman threw the ball to catcher Pat Corrales, who caught it on his knees in front of the plate and turned to make the tag. But Mays had launched himself feet first toward the plate. A photograph shows him airborne and hatless, his body parallel to the ground, both arms extended like wings on a plane, his left foot smashing into the catcher's chest protector. The collision left both men on the ground. The umpire called Mays out, but then the ball rolled out of Corrales' glove. The umpire yelled safe. Corrales was given an error. Neither player returned to the game. Mays now had a severely bruised thigh and hip, and according to Ed Rumil of the Christian Science Monitor, many assumed that he would miss the 36th All-Star game in 3 days at Minnesota. At 34, Mays had played in 15 consecutive All-Star games and had nothing more to prove. Prudence dictated rest. That's what other players had done in similar circumstances. Rumil noted, hadn't ball players, some no more than slightly injured, been begging out of the midsummer engagement for years? If a fellow let his imagination ramble, he might even get the impression that some of the boys would rather go fishing than play in the National League versus American League Classic. The National League was in the midst of a dominating run. When Mays played in and lost his first All-Star game in 1954, the National League's record was 8-13. The two leagues split the next 6 games. Then the National League won 20 out of the next 22, with one game ending in a tie. The reason for its supremacy in the 1960s was no secret. The National League had integrated far more aggressively than the American League, and therefore had superior black and Latin players. The 1965 team was representative. Its starters in the outfield were Mays, Hank Aaron, and Willie Stargell. Dick Allen opened at third, with Maury Wills at shortstop, Ernie Banks at first, and Marichal on the mound. Coming off the bench were Roberto Clemente, Frank Robinson, and Billy Williams. The closer, Bob Gibson. The American League's only minority starters were Willie Horton, Felix Mantilla, from Puerto Rico, and Vic Davalillo, from Venezuela. Some years, the only black American League All-Star was Elston Howard, whereas every third National Leaguer was black. That created for many players an extra incentive. The All-Star game meant a lot to us, Aaron wrote in his autobiography, because the big difference between the National League and the American League was that we had the black players. So it was a matter of pride with us, and we always knew we would win. When people talk nowadays about the National League's domination of the All-Star game, they usually say that the National League always seemed to take the game more seriously, but they don't say why. Willie and Ernie and I know why. The additional motivation for black players, Aaron told Ebony, was spiritual. Mays did take the All-Star game seriously, but unlike Aaron, he never looked at it, or baseball itself, through a racial prism. If National League victories brought credit to his race, and prodded American League owners to give more opportunities to black players, so much the better. But Mays strove for all-star glory for his teammates and his league. Other considerations diluted the game's purity. He told reporters in 1965, "The All-Star game means too much to a lot of people. It's bigger than any one player." It was also bigger than any one race. But Mays, of course, was not just another All-Star. When he walked onto the field before the game, Elston Howard and Minnesota Twin catcher Earl Batty doffed their caps and shouted, "Here comes the King!" Despite his injury, Mays was in the starting lineup. "He's like Mantle," National League manager Gene Mauch said. "They can both limp into the Hall of Fame." To everyone's surprise, Mauch had Mays lead off, and in the first inning, Mays stepped in and promptly hit one over the fence, which gave him an all-star record of 21 hits and 3 homers. He also scored 2 runs, extending that record to 18. In the 8th, after taking several steps in on a line drive, he reversed himself and made a leaping backhanded catch to preserve a 6-5 win. He played all 9 innings. The last 2 weeks of July were a disaster. Mays was limping from his collision in Philadelphia, and he had also hurt his thumb, forcing him to release the bat early. He didn't get a hit in 24 at-bats and went 22 days without driving in a run. He hit only 2 home runs in the month, and his average fell from .339 to .310. Mays stopped taking batting practice to preserve his strength and moved to a lighter bat. But it seemed that 1964 was going to repeat itself, with a protracted slump that would sink his average below 300 and assure the Giants' disappointment. The team had actually played beyond expectations. Cepeda missed most of the season with a knee injury, and the Giants had to carry 2 bonus ball players who contributed little. Franks had only 9 pitchers on the roster, and besides Marichal had only one other reliable starter, Bob Shaw. Out of desperation, the Giants even picked up 44-year-old Warren Spahn after the Mets released him. He won 3 and lost 4, then retired after the season. By August 1st, the Giants were still in contention, in 4th place, 4 games out. But the Dodgers had better pitching, the Braves had superior hitting, and the Reds had more balance. They needed something close to a miracle. More specifically, they needed a month that no baseball player had ever had before. They had such a player in center field. On August 5th, Mays hit 2 homers in Cincinnati to give him 27 for the year. He also drove in 4 runs and raised his average to .316. If he could avoid a drought, he would have another outstanding year and preempt speculation about his retirement. His hits against the Reds paced the Giants to victory, giving them 3 in a row and lifting them into 2nd place, 3 behind the Dodgers. 2 nights later in St. Louis, Mays went 3 for 3, with 2 more homers and 5 RBIs in another victory. He hit another long ball the next night, 1 of 3 hits. Perhaps it was the additional rest, because instead of tapering, Mays was getting stronger. The Giants returned home on August 10th for a 13-game homestand, culminating with 4 games against the Dodgers. Mays kept hitting, and the team kept winning. Between August 5th and 12th, he hit 7 homers in a 7-game streak. After going hitless for 3 games, he roped his 8th home run of the month on August 16th, then another one on the 18th. Next came the Dodgers. With Drysdale, Koufax, and Claude Osteen, The Dodgers held first place almost every day from April through August. But they hit poorly. Their highest batting average among the starters was Maury Wills at .286, and out of 10 National League teams, they were 8th in scoring. With 4 teams in contention, their first-place margin was slim throughout the year, and when they arrived in Candlestick for 4 games, their lead was only 1.5 games ahead of the Giants. The hostilities between the Giants and Dodgers may have lessened somewhat when the clubs migrated to California, but a healthy rivalry still existed. The teams didn't divide neighbors as they had in New York, but they battled for the pennant every year. The two cities, each convinced of its own superiority, craved California bragging rights, and neither distance nor time could eliminate the bad blood, the beanballs, or the history. In 1965, the sniping began early, in April, when the Giants played a series in Los Angeles, and Don Drysdale knocked several players down, including Mays, in a 2-1 victory for the Dodgers. The losing pitcher was Juan Marichal, who said after the game, "If Drysdale ever comes close to one of our batters again, he better watch out." Drysdale responded, "If he wants to get me, I'm only 60 feet 6 inches away. But if he does, he better get me good, or I'll take 4 players with me. And I don't mean 220 hitters." The series at Candlestick that began on August 19th was, by far, the year's most highly attended. The Giants averaged 19,087 fans a game in 1965. The opening contest against the Dodgers drew 35,901, and the next 3 games averaged 42,316. It was indeed a playoff atmosphere. In the first game, Mays' 2-run homer in the first gave the Giants the lead, and Giant catcher Tom Holler's 2-run blast in the 9th tied it. But the Dodgers won it in 15 innings. The Giants evened the series in the second game, with Mays hitting another long ball. In the third game, Mays' homer in the 8th tied the contest, but the Dodgers won it in 11 innings. Beyond the scores, a tense subplot was developing. In the 5th inning of the second game, Maury Wills came to the plate and squared around as if to bunt. Holler moved forward, but Wills then pulled his bat back, striking Holler's glove or mask. Catcher interference was called, and Wills was awarded first base. Wills had gotten 4 hits the previous day, and the fake bunt ploy was an old trick of his that further antagonized the Giants. In response, Franks instructed his leadoff hitter in the 5th, Matty Alou, to do the same thing in the hope of hitting Dodger catcher Johnny Roseboro. Roseboro, who replaced Roy Campanella, had been the Dodger receiver since the team had moved to Los Angeles. A lifetime .249 hitter, he was a stout, rugged Gold Glover who tried to unnerve hitters with his taunting and was unapologetic in his calling for knockdown pitches. When a hitter is standing on top of the plate, fearless, and swinging from his ass, you have to move him back, he said. On this night, Alou squared to bunt and pulled the bat back, but no interference was called. The move, however, distracted Roseboro, and the pitch missed his glove and smacked him in the chest protector. Roseboro was outraged. "You weasel bastard," he snarled. He told Alou that if he hurt him again, he'd regret it. Roseboro was going to get him. From the bench, Franks and Marichal began barking at Roseboro. Franks was protecting his player. Marichal was defending his friend, a fellow Dominican. Roseboro was not one to back down. He yelled back, ridiculed Franks about his weight, and shouted, "You son of a bitch, if you have something to say, you come out here and say it to my face." Marichal yelled that Alou had only attempted what Wills had done. Roseboro blared, "The next time something like that happens, you're going to get hit in the head with the ball." The game continued, but the dust-up was not forgotten. The following day, Roseboro told his teammates Jim Gilliam and Lou Johnson that Marichal had better not get out of line, "because I won't take any guff from him." Marichal was due to pitch against Koufax the very next day, August 22nd. Baseball is an escape, an alternate universe, and rarely does a game echo the events of the outside world. But that's what happened in the final game of the Giant-Dodger series. It should have been a triumphant time for African Americans, and for all Americans. For on August 6th, President Johnson had signed into law the Voting Rights Act. Instead, less than a week later, in the midst of a Los Angeles heat wave, a race riot erupted in a community that few Americans had ever heard of. The mayhem began after a California highway patrolman stopped two black men in a car on the corner of 116th and Avalon, in a neighborhood called Watts. The driver was under suspicion of drunkenness. There was an argument, then a crowd, then a punch was thrown, and then a mob. The rioting lasted for 6 days, with raw television images fed from a camera on a helicopter, delivered live to stations in Los Angeles and the networks. An Army surplus store was soon aflame, igniting ammunition that engulfed adjacent stores. Burning cars were turned over, storefronts smashed, fire trucks were met by bricks, police cars by snipers, and the aerial shots, capturing waves of black smoke, provided an eerie cinematic quality. The destruction and bloodshed didn't end until the area was controlled by 12,242 National Guardsmen, carrying .30 caliber machine guns. More than 30 people were killed, about 900 injured, and 600 buildings damaged. There had been race riots before this one and after, from Newark to Detroit to cities beyond, but no word became more synonymous with the era's urban rage than Watts. Johnny Roseboro lived near Watts, and he and his teammates continued to play at home through the riot, for Dodger Stadium was sufficiently removed from the unrest. By the time the players reached San Francisco, their televised game seemed to offer a reprieve from the seething tensions in their own city. The most anticipated game was on Sunday, a warm afternoon with a high sky, which featured baseball's two most glamorous pitchers. Sandy Koufax was the left-handed fireballer, whose later decision to observe Yom Kippur rather than pitch in a World Series game was a rare example of faith and perspective. Juan Marichal was the high-kicking flamethrower, whose sweet temperament and snappy clothes had earned him the nickname the Dominican Dandy. Koufax entered the contest 21-8 with a 2.10 ERA. Marichal was 19-9 with a 1.73 ERA. The winner might have the inside track on the Cy Young Award. The game, however, had no bearing on any pitching awards. Maury Wills led off with a bunt single and scored on Ron Fairley's two-out double. Like other pitchers of that era, Marichal didn't like hitters bunting, so when Wills came to bat in the second, he flattened him with a high fastball. Wills glared out at Marichal, dusted himself off, and got back in the box. The at-bat ended uneventfully, but Roseboro wanted vengeance. Wills was Roseboro's friend and roommate. Black players always roomed together, and the leader of the team. Roseboro wanted Koufax to deliver the same message to Wills's equivalent on the Giants, Willie Mays, who led off in the second. When Mays stepped into the batter's box, Roseboro put his right hand between his legs and flipped his index finger, his signal for the pitcher to flip the hitter, knock him down. Roseboro thought Mays could be intimidated anyway, and would often call for his pitchers to brush him back. But Koufax didn't like throwing at other people's heads. He sailed a fastball so far over Mays's helmet that, according to Roseboro, Mays would have had to climb a ladder to get hit by it. Mays had been expecting the courtesy pitch and believed the message had now been sent. But in the top of the third, Marichal moved Fairley off the plate with a tight one. The giant right-hander later said that Fairley had made it look closer than it really was, but the Dodger dugout was now yelling at him, and Roseboro in particular was angry. Mays in center field could feel the tempers rising. The Dodgers led 2-1, but that was secondary. In the bottom of the third, Marichal led off for the Giants. Roseboro believed it was payback time, but had lost all hope in his pitcher. Koufax was constitutionally incapable of throwing at anyone's head, so I decided to take matters into my own hands, he later said. According to another account, both benches had been warned, so Koufax knew that a beanball would result in a suspension. Roseboro went to the mound and told Koufax to throw the ball down and in, which would position him to buzz Marichal from behind the plate. The first pitch was a strike, but the second was low and inside. Roseboro dropped the ball, picked it up, and fired it back to Koufax. Marichal later said that the ball nicked his ear, and it would have killed him if it had hit him squarely. Roseboro said it was 2 inches past his nose, but he readily acknowledged his intent, to scare the shit out of Marichal, which he did. Will said, "When a hard-thrown ball goes past you that closely, it makes a noise like a bullet." Mays, watching from the bench, couldn't believe it. He had never seen a duster thrown by a catcher, and he knew something bad was going to happen. Marichal turned around and yelled, "Why did you do that? You better not hit me with that ball." According to him, Roseboro cursed his mother, which angered him all the more. Roseboro said he had already made up his mind that if Marichal protested, I was going to annihilate him. When Marichal did protest, Roseboro started out of his crouch. Marichal, at 6 feet, was taller than Roseboro, but far less muscular, and he feared that Roseboro was going to maul him. As Roseboro came toward him, he backed up toward the pitcher. He later said that Roseboro took off his mask and appeared ready to use it against him. Perhaps he thought that's what happened, but according to the photographs, Marichal used his left arm to hold Roseboro at bay, shove his mask, and spin him toward Koufax, who was charging in from the mound with the ball still in his glove. The melee's most recognizable photograph shows Marichal holding his bat high above with his right hand, ready to land a blow on Roseboro's head, a stricken Koufax helplessly trying to separate them. By the time Koufax, third base coach Charlie Fox, and home plate umpire Shag Crawford could intervene, Marichal had struck Roseboro 3 times with glancing blows, and the Dodger was bleeding profusely from his head. Crawford stopped the swings by grabbing Marichal and throwing him to the ground. The Western Union ticker tape reported, "Game delayed. Argument." Most baseball fights follow a predictable rhythm, triggered by some provocation, a brushback pitch, say, or a hard slide. 2 combatants encounter each other and tussle, but they are quickly swarmed by the other players, coaches, and umpires. If the principals have already fallen to the ground, a scrum is guaranteed. Some players may try to settle old scores, and some fights will produce secondary skirmishes, but most of the action peters out quickly, with guys standing around and watching as the 2 aggressors are separated. Serious injury is rare. Baseball fights offer the grand entrance of players and coaches rushing onto the field as if they are trying to catch a bus, and that sight alone usually elicits more excitement than any pugilistic feat. But the swamping of the field has a dampening effect, the teammates serving as protectors against bullies and diffusing any spark that could ignite a true Donnybrook. This candlestick brawl was different. The benches and bullpens emptied, but instead of order being restored, the hostilities increased. The Giants' on-deck batter was the 21-year-old Cuban Tito Fuentes, who had made his big league debut just 4 days earlier. Perhaps unfamiliar with the customs of major league fights, he raced toward Marichal and Roseboro, brandishing his bat. A photograph shows Fuentes poised to clobber Roseboro. Bolting from the dugout, meanwhile, was Orlando Cepeda, who was also carrying a bat, as he had in Pittsburgh in 1958. Fortunately, there were no accusations after the game, or evidence, that anyone other than Marichal had used a bat as a weapon. The Dodgers wanted revenge. Outfielder Wally Moon, who was 30 pounds lighter than Cepeda and 8 years younger, barreled into the Giant first baseman. Relief pitcher Howie Reed charged from the bullpen and, according to one account, went berserk and turned into a 205-pound madman trying to pull players off Marichal so he could get at him. Rookie pitcher Mike Kekich had one arm around Marichal's neck, but was not able to deliver a decisive punch. "I blew it," he said. Lou Johnson sprinted in from left field and threw wild punches into the maelstrom. "I was swinging at anybody in a white San Francisco home uniform," he explained. Coach Danny Ozark initially tried to separate the players, but then tried to fight Marichal, who was taunting Roseboro. "He's a goddamn nut," Ozark said. "He was asking Roseboro to come and get some more, I guess. A guy like that would hit a woman." Marichal's behavior surprised those who knew his mild personality, but he entered the game still on edge after his exchange with Roseboro 2 nights earlier. Matty Alou said, "Juan wanted to fight all day. He had the devil inside him that day." While Roseboro may have started the fight, Marichaal's attempted bludgeoning of him violated the game's unwritten rules and created a very different dynamic. The New York Times reported, "In the melee that followed within a few seconds, peacemaking seemed desperately urgent, and there didn't seem to be the usual taking of sides. Everybody seemed horrified by the nature of the attack and by the sight of blood streaming down Roseborough's face." Adding to the mayhem was the belief that Roseborough had lost his eye. "I thought the bat had knocked Roseborough's eye out," Dodger manager Walter Alston said. "There was nothing but blood where his left eye should have been. A man might as well have used a gun as a bat." For a moment, Watts had spilled over to the national pastime. One person who would not be pacified was Johnny Roseborough, who had been given boxing gloves at a young age, later learned karate, and was known for his strength. One writer said, "When Johnny Roseborough comes at you, you should be entitled to call a priest." Roseborough lamented that once the battle with Marichaal began, "I forgot all the fancy fighting I'd ever learned and went after him as if it was an alley fight. I didn't see anything clearly. It was all confusion. My head didn't hurt much, but I had blood all over me and could see I was still bleeding. I was mad that he had hit me with a bat, and mad that I'd only gotten in one blow, which I didn't think had hurt him. As Marichaal ran toward the dugout, I chased him." But Roseborough never made it there. A massive right hand grabbed his jersey next to his chest protector and began walking him to the Dodger dugout. The hand belonged to Willie Mays. "You're hurt, John, you're hurt," he said. "Stop the fighting, your eye is out." On their way, Roseborough gave the finger to the fans, who booed him. A photograph shows Mays without his hat, pulling Roseborough along, surrounded by 9 Dodgers. Blood from Roseborough's face has splattered his chest protector. He is looking in disbelief at his right hand, also covered with blood. Flecks of blood are scattered on Mays's uniform as well. When the fight began, Mays rushed onto the field and darted in and out of players, pulling them apart and removing the bat from Fuentes' hand. "This is crazy," he said to players on both teams. "You're too smart to get mixed up in it." Foremost in his mind was the fear that the fans would rush the field, which would set off a riot. His most important task was getting Roseborough into the dugout. Mays worried that his friend had lost his eye and knew he needed treatment. He also believed that as long as Roseborough was storming after Marichaal or was close to any giant, the fans would be tempted to jump the railing. Mays took Roseborough to the dugout and sat down next to him, which defied all tradition and logic. A player, in the heat of a brawl, taking a seat on the enemy's bench. Mays used some towels to staunch the bleeding, then cradled Roseborough's head, while the trainer, Bill Bueller, examined the injury. Roseborough had a 2-inch wound on the left side of his head near the top of his scalp, allowing blood to pour into his eye, but the eye itself was fine. Roseborough reacted more with anger than relief. He started cursing Mays for holding him back, and tried to rejoin the fray, but Mays restrained him. At some point, the Dodgers' Lou Johnson lit out for Shag Crawford. Mays jumped out of the dugout and grabbed him around the knees before other players piled on, but not before Mays took a knee to the head. Like a spent windstorm, the brawl finally wound down, with both Marichaal and Roseborough in their respective dugouts. Roseborough wanted to stay in the game, but his trainer and his manager told him to go to the clubhouse. To get there, he had to walk across the outfield. He was greeted with jeers, so he bent over and patted his rear end. In the clubhouse, the trainer wanted to stitch the wound, but it was in a difficult position, and Roseborough didn't want the needle, so butterfly bandages were used. The rest of the game was sullen and anticlimactic, except for one at-bat. Crawford told Koufax, "Whatever you do, don't throw at anyone. We don't want a riot here." With police officers in the dugouts, it seemed a reasonable concern. When play resumed, a shaken Koufax walked 2 batters, and then faced Mays. One of the lefty's best pitches to right-handers was his hard fastball just off the inside corner. Hitters would lean back, and were then helpless as his next pitch, a big curve, snapped across the plate. But Koufax was now robbed of his jammer, and Mays could crowd the dish. Koufax threw him a high fastball, and Mays crushed it 450 feet into the left center field bleachers for his 38th homer of the season. "I don't take much pride," Mays later said, "in the advantage I had over him." The home run made it 4-2, and the Giants won 4-3. After the game, Mays went into the Dodger clubhouse to check on Roseboro and assure him it was just another fight. But by then he was gone. Candlestick's security guards had feared for Roseboro's safety, so they had put a Giants cap on his head, hustled him out of the ballpark, and sent him to the airport with a police escort. The Giants' victory put them a half game out of first, but the talk was of the fight, and of the man who now had a new title. Willie Mays, said the Sporting News, acted as the great peacemaker. The Dodgers recognized his contribution. Maury Wills, "I gained new respect for Willie after that." Walter Alston, "Mays was the only player on either club who showed any sense." So did his fellow Giants. "It was getting out of control," Gaylord Perry said. "Willie was there to try to take care of the situation. It would have been a lot worse if Willie hadn't gotten Roseboro to calm down." Mays's efforts brought a redeeming quality to one of the ugliest incidents in baseball history. That was the assessment of the league's commissioner, Warren Giles, who said, "This man was an example of the best in any of us." Mays's peacemaking added a new dimension to his standing as the game's most complete player. "A leader in sports," said the Pittsburgh Press, "doesn't have to be the best player on the team, although it helps. A leader doesn't necessarily lead with his bat, his glove, or his arm. He can lead with his head and his heart, too. Willie Mays is such a leader. He leads by inspiration, by deeds. Yet his quick thinking is also one of his great assets. Mays helped break up the riot in San Francisco when he went into the pile of players and came out with John Roseboro, leading the Dodger catcher to the dugout." Media adulation was not unusual for Mays, but he had now transcended the game. As the Boston Record-American reported, "Except for the majestic presence of Willie Mays, several players could have been maimed. Willie was out of the dugout in a flash to help disarm Marichal and prevent several dukes-up situations. He has extrasensory perception, that Willie Mays. He is so well respected that several belligerent combatants were calmed as Willie walked between them and among them. This could be the year Mays wins the MVP award and Nobel Peace Prize, too." Added the San Francisco Examiner's Prescott Sullivan, the brawl might still be going on had it not been for Mays's intervention. As a natural-born peacemaker, he would be of far more value to his country in Vietnam. It was Mays's finest moment on a baseball field. The most revealing glimpse of him occurred in the Dodgers' dugout when he was gently ministering to Roseboro. Mays cupped the enemy's head and surveyed his wounds, wrote Sports Illustrated, with a deep anguish on his expressive face. Roseboro looked at Mays and saw that he was crying. "I guess Mays was more a ball player than he was a Giant," Roseboro later said. "He was a sensitive guy." The tears rolled down Mays's face, and they rolled down the television screens in Los Angeles, where viewers saw the image up close. And on newscasts that night and the following morning, Americans across the country beheld the same stirring image of a baseball icon, heroic, sentimental, proud, wounded. Why did Mays cry? And more important, why among some 60 players and coaches did he so distinguish himself amid the bedlam? Mays answered those questions in part after the game. Shaking his head sadly, he said, "I hate to see good friends fighting like that." Mays did consider many Dodgers, Drysdale, Jim Gilliam, Koufax, Roseboro, Wills, personal friends. But his feeling ran deeper. Mays played baseball for many reasons, for the money, for the competition, for the thrill of the game. But baseball was also his family. It's a quaint notion, but it applied. With the exception of his father, Mays had severed ties with most of his Alabama kin. He and his cousin Loretta had a falling out over the sale of his Aunt Sarah's house. The other cousin with whom he'd been raised, Arthur B., had been killed in a stabbing. His mother's death had cut his involvement with virtually all of his half-siblings, and his stepfather had died as well in a stabbing. Mays had spent most of his adult life around baseball players. Regardless of their uniform, he trusted them. Much attention was paid to Mays's various homes, but his real home was always the clubhouse, where he was surrounded by the men who knew him best and where his loyalties rarely wavered. The Giant broadcaster Lon Simmons says, "Willie thought he was the head of a family." So when the Dodgers and Giants staged their epic brawl, it was to Mays like a family being ripped apart. He did what most would do in a serious family disagreement. He tried to separate the belligerents. He tried to make peace. But the violence had occurred. So in the dugout, his hands holding a towel soaked with blood from the deepest of wounds, he wept. In one regard, the brawl could have been worse. Had a white player used a bat against a black player, or vice versa, the images could have inflamed urban tensions even more. The pictures of Watts and Candlestick, however, were still intertwined. The Christian Science Monitor noted, "The rioting so far has been in the streets. But if baseball and all the other major spectator sports aren't careful, do not heed the red flags and act drastically and at once, they may also be faced with mob violence, of the sort that could threaten their futures." Though Roseboro admitted starting the fight he wasn't disciplined, Marichal immediately apologized for using his bat and said he swung it in self-defense. Commissioner Giles fined him $1,750 and suspended him for 8 playing days. It was the largest fine that Major League Baseball had ever levied against a player, and the suspension was one of the longest, though the punishment was seen by many as far too light. Marichal was booed for the rest of the year whenever he pitched outside San Francisco, and wherever the Giants went, Pittsburgh, Philadelphia, New York, the players received threatening phone calls. Cepeda got a call saying that his body would be found in a river. When the Giants landed in Los Angeles, they were met by a police escort, and at Dodger Stadium the fans booed them loudly. Until Mays stepped to the plate. He alone had been cheered in every city on the road trip. The fans knew what had happened at Candlestick. But the Los Angeles cheer, a raucous standing ovation by fans whose own player had been hammered by a Giant, meant even more. "I will always treasure the memory of the roaring welcome that Giant-hating crowd gave me when I came to bat for the first time," he later said. It was a salute maybe to the hot pace I'd been going at, but much more obviously to my reputation as the peacemaker in the Roseboro incident. The fight and the immediate aftermath left Mays and the Giants drained. The team lost its next 4 games. Mays went hitless in 3 games and sat out another. But he hit a home run on August 26th in Pittsburgh, then traveled to New York, where he had a historic weekend. On Friday night, he hit his 40th homer of the season, marking the 6th time in his career that he'd had at least 40 long balls in a year. He wiped out the National League record of 5 seasons held by Ernie Banks, Ralph Kiner, and Duke Snider. Babe Ruth had the Major League record, hitting 40 or more in 11 seasons. On Sunday, Mays hit another homer, which gave him 17 for the month, breaking Kiner's National League mark. Kiner, who broke the record as a Pirate, was now a Met broadcaster, and he interviewed Mays on his Star of the Game show. "Are you sore?" Mays asked him. "Sure I'm sore," Kiner said. "I'm sorry, Ralph." Kiner later said, "I've seen 2 of my records broken by Willie. Sure, it hurts a little, but if somebody had to break them, I'm glad Willie did." Mays' last home run in New York was also number 494 for his career, passing Lou Gehrig and putting him 5th on the all-time home run list. He also moved closer to 500, which was a magic number in those days. He had just completed his most memorable month in baseball: 17 homers, 29 RBIs, and a .363 average, plus his role as peacemaker. He was now followed by a growing number of reporters who wanted to chronicle his 500th homer, while he also battled for a pennant. In early September, 5 teams were within 3 games of one another. Even without the suspended Marichal for a weekend series in Los Angeles, the Giants beat the Dodgers twice and reached first place for the first time all season. The Giants reeled off 14 consecutive wins, 17 out of 18, and were 4 games in front with only 12 to play. Mays led the way. On September 12th, in the Astrodome at Houston, he led off the 4th inning with a 450-foot line drive into the center field runway for his 500th home run. And as he jogged around the bases, the fans stood and chanted, "Willie! Willie!" Warren Spahn greeted him in the dugout. "I threw you the first one, and now I've seen the 500th, he said. Was it the same feeling? Same feeling, same pitch, Mays replied. Eddie Logan, the clubhouse manager, tracked down the woman who caught the historic ball and offered her an autographed baseball in exchange. She refused, but she gave Logan her phone number should Mays want to call her about it. "She can have it," Mays said. The following night at the Astrodome was even more dramatic. The dome itself was a revolutionary structure that tried to transform the experience of watching a game. Astro home runs, for example, prompted the scoreboard circling the outfield to light up with Western cartoons featuring fireworks, rockets, snorting cattle, galloping horses, and gun-wielding cowboys. A home run by the visitors was greeted by a ticking time bomb flashing "tilt." Going into the top of the 9th, the Astros' Bob Bruce held a 5-2 lead, but after he gave up a one-out walk, he was replaced by Claude Raymond, a small right-hander from Quebec with a good-moving fastball. He retired the first hitter and was now 1 out from victory. But Jesus Alou, the youngest of the 3 Alou brothers, singled to right, making it 5-3. The next batter was Mays. Mays usually didn't try for homers, but this situation was different, and everyone knew it. Though he led the league in home runs, Raymond didn't want to walk him, which would bring up McCovey, the go-ahead run. So he challenged Mays with fastballs. Twice, Mays swung so hard that he fell to one knee. Both times he missed. Raymond couldn't find the strike zone and ran the count full. Mays dug in for the next delivery. Alou prepared to leave with the pitch. The Astros were in 9th place, 24 games out of first, and only 15,415 fans were in the cavernous dome. But they began to cheer as Raymond came to the stretch and fired. It was a fastball, and Mays nicked it foul. The crowd clapped louder as Raymond prepared for the next pitch. Alou took off, and Raymond threw another fastball. Again, a tip foul. Now the fans were on their feet and screaming, but not for Raymond or the Astros or the Giants, but for the man at the plate. Mays fouled it back again. Alou trudged back to first. The fans caught their breath. One more pitch came. Another fastball, another foul. Perhaps Raymond thought about an off-speed pitch, but that might now seem unmanly. "I kept waiting for a breaking ball," Mays said later. "A curve, a slider, something other than a fastball. But that's all he threw, nothing but fastballs." They were 2 heavyweights, throwing their best punches. On the bench, Herman Franks muttered, "It's like challenging God." On the 10th pitch of the at-bat, with the fans still yelling and Alou still running, Raymond threw another fastball on the inside part of the plate. As he recalled, Willie bailed out but opened up on the ball at the same time, the way only he could. Mays hit the ball squarely and lined it deep into left field. The Giant players jumped off the bench. Alou kept running. The fans gasped as the ball sailed over the fence. Tilt. As Mays circled the bases, Marichal was so excited he started pacing in the dugout, tossing seat cushions on the bench. "What's he doing?" Franks asked Coach Larry Jansen. "I think he's looking for his glove," Jansen said. "Why?" "He wants to go in and pitch when they come out." "He pitched 9 innings yesterday," Franks fumed. "Is he out of his fucking mind?" Mays was embraced when he got to the dugout. Then he tipped his cap to the still cheering crowd. The Giants won the game in the 10th on a 2-run single by Jim Davenport, and in their jubilant locker room afterward, all anyone could discuss was Mays's at-bat. "Everyone in the stadium knew he was going for the home run," said Giant outfielder Len Gabrielson, "and he went and got it. Honest to God, Mays is the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life, and there's not one guy in the big leagues who thinks different." Astro general manager Paul Richards approached Raymond after the game, commended him for staying with the fastball, and told him it was a great duel. Indeed it was. When Roger Angell in 1991 asked Mays to name his favorite long ball, he said, "Home run against Claude Raymond. That was the only dramatic type home run I ever hit." The Mays legend reached its zenith in 1965. Life ran an 8-page, 13-photograph essay on Mays' final month of the season, when he hit .360 and smashed another 11 home runs. To his team he gives the best, and he gives baseball its finest hours, the magazine pronounced. Mays drives himself almost demonically, and the Giants' opponents have been outpaced, outclassed, and outplayed by the most brilliant virtuoso performance ever seen in baseball. A shirtless Mays shows the 10 pounds of muscle he has gained since entering the big leagues. In one sequence of photos, he is shown sliding into home plate into the legs of an opposing player, tumbling over his shoulder in a cloud of dust, and then on his back, screaming in pain as the wind is knocked out of him. The umpire punches him out, but Mays finishes the game, and the Giants win on his 49th homer of the season. But Mays' dramatics were not enough. After winning 17 out of 18 games, the Giants lost 7 out of 10. They were still 23-10 the last 5 weeks of the season, and finished with 95 wins. But they couldn't hold off the Dodgers, who won 15 out of their last 16, and beat the Giants by 2 games. The Dodgers won the World Series in 7 games against Minnesota. While the Giants had exceeded expectations, they would have almost certainly won the pennant but for the brawl. It was Marichaal's best year. He finished with a 2.13 ERA, 10 shutouts, 24 complete games, and 240 strikeouts compared to 46 walks. But the suspension forced him to miss 2 or 3 starts, and when he returned he wasn't the same, losing 4 out of 7 games in the final month. Koufax, who pitched a perfect game in September, won the Cy Young. Roseboro filed a civil suit against Marichaal, which was settled out of court, and in some ways the fight overshadowed Marichaal's career. Though he was the winningest pitcher of the 1960s, he was not elected to the Hall of Fame until his 3rd try, and only after Roseboro posed with him at an old-timers game. The two men did become friends, and when Roseboro died in 2002, Marichaal eulogized him. Mays won the MVP in 1965. His 52 home runs were a personal best, and his .317 average was his highest since 1960. He led the league in slugging percentage, .645, and was among the leaders in runs scored, 118, and RBIs, 112. He seemed to be getting stronger with age. In his first 4 years in San Francisco, he hit 133 homers. In the next 4, he hit 186. With 504 career home runs, the records of both Mel Ott, the National League champ, .511, and Jimmy Fox, the greatest right-handed home run hitter, .534, were in sight. The real question was whether he could reach the Babe, .714. Anything seemed possible. After the documentary on Mays appeared in 1963, Lee Mendelson urged NBC to rerun it as soon as possible. "Don't forget," he said, "this is perishable, not Peter Pan." After Mays' 1965 season, Mendelson wired NBC. "I take it back. He is Peter Pan." Chapter 30. A Piece of Willie's Heart. Like his MVP season in 1954, Mays' triumphant year in 1965 led to invitations outside baseball. He was invited to Washington to meet Vice President Hubert Humphrey, who asked him to visit youth job corps centers during the Christmas season. "Willie, the kids will listen to you," Humphrey said. "All you have to do is talk to them." Mays didn't think he could solve the problems of the world, but he could talk to kids. In Washington, he addressed 50 young job corpsmen, including a boy who during the question-and-answer period vented his anger against the theys who wouldn't let him be what he wanted to be, a minister. The boy grew more and more agitated until he started sputtering. Mays held up his hand. "Cool it, baby," he said. "I'm on your side." The boy calmed down. "If you want to be a minister," he said, "you be a minister. Don't let anybody stop you. When I was 20, I had one hit for 24 times at bat with the Giants. If I had taken a lot of advice, I'd have quit baseball then. If you want to be a minister, you keep on trying." The boy seemed convinced. Throughout the mid-1960s, Mays appeared on television talk shows and variety hours, such as The Hollywood Palace, and continued to make cameos on sitcoms. He was introduced to Tony Owen, the television producer, who told Mays he was married to the actress Donna Reed. The name was unfamiliar at first, but then Mays recalled seeing her in westerns and From Here to Eternity. He became friendly with the couple, and they told him that whenever he needed money, he could come on the Donna Reed Show, which featured a white middle-class family in a white Midwestern town in white America. Mays did need the money, so he appeared in 3 different episodes, playing the only part he knew, himself. In one episode, he and Don Drysdale, also playing himself, competed to sign a hot prospect, Reed's son on the show. The youth shunned the riches of baseball and chose to continue his education. He was twice a mystery guest on What's My Line, and in 1965, he was a contestant on The Dating Game. An actress, Judy Pace, questioned 3 bachelors hidden behind a screen and chose Willie Mays. The date was supposed to be in Ankara, Turkey, but after the show, Mays said he didn't want to go to Turkey, so instead they went, properly chaperoned, to Nassau in the Bahamas. The trip resulted in a spread of handsome photographs in ebony, but not much romance. Mays spent most of the time on the golf course and visiting his former teammate, Andre Rogers. Asked if she was disappointed, Pace said, "Not really. I love shopping and playing on the beach, and he did take me out to dinner." One viewer of the show was Cardinal outfielder Curt Flood, who was so smitten with Pace that he spent almost a year trying to meet her, and more than 20 years later married her. Mays was becoming part of the establishment, in baseball and in San Francisco. He was recruited to become the first black member of the Concordia Argonaut Men's Club, which comprised mainly wealthy Jews, and Mays, along with Joe DiMaggio, were voted into the city's press club. To his surprise, Mays discovered that people would actually pay money to play golf with him. Mays also received a raise from the Giants. While news reports speculated that he was asking for $150,000, he signed a 2-year contract for $125,000 a year. Koufax, after holding out, signed for the same amount in 1966. Mays' off-season took a jarring turn in December when he made his first stop on his tour for the Job Corps. Traveling with Jake Shimano, Mays was giving a talk in Salt Lake City when he had another fainting spell. He said he was a little woozy, Ted Kirkmeyer, city manager for the Intermountain Theaters, told a wire service reporter. He was determined to speak, got up, and walked toward the stage. Then he said, "I just can't make it," and went and sat down. Mays couldn't deliver his speech. Leaving the theater, a reporter noticed tears in his eyes. Herman Franks lived in Salt Lake City, so a police car took Mays to his home, where he stayed for a week. At Franks's insistence, he canceled the rest of his trip, which would have taken him to 5 cities in as many days. He was examined by a doctor, who, according to Mays, said he was suffering from exhaustion. In a telephone interview, Dick Young asked how he could be tired when he hadn't played baseball in more than 2 months. "I know, but I've been going pretty good. Banquets and this Job Corps thing almost every day. I get tired. I'm going to have to take a little rest." "Willie, other people get tired, but they don't pass out." "I know, that's what I can't figure out." Mays never did figure it out, nor did any doctor. Perhaps the specter of 5 consecutive nights of speeches, or acting at the behest of the vice president, raised his anxiety level. Or perhaps even in the off-season he was not getting enough rest. In the meantime, Shimano returned to San Francisco, and Mays recuperated with Franks, who himself was recovering from surgery. The two had long conversations, and Franks expressed his concern for Mays' financial well-being. Mays still owed the IRS $16,240, and Franks didn't care for his current advisor. "I don't think Shimano's doing a damn thing for you," he said. "For the next 5 years, you'll make more than $1 million and you'll end up broke." Franks offered to make his own tax man available to Mays. He also encouraged Mays to invest his money with him. But he made a demand. You have to quit Jake Shimano. A war was on between two headstrong men, Franks and Shimano, over what was best for Mays. When Mays returned to San Francisco, he told Shimano about Franks's recommendation that he change accountants. Shimano had already provided him with one, and he said that Franks's accountant could not be trusted. Franks was also unhappy about Mays's deferred income as negotiated by Shimano. Franks thought the income should be paid and invested. Both men had similar motives. They considered Mays their friend and wanted to help him, but they also recognized his value as their business partner. Just as Mays was an ambassador for Shimano's bank, Mays could help Franks recruit other ball players to invest their money with him. In theory, both men could have worked with Mays, but the antagonism between them was personal. At one point, Franks went to Shimano's bank and argued bitterly with him over Mays's finances. Mays would have to choose between the man who saved him financially during one of the lowest points of his life and the man who had shared a locker room with him off and on since 1951 and now promised him riches. Mays chose Franks. Years later, he says the decision was practical. Franks was going to earn him money, whereas Shimano could only take care of it. Sometimes when you have a friend who's going to make you money, sometimes you have to lean on him, Mays says. But the baseball connection was also a factor. No matter how grateful Mays was to Shimano and his family, they could never have the same standing as his manager. Shimano felt betrayed, and the break was complete. Shimano stopped talking to Mays, who severed ties with Shimano's bank, and returned his silence with silence. The economic consequences of this decision are in dispute. In an interview several months before he died, Frank said Mays received outstanding returns on his real estate investments, though he offered no specifics, and he took credit for digging Mays out of his financial hole. Mays says he received checks for many years from those investments, but is vague about details. Others believe he is protecting his friend. Cy Berger, a retired baseball card executive at the Topps Company, who has known Mays since 1951 and is one of his closest friends, says, I constantly told Willie, Herman did nothing for you. He lives off you. You don't live off Herman. And he told me, no, Herman is a good guy. What is clear is that when Mays retired, he was still living paycheck to paycheck. And Franks' overlapping roles, financial advisor, investment partner, and baseball manager, created conflicts of interest that would never be tolerated today. The real tragedy, however, was not financial but personal. When Mayor Christopher left office in 1964, Jake Shimano lost his patron at City Hall. Business suffered. Golden Gate National Bank's stock price cratered, and the enterprise failed. My father ended up losing everything, Jake's son Gary says. Years passed, and Jake Shimano would not reach out to the man to whom he had once devoted so much of his life. Maybe he was too hurt. Maybe he was embarrassed by his own financial setbacks. But the breach between the two men was never closed. In the 1970s, Shimano was stricken with prostate cancer. The treatments failed, and in 1977 he was in the hospital dying when he told his family he wanted to see Willie, to talk, to make amends. Mays, retired from baseball, lived in the Bay Area, and Gary called the person who screened all of his requests. My dad's got a couple of days left, Gary said, and he would love to see Willie. Mays never showed up. He sent a get well card instead. It broke my heart, Gary says, because I saw my dad's heart break. The only thing he asked for was that he wanted to see Willie. Now in his 60s, Gary acknowledges that the correct message may not have been forwarded to Mays, but the pain lingers. I'll probably take it to my grave, he says. Mays, when asked about the incident, says he has no recollection of getting a message about Shimano's illness. But even if he had, he would not have gone to the hospital because he never makes that kind of call. Visiting anonymous children was one thing, but he would not see acquaintances or intimates. I was a guy who couldn't handle that, he says. I couldn't handle someone dying who I really enjoyed being around. Maybe Shimano's family didn't understand me at the time. Mays talks about his need to be surrounded by happy things, which is why he rarely goes to funerals. And when he does, he will not look in an open casket and will often leave early. When he is watching television, he will click to a different channel to avoid a scene that is particularly violent or sad. On one level, his ability to shield himself from hardships and forget past misfortunes has served him well. He doesn't drown in yesterday's sorrows. But on other matters, he has a sharp memory. Anyone who slights him will not return to his good graces. That may be understandable for a man who has often felt exploited, but nothing can justify his neglect of those who genuinely care for him. His indifference toward Jake Shimano was one example, a reminder that Mays was never good at the intricacies of friendship. He takes pride in helping friends, and had Shimano asked for money, Mays would have sent it in cash. But what Shimano needed, empathy, reconciliation, a piece of Willie's heart, Willie couldn't give. Shimano's son Richard maintained his friendship with Mays, which led to arguments with his brother. But Richard died in 2003, and Gary, who runs an investment firm in San Francisco, has made his own peace with the man he idolized as a boy. Mays called him one day when he needed help assessing the value of his memorabilia. Gary sent his son, who's in the jewelry business. The ice was broken. A friendship was renewed. Gary now visits Mays at his home. He calls him on his birthday, and he worries about him. The two do not speak of his father. The best thing that ever happened to Willie Mays was May Louise Allen, who could draw out his warmth and humanity as few others could. Ask 100 people about May, and you'll hear 100 glowing comments. The word saint is sometimes invoked, and if any man ever found one, Willie did in her. The actual romance, had it been a Hollywood script, would have been rejected as a mawkish fable. It began with a chance encounter between a beautiful maiden's doting mother and a shy, handsome prince from the big city. Years later, the young girl miraculously meets her lonely idol. Moving from coast to coast over the next 2 decades, they realize great success in their separate endeavors and forge a lasting bond, but are unable to pledge their eternal love. It pretty much happened that way. May Allen's family lived in the racially integrated Homewood section of Pittsburgh. May's mother, Clara, was a tall, slender woman who loved fashion and cosmetics, and sometimes modeled for Revlon. She was also a big sports fan, and when she traveled to New York in 1952 for Revlon, she visited the Red Rooster, hoping to secure an autograph from her hero, Jackie Robinson. The owner told her that the Dodgers were out of town, but she might like an autograph from a young giant who was going to be the next superstar. She met Willie Mays, who gave her an autographed picture of himself, and was impressed by the nice, clean-cut young man. "You're going to marry my daughter someday," she said, a comment Mays had heard before. May was only 13, and she was disappointed with the photograph. She had been expecting Jackie Robinson. An only child, she resembled her mother in height, physique, and beauty, with soft shoulder-length hair, high cheekbones, and caramel-colored skin, and she modeled at ebony fashion fairs in Pittsburgh. She was not brash like her mother, but was closer in temperament to her father, Emmett, a proud, soft-spoken man who was an excellent tennis player and hard-working chauffeur. He was also a baseball fan, and when the Giants were in town, he would take May to Forbes Field to watch the player whose signed photograph she possessed, the great Willie Mays. May was an active, popular teenager who ran sprints for a YWCA track team, marched in her high school drum and bugle corps, worked as a camp counselor, and loved the outdoors. She attended the University of Pittsburgh, part of a small group of black students at the school in the late 1950s, and found a home as a member of the Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. She earned her degree in sociology. After graduating in 1960, she was allowed to take a vacation with 2 girlfriends to Atlantic City, where she was introduced to a rookie basketball player named Wilt Chamberlain, who played for the Philadelphia Warriors. Wilt was just coming off a tour, May recalled. He had the biggest Cadillac I ever saw and a big pocket full of money, like $10,000 in cash. We had a lot of fun and remained friends through the years. The following year, on a Sunday night, Chamberlain was at Small's Paradise, a Harlem club he owned, when Willie Mays walked in. The previous Sunday, he had hit 4 home runs in Milwaukee, so Ed Sullivan had invited him on his show. After his appearance on May 7th, he had time to kill. When he saw Chamberlain, he said he was heading for Pittsburgh the following day. "Man, do you know any girls there?" he asked. "I know these girls I met last year," Chamberlain said. "This one girl is kind of square, but she has friends." Mays took her phone number, and when he got to Pittsburgh, he called it. May was home from graduate school at Howard University in Washington. She had just picked up a newspaper when the phone rang. The caller asked for May Louise Allen. "Speaking," she said. "You don't know me, but I'm Willie Mays." She assumed some prankster knew of her fondness for Mays. She considered herself a superfan, and was now playing a joke. She had no time for jokes. "Yes," she said, "and I'm Martha Washington." She hung up, and as usual, the first section she pulled out of the paper was the sports page. The headline read, "Mays and Company in town to play Bucks." May gasped, wondering if that could have possibly been him. If it was, what had she just done? Willie called again, explained how he had her phone number, and asked if she liked baseball. She said she did, but was a fan of the Pirates and Dodgers. Willie invited her to the game, and she went with her father and 2 girlfriends. They met him afterward and thanked him, with May's father scrutinizing him carefully. He wasn't sure about him, May recalled. Willie asked her out to dinner, but said, being a ball player, he had a curfew. "I have one too," she assured him. Before he left town, he took her to dinner, and he brought McCovey along. They stayed in touch as May returned to graduate school. After she received her master's degree in social work, she moved to San Francisco. Willie wasn't the only reason. Pittsburgh, the country's steel capital, offered few opportunities for a young, highly educated black woman, and May had always dreamed of moving to California. But Willie was the true draw. She thought Willie was her soulmate from the first time they met, says her cousin Judy Phillips. She never dated another person, and needless to say, she had tons of admirers. It was a difficult time. Willie was still going through his divorce, and wasn't prepared to get seriously involved. "I couldn't figure out what he wanted with me," May recalled. "Willie is only 7 years older than me, but at that time it seemed like a lot. He was also very famous. But he was shy, and I liked him." May built her own life. She got an apartment and found a job as a child welfare worker in the adoption division of the San Francisco Department of Social Services. She became, according to the Chronicle, a pioneer in getting single adoption started in San Francisco. Over the years, Willie's relationship with May ebbed and flowed, and he dated other women, but they were never apart for long. Though the women's movement was gaining steam, Willie was still a Depression product of the Deep South, who clung to traditional views. He would forbid May, for example, to wear short skirts or show cleavage. In 1974, Mays appeared on Merv Griffin's show with the actress Marlo Thomas, and he was asked, "What do you think women's role should be?" Mays said, "Women belong in the kitchen." He was roundly booed, and Thomas, an outspoken feminist, was aghast. "Hey, that's the way I feel about it," Mays said. "You asked me, so I told you." It was the last time he made such a comment in public. The irony was that Willie loved a woman who did not stay in the kitchen, but seemed to satisfy the feminist ideal. A financially independent professional who was not tethered to a man for her own happiness. May was his opposite in so many ways, possessing the very traits that he lacked, and in some cases coveted. May had an advanced degree. She was expressive and spoke with precise diction and grammar. She was organized and careful with her budget. She was comfortable in front of strangers and courteous to a fault. She liked the arts. She trusted others. She hugged friends. Willie never had to work that hard at courtship, which was just as well, for he disdained the whole process. Even the most innocuous gesture, such as holding hands, did not come naturally. May had to teach him the grammar of affection. When they started dating, they went out with their friends Jesse and Buddy Goins, and when Buddy held Jesse's hand, May exclaimed, "See, that's what you're supposed to do." Other times, May put her arm around Willie, who said, "What are you doing, girl?" "What do you mean?" Willie shrugged. Okay. Or May teased him. Come on, I dare you to kiss me in front of everybody. You're crazy, he responded. Willie was so absorbed in baseball, so entrenched in a male world, that sometimes he simply forgot about May. On one occasion, he drove May to the ballpark, and after the game, he headed to the parking lot, got into his car, and was getting ready to leave. He only stopped when he saw May running after him. But May understood the pressures on Willie, those that he imposed on himself and those from the public, and she saw in him the quiet decency of a man who is trying to do the right thing. He's not a symbol, she said. Oh, he's sexy and all, a real man. But he's not like Joe Namath. He's the guy in the white hat. Says Gary Shimano, she saw a side to his soul that was much more enduring than what we might see on the outside. Their most obvious bond was baseball. Willie and May played catch, and to her friend's dismay, Willie threw the ball hard, but May held her ground and fired it right back. At Candlestick, she bought seat cushions for $1.75 apiece and flung them in the air when Willie hit a home run. They were in lockstep, literally. Willie walked fast through crowds, otherwise he'd be mobbed. And May, the high school sprinter, kept pace. May was his biggest fan, and she loved him uncontrollably, Jesse Goins says. The feeling was mutual, for May's tenderness and devotion triggered a response in Willie that few had seen. May was Willie's catalyst, says another friend, Phil Sadler. He adored her. She'd walk into a room and he'd light up. Throughout the 1960s, the gossip columnists tried to track who Mays was dating. But unlike other celebrity bachelors, he shunned the nightlife and was hard to pin down. When reporters asked when or if he was going to remarry, he expressed a desire to do just that, but offered no specifics. He never mentioned May's name or introduced her at any public event. The years passed, and no proposal was forthcoming. The decade ended, and Willie and May remained together, but single. Willie was scared. Whenever the topic of marriage came up, he would walk away, and May didn't pressure him. I don't know if this will ever happen, marriage-wise, she told her cousin, but I'll be patient. She knew that the wounds from his first marriage hadn't healed. Oh, my goodness, she said. I don't know that he'll ever trust again. Chapter 31. Milestones and Miseries. On the field, Mays' acrobatic plays garnered the most attention, but his style and grace, his carefully applied eye black, his black wristbands, his two-tone spikes, his creased hat, his sunglasses that he effortlessly flipped down with the ball in mid-flight, always set him apart. Tim McCarver said that Mays was the only player he ever saw at the plate with buffed fingernails. Even the most mundane tasks left indelible impressions. A Cincinnati radio announcer, describing Mays sliding into third, marveled, Willie surrounded that base like he was kissing it. David Rappaport, one of the kids on Mays' block, recalls how at Candlestick, Mays would pick up 4 bats as he prepared to hit. He would swing them from behind his right shoulder until he swished them through the imaginary hitting zone, and a small cloud of dirt and pebbles would rise from just beneath him. Then he would settle on 1 bat, and with 1 additional firm practice swing, he would crack it through the air like an electric whip. Rappaport would sneak down to the box seats in the late innings, and in those days, he says, with no sound system pummeling you, you could sometimes hear Willie's shirt tighten around his muscles as he swung, the threads of his uniform stretching enough to make clubhouse attendant Mike Murphy take out his sewing kit. Then he would step in, and the sound of his bat hitting the ball, crack, was like a high-pitched rim shot. At the plate, Mays didn't walk around the batter's box, tediously rub dirt in his hands, or knock debris out of his spikes. He stepped in and hit. Joe Torre, catching for the Braves, once tried to break his concentration by not putting down a sign and making him wait. I know what you're doing, Mays told him. On another occasion, Torre tried to engage him in conversation. As he's hitting the ball out of the ballpark, Torre recalls, he's answering my question. The writer George Plimpton once pitched to Mays in a postseason All-Star exhibition at Yankee Stadium. Plimpton, seeking fodder for a book, threw in a pregame batting contest. He faced the first batter, and then, standing on the mound, heard a mounting roar from the stands, when Mays appeared from the dugout and walked forward purposefully. Mays, Plimpton wrote, gets set quickly at the plate, hopping eagerly into the batter's box, where he nervously jiggles and stamps his feet in the dust, twisting on his rear foot to get it solidly placed, staring down at the plate in concentration to sense when his legs feel set, and when they do, he reaches out and taps the plate, twice, 3 times, with the bat, before he sweeps it back over his right shoulder and cocks it. Then, for the first time, he looks out at the pitcher. Plimpton then confronted that odd blend of innocence and fury. Most batters tuck their chins down and glower out at the pitcher from under the brims of their batting helmets, which makes them look properly sinister and threatening. Mays, on the other hand, has a pleasant face to start with, and he looks out at the pitcher with a full, honest regard, his chin out, his eyes wide as if slightly myopic. He seems to inspect the pitcher as if he were a harmless but puzzling object recently deposited on the mound by the groundskeeper. Furthermore, when Mays's face is set in determination, his eyebrows arch up so that under the batter's helmet his expression is that of a lingering look of astonishment. But the deception is mild. You see the coiled power of his stance as he waits. Mays swung at the first strike he saw. As the bat came through into the pitch, I could sense the explosive power, and I flinched, Plimpton wrote. Mays could only manage a pop-up, but Plimpton would always remember feeling the sudden terror of Mays uncoiling his bat. Mays appeared to be a trendsetter. In the early 1960s, when baggy baseball pants were the norm, Mays had his tapered to increase his running speed, and that soon became the standard. When Mays entered the big leagues, fielders kept all of their fingers inside their glove. But Mays realized that he could control the glove better by sticking his left index finger outside the mitt. He doesn't claim credit for starting the trend, but eventually most players had their index fingers outside as well. Mays's physical abilities verged on the supernatural. On one occasion, with the Braves' Hank Aaron at first base, the hitter drove a ball into deep right center. Mays caught it with his back to the infield, forcing Aaron, who had already passed second base, to make a hasty retreat. A strong throw to first might have doubled him off, but Mays wheeled around and threw to second instead, where Tito Fuentes was standing. Mays motioned for him to step on the bag, and the umpire called Aaron out. Aaron had failed to touch second base on his way back to first, and the double play was completed. After the game, Mays was asked how he could have possibly seen Aaron miss the base when he was in the deepest part of right center and his back was to the play. "I know the way he runs," he said. Mays always said he didn't play for records, which was true, but not the entire story. By the second half of his career, he was very much aware of the records and where he stood in relation to them. After he hit his 500th homer in 1965, he said he just wanted to keep winning and didn't really count his long balls. Then a reporter asked, "Do you know you're only 11 behind Mel Ott now?" "Sure," Mays said. "It's Ott 511, then Ted Williams 521, then Jimmy Fox 534, and then the Babe. He's too far in front. He's got 714. In 1966, Mays became the second greatest power hitter in the history of the game, while he also raised the possibility that he could challenge Ruth. But the year also marked the beginning of Mays's decline. He was still an outstanding player, and could do things on the bases and in the field that his peers could only dream about. But hints of his baseball mortality would soon be evident. Mays's assault on Mel Ott's 511 drew considerable attention. League achievements were taken more seriously in the days before free agency, which accelerated the players' movement between leagues. In addition to the television cameras and sports writers, the quest attracted John Gregory Dunn, a writer who, as a college student, had seen Mays's first homer and now wanted to write about his record breaker for the Saturday Evening Post. Dunn's account broadened the lens on Mays's historic effort. In Houston, He described a brief anecdote at the swank Shamrock Hotel, where the Giants stayed, but also where the Texas Butane Dealers Association was meeting. When Mays walked into the lobby amid the horde of butane dealers, one said loudly, "Who's the nigger?" "That ain't no nigger," his friend said. "That's Willie Mays." "Well, what do you know?" the butane dealer said. "I've got to get his autograph." He went after Mays, calling, "Hey, boy!" Dunn wrote, "If Mays heard, he gave no notice." Thanks to a blistering start, it appeared Mays would quickly overtake Ott. On April 24th in Houston, in the team's 12th game, he hit his 6th home run of the year, which tied Ott at 511 and prompted the Astro fans to give him a standing ovation. Dunn described the scene in the clubhouse afterward, where a phalanx of reporters and photographers surrounded Mays, who sat naked at his locker, except for a uniform shirt he had pulled on for those with cameras. Before the game, he had to ice his bruised left hand, and he skipped batting and fielding practice, which he no longer took on day games after night games. Now he submitted to the post-game ritual. "Were you thinking of Ott when you circled the bases, Willie?" "No." "What were you thinking?" "Tie score." The Giants went on to win. The spectator who caught the home run ball was a brakeman who'd driven 150 miles to the game. Afterward, he came to the clubhouse with the ball and wanted to sell it. "A lot of foul balls went into the stands today," Herman Frank said. "How do I know this is the one?" "You don't," the fan said. "You just got to take my word for it." "I'll give you $50 for it," Frank said. The brakeman took the money and counted it. "Christ," Frank said, "he doesn't trust me." Franks popped the cork on a bottle of champagne. Mays didn't drink it, but put the glass to his lips for the cameras. A photographer then asked Franks to pour some of the bubbly on Mays's head. "Not that picture again," Frank said. "Don't you guys ever get any new ideas?" With a disgusted look, Franks asked Mays if he minded. Mays shook his head, dutifully bent over, and absorbed the dunking. By the time Mays could finally shower, the clubhouse was nearly empty. He was asked if he wanted ball number 511. "Nah," he said. "It's Herman's 50. Let him keep it. All it means to me is something else to dust." The Giants were returning to San Francisco for 10 games, which meant Mays would almost certainly break the record at home. In the photographer's booth at Candlestick, 15 television crews settled in to record the milestone. The club announced that it would give $100 to the fan who caught the historic ball. A huge cake, inscribed with 512 in silver sugar beads, was prepared for the celebration. Then Mays stopped hitting. Not just home runs, but any kind of hits. He started thinking about 512 and began pressing, first against the Braves and the Reds, then the Cardinals, and finally the Dodgers. He found himself in one of his classic swoons, and he was sick. He came down with a cold, had an upset stomach, got diarrhea. He was taken out of one game against the Reds and ordered home. The next day he returned to the park shortly before the game, but Frank sent him back home. Mays was in the lineup the following day, but the reporters tried his patience. Asked if he was thinking about the record, Mays snapped, "How can I not think of the record? You guys remind me of it every time I turn around." Against the Cardinals, he stumbled over first base trying to beat out a hit and limped off the field. Wrote Bob Stevens, "For days it really wasn't Mays at the plate. Bats slipped out of his hands. He lunged desperately at the ball, trying too hard. He was awkward, robbed of his rhythm by the torment in which he was living." Not everyone despaired. A freelance cameraman, on hearing that in 1965 Mays had once gone 17 games without hitting a homer, said, "I hope he never hits the son of a bitch. I get 82.50 a game every day I'm out here." John Gregory Dunn, meanwhile, was having no luck at interviewing Mays. He knew that Mays had adopted a son, and Dunn and his wife, Joan Didion, had recently adopted a child as well. So he approached Mays during batting practice and told him about their common bond. "How about that?" Mays said wearily. Nothing more was volunteered. Dunn then tracked down one of Mays's good friends, the Reverend Peter Keegan at St. Cecilia's Roman Catholic Church. It was May 4th, and Father Keegan told Dunn that he had just had lunch with Mays and had given him some rosary beads and a St. Christopher's medal. "For good luck?" Dunn asked. "Actually, it's for his birthday, Friday. But it won't do any harm, and if it works, I suppose you could call it a good luck charm." Dunn had another question. "Did you talk about the record?" "I told him he's been pressing. He was going to hit it tonight." "What did he say?" "He said, 'I hope so, Father.'" When Dunn saw Mays before the game, he said he'd met with Father Keegan. "Boy," Mays said, shaking his head, "you guys are really following me around." Only 2 games remained on the homestand, and that night, in front of 28,220, the Giants faced Claude Osteen, who had not surrendered a home run in 92 innings. He struck out Mays the first 2 times, but in the 5th, he threw Mays a straight change, the first change Mays had seen in ages, which he hit over the right field fence. The fans stood for more than 5 minutes and screamed, "We want Willie!" Mays was engulfed by his teammates at the lip of the dugout, but went back out to tip his cap. The crowd wouldn't be quiet, repeating its rhythmic, "We want Willie," until Mays had to come out a second time. Not until he went to center field did the fans settle down, only to rise again when he came to bat. Hal Lanier almost broke into tears when the ball cleared the fence. "My insides were shaking," he said. Giant rookie Ollie Brown said, "It was an honor to play in the same game." The Chronicle editorialized, "There is some belief that the prolonged outpouring of human emotion turned on by Willie Mays's bat amounted to the greatest ovation ever offered by this community." It contained one other element of note. It contained affection. Affection for Willie Mays, a popular hero of the first magnitude, who once feared that San Francisco didn't like him. Osteen grumbled, "It was just another home run. A lousy pitch." 9 games had passed since 5/11. Mays had had only 3 hits in 23 at-bats. His average had tumbled from 348 to 277. "I know that reporters and TV guys have jobs to do," he said, "but there are times when I wish I could hide for a few hours, just to have some time for myself. I don't mean to gripe. It's just that I have more fun playing ball than I do giving interviews." After the final out, Mays was interviewed on 2 post-game shows, then made it to the clubhouse, where for 30 minutes he stood before flashing bulbs, television lights, microphones, and quarreling journalists. "What do you feel?" one asked. "Relief," he said. A cameraman told him, "I took a shot at every pitch you saw the past 10 days. "So did I," Mays said. He smiled for the photographers, though the only time he seemed pleased was when a reporter said, "Willie, you're a great credit to the game of baseball." "Why, thanks, man," Mays said. The cake was rolled out. According to Dunn, it was so stale that it crumbled like a tenement under the wrecker's ball. Mays held a piece to his mouth, was photographed, then threw it back on the table. Franks whispered to him that the fan who caught the ball was demanding $1,000. $1,000, Mays said. "He can keep it." But Franks had heard wrong. The fan, 17-year-old Henry Garin, was in the clubhouse and had made his way to Mays's locker. It appeared his father thought the ball was worth more than the $100 that the Giants were offering. "I didn't ask for $1,000, he told Mays. "Will you sign it for me?" "I'd be glad to," said the exhausted home run king. "Be my guest and keep it." Mays hit number 522 against Bob Gibson on June 27th, which moved him past Ted Williams, with only Ruth and Jimmy Fox ahead of him. The UPI's lead on its story of the game was, "When you're only number 3, you have to try harder." Mays did, and at Candlestick on August 17th against the Cardinals' Ray Washburn, he passed Fox at 534, making him the top right-handed home run hitter of all time. "That one," Mays said, "kind of sang itself out of the park." It's noteworthy that Mays's 2 landmark home runs at Candlestick, 512 and 535, were hit to right field, where Mays had been forced to redirect his power because of the winds. His 400th homer was also hit to right. As he crossed the plate for 535, umpire Chris Pellicudis, violating protocol and good sense, extended his hand, and Mays shook it. The umpire quickly realized his error and turned sheepishly to the Cardinal dugout, as if seeking dispensation. He later said, "We're supposed to be impartial, and I suppose an umpire shouldn't do a thing like that. But when a man reaches baseball immortality, well, I'm not sorry I did it." Mays ended the season with 37 homers, which was third best in the league, and he may be the only player in history to have hit homers in more parks, 11, than there were teams, 10, in a given season. The Cardinals moved into their new stadium after the season began, and Mays had hit one out of both the old park and the new. In another rare feat, he threw out 3 runners in Los Angeles on May 17th, one at home, first and third. He would have had the throwing equivalent of a hitting cycle, except Tito Fuentes missed a tag at second base. Mays threw so many base runners out he may lead the entire Giant infield in assists, Jim Murray quipped in the Los Angeles Times. Mays was again the leadoff hitter at the 1966 All-Star Game, played in St. Louis to celebrate the opening of Busch Memorial Stadium. The contest was primarily remembered for the heat, 105 degrees. Hundreds of fans collapsed, and smelling salts and oxygen were required in the dugouts. Cruelly, the game went 10 innings, with the National League finally winning 2-1. Mays played every inning. So did several other players, though Mays was the oldest. 37 years later, Major League Baseball, in conjunction with Fox Sports, tried to raise the stakes of the All-Star Game by giving home field advantage in the World Series to the victorious league. This time it counts, fans were told. Whenever Willie Mays took the field, it counted. Orlando Cepeda, coming off a knee injury, didn't get along with Herman Franks any better than he did with Alvin Dark, and he was traded to the Cardinals 19 games into the season. Heartbroken at first, Cepeda found the clubhouse atmosphere in St. Louis far more relaxed, and installed at first base, he thrived, leading the Cardinals to 2 pennants and 1 world championship, while winning the MVP in 1967. Mays was disappointed by the trade, in part because the Cardinals sent the Giants pitcher Ray Sadecki, whom Mays had always hit well. Mays had lost a step by 1966, but that didn't deter his audacious base running, which was on full display when the Giants visited Los Angeles on September 7th. So too was his showmanship. Both teams, as usual, were battling for first place, and the Wednesday game drew 54,993 fans. Mays, hobbled by a pulled thigh muscle, started in right field for the second straight game, which went into the 12th inning. Mays came to bat with 2 outs, and on a pitch in the dirt, Johnny Roseboro blocked the ball so it popped straight up. Mays stuck out his bat, caught the ball on the very tip, balanced it for several moments, then calmly flipped it back to Roseboro. The crowd roared at this impromptu but utterly natural act. Mays then limped to first base on a walk, and the next hitter looped a single into right center, where the right fielder Lou Johnson chased it down. Johnson had no play on Mays at third, so he threw it to second, keeping the hitter at first and setting up a force out. It was the right throw. But Mays had his own calculation. It was extra innings. There were 2 outs, and the Giants' bullpen had already been taxed. So when second baseman Jim Lefevre received the throw and looked up, Mays was hurtling toward the plate. Lefevre threw home. Roseboro caught the ball and braced himself. Mays crashed into him, which left both men on the ground in a swirl of dirt. "Out!" yelled umpire Tony Venzon. But Mays sat up and pointed to the ground where the ball now lay. Venzon followed Mays's finger, then cried, "No, goddamn safe!" Despite his scoring the go-ahead run, the Dodger fans applauded Mays as he limped to the dugout. Roseboro was charged with an error, and the Giants won on the unearned run. In the clubhouse, the reporters asked Mays how he could make that play on a bad leg. "The team had a plane to catch," he said. The Giants flew out of Los Angeles a half game out of first, then lost 3 in a row and 8 out of their next 12, and were 4 games out when they left on their final road trip. Then came more race riots. San Francisco experienced its own convulsions, and Mays' life again overlapped, but in a positive way, with the turmoil of the outside world. On the evening of September 27th, a black teenager who was pulled over for speeding fled from the vehicle, and a white police officer fired 2 shots. The officer later said they were meant as warning shots, but they struck the youth and killed him. Within minutes, the Hunters Point district, which is next to Candlestick, was a riot zone. Mobs looted stores, lit fires, and overturned cars. A curfew imposed by Mayor Jack Shelley was ignored, and 349 people were arrested. As the violence continued the following morning, the mayor concluded that force alone could not keep the rioters off the street. Maybe a baseball game would. He asked the Giants if they would work with television station KTVU and another station in Atlanta, where the Giants were playing, to televise their contest that night. The arrangements were quickly made, and the afternoon papers put the agreement for the televised game on the front page. But someone was needed to make a direct appeal to the residents of the city to watch the game. That choice was obvious. Mays was reached in his hotel room, informed of the crisis, and within 20 minutes, his taped message was on its way to 10 different radio stations in the Bay Area. The script made no reference to the riots, raised no alarms, and implied no threats. All it carried was the moral authority of the messenger. "This is Willie Mays," the announcement began. "Channel 2 is carrying a special program, a game against the Atlanta Braves at 6 o'clock. I, for one, wish and hope each and every one will be tuned in, wishing us well. I'll be out in center field, trying to do my best." The announcement aired almost 300 times. An hour before the game, shooting broke out in Hunters Point, and a large fire was set. But shortly after the broadcast started, the unrest diminished, and by the time the game ended, the rioting had come to a virtual halt. Both Mayor Shelley and the Chief of Police, Tom Cahill, said the broadcast played a major role in restoring peace, and the ratings supported that view. Citywide, the telecast ranked number 1 with 33% of the market, and in the riot areas, the game captured a 42% share. Many people received credit, including the Giants executives, who waived the fees, and Russ Hodges and Lon Simmons, who worked the telecast for free. Mays had played a supporting role in a frightening urban drama, and his contribution added to his standing as a peacemaker. And the Giants won the game. It was a great time to be a National League fan. In 1965, the 6 top teams entered September within 3.5 games of one another. The following year, 5 teams vied for the pennant down the stretch. The Giants and Dodgers set all-time league records in 1965 for road attendance, which they surpassed the following year. Unfortunately for the Giants, the outcomes were the same. In 1966, they won 8 out of their last 9 games, but came in second place for the 3rd consecutive season. In Koufax's final year, the Dodgers won by 1.5 games. Mays did his part. He led the Giants in runs, 99, and RBIs, 103, and he had more than 300 total bases for the 13th straight year, tying Lou Gehrig's record. He also played in 152 games, marking his 13th consecutive year with more than 150 games, a record that still stands. Cal Ripken Jr.'s string of 12 was broken by the strike-shortened season of 1994. But Mays hit .288, his lowest batting average since his abbreviated season in 1952, and he never had that one torrid streak that had lifted him in past years. His 5 stolen bases were also his lowest since 1952. Ironically, in a season of home run milestones, his drop in long balls may have been the clearest sign of aging. He still led the Giants with 37, but that was a 29% decline from the previous year, and his lowest total since 1960. No one knew it at the time, but 1966 was the final year that Mays closely resembled the player who had stood astride the league for so many years. He would never bat .300 again, or hit 30 homers, or reach triple figures in runs scored or RBIs, or play in 150 games. While he could not have foreseen all that, he was a realist, and he tried to dampen speculation about reaching .714. 172 homers behind, he'd have to average more than 34 long balls a year for 5 more years. "I think that record is here to stay," he said. "I'm 35. In 1967, the Giants got off to their worst start since moving to San Francisco, losing 7 out of 8, and Mays began just as badly. In the 3rd game of the season, he tore a hamstring muscle on a wet field in Atlanta, which cost him 5 games. On June 7th, 19-year-old rookie Gary Nolan struck him out 4 times, which had never happened to Mays before. The next time they faced each other in June, Mays did hit a home run. Bill Singer, a 23-year-old Dodger pitcher, struck out Mays 3 times in one game, and the next time Singer pitched against the Giants, he struck him out in the 1st inning, after which Mays took himself out of the game. For the first time in 13 All-Star games, Mays was not elected to start. His numbers were solid, batting .291, with 13 homers and 45 RBIs, but the players, managers, and coaches voted for Lou Brock to accompany Aaron and Clemente. Mays finished 4th, and for days was peppered with questions about his downgrade. Did he feel slighted? Was he angry? Mays handled the questions with class. "Look, time marches on," he said. "I'm honestly not disappointed at losing the chance to be a starter. Let's face it, I'm not a kid anymore. And there are so many fine young outfielders coming up, and some are already here, that I feel good just finishing as high in the voting as I did." The All-Star game did seem to represent a passing of an era, as both Mays and Mantle entered the game as pinch hitters and struck out. Mays, however, stayed in, but he didn't look right, and went 0 for 4 in the National League's 15-inning victory. "He looked tired and weak and sick," Ernie Banks said, "and he told me that was just how he felt." Just how sick became clear several days later. July 14th was a cold night at Candlestick, and before the game, Mays began to shake. He had a fever, and told Franks he was better off in bed. Franks agreed, but asked Mays to hand in the lineup card and stay around for a while, so the Astros would think he was available. Ty Klein started in Mays' place, but he pulled a muscle, hitting a 1st-inning double. Gaylord Perry had to pinch run. The only other extra outfielder was Jesus Alou, who had a leg injury. So the next inning, Mays unbuttoned his jacket, grabbed his glove, and headed for center field. But his legs were heavy, and the bat felt as if it weighed 5 pounds. After he misplayed a line drive into a triple and struck out twice, he took himself out of the game and went home. The next day, Mays checked into St. Mary's Hospital in San Francisco, where Stoneham placed him under the care of his personal physician, Dr. Edmund Morrissey, a famed neurosurgeon. Initial reports indicated that Mays had a bad flu, which he had been carrying for some time. Rest was prescribed. Why a neurosurgeon was involved was never explained, but the Giants were concerned about all aspects of Mays' health, and Stoneham trusted this particular doctor. Mays remained in the hospital for 5 days, spurring another round of guesses. But there were no mysterious ailments. The hospital was Mays' haven, in isolation from the public and the press, where he could restore his strength. Later in the year, as his own struggles and those of the Giants deepened, he said, "Some guys can go 0 for 4 the way I have and lose the way the Giants have, and then go home and sleep. Not me. I worry. They pay me to win, and when I don't win, I worry and don't sleep." In the hospital, he slept and had no worries, and he could trust those nearby. Before he was released, as always, he visited the pediatrics ward and distributed signed baseballs. The Giants lost 5 of the 6 games that Mays missed. When he returned, he was supposed to be eased into the lineup, but in his first game back, on a hot day in Chicago, he played all 12 innings of an extra-inning contest, and he played all 9 the next day. "I can't think just of myself," he said. "A lot of guys on this club don't make too much money, and I've got to think of them. If they can make money for finishing in 4th place, then I've got to help them make it." He hadn't lost his passion for the game. Against the Dodgers on August 28th, 22-year-old right-hander Don Sutton hit Mays with a pitch, which prompted an angry stare. Mays soon found himself on second, and on a wild pitch, he flew around third and headed home, trying to advance 2 bases on one errant pitch. Sutton ran to cover the plate. The ball and the runner, spikes high, were going to arrive at the same time. Sutton wanted no part of this collision, stepped aside, and let the throw sail past him. Mays slid home safely, but as he got up, he said, "I could have got you, kid." As the season wore on, however, Mays couldn't regain his strength. After leaving St. Mary's, he only hit .227 for the rest of the season, and he had to take himself out of games. He was moved from 2nd or 3rd in the order to 5th. He would take 20 minutes of batting practice and not hit 1 ball over the fence. "Willie Mays," said Philly manager Gene Mauch, "is not Willie Mays 4 times a game anymore." On August 14th against the Braves, the Giants had a runner on 3rd with 1 out, and Jim Ray Hart was at the plate. Mays was on deck, and the unthinkable happened. The Braves intentionally walked Hart to get to Mays. "I was furious and embarrassed," Mays later said. "I was ready to tear down the stadium." He hit a single to right field instead. It was a rare triumph in a dreary season. Though the Giants finished strong for 2nd place, they were out of the race by the middle of August and ended 10.5 games behind the Cardinals. Mays had the worst season of his career to date. In 141 games, he hit .263, drove in 70, and scored 83, all well below the 300, 100, 100 goal that he had established for himself. He hit 22 homers. Sports Illustrated wrote a dolorous profile of Mays, "Say hey no more." When a Philadelphia Bulletin columnist repeatedly asked Mays why he was sitting out, he refused to answer. "I'm keeping my thoughts to myself," he said. "You want a story, you write what you want." The columnist did just that. Everybody thinks Willie Mays is nice, friendly, warm, sociable, fun-loving, a joy to be around. It will come as a shock to those out there in Fantasyland that Willie Mays is cold, surly, suspicious, uncooperative. He is not an easy guy to talk to. Other observers recognized that Mays' struggles disappointed his fans, including those in the press, because he was defying a perception that had taken deep root across the country. "Willie Mays," wrote the Atlanta Constitution's Furman Bisher, "wasn't supposed to grow old. He was supposed to go on forever, his cap flying off as he broke the sound barrier on foot, face bright, and 2 eyes twinkling like stars. Willie Mays was born for eternal youth. Age is acting in direct violation of that code." Chapter 32. A Doctrine of Brotherhood. During spring training of 1968, Jackie Robinson again put Willie Mays in his crosshairs. In a television interview in San Francisco, Robinson was asked if black Giant players had done enough for the civil rights movement. He said they hadn't, and characterized Mays, Willie McCovey, and Jim Ray Hart as do-nothing Negroes. Mays in particular should have been more active, Robinson said, because he had been denied housing in San Francisco. The words echoed Robinson's criticism of Mays 3 years earlier, and talking with the Los Angeles Times, Robinson added a twist. "Willie Mays has a personality that is loved by white Americans, and I think he will be one of the first Negroes to move into a front office position." It was not a compliment. As the Chicago Daily Defender's A.S. Doc Young noted, any Negro who makes it in the white man's world is automatically an Uncle Tom. Mays was twice awakened by reporters seeking a comment about Robinson's do-nothing claim, and he said he wanted to hold a press conference before a spring training game in Phoenix to make my position clear. Now almost 37, he responded in part because he believed he had to stick up for McCovey and Hart, two of the shyest players on the team. Straddling a metal chair in Herman Franks' office, Mays spoke in a low, even voice. According to Bob Stevens, his face clearly revealing the sincerity that was in his heart, and also some of the hurt that was in Robinson's finger-pointing. Mays began by paying tribute to Robinson, noting that he himself could not have done what Robinson had done in breaking the color barrier. It took a special kind of man to do that, and Robinson had that quality, Mays said. He had a college education, and that helped. What Robinson began, others have built upon, Mays said. Great progress has been made since Jackie broke in. Jackie is a great reason behind that progress. I really admire the guy. Mays paused and breathed deeply. But I don't think he should go around pointing accusing fingers at other guys, particularly nice guys like Willie and Jimmy Ray. Different people do things in different ways. I can't, for instance, go out and picket. I can't stand on a soapbox and preach. That simply isn't my nature. People like Mr. King and Mr. Roy Wilkins are better equipped than I am. But it's not true what Robinson said about my not doing anything about race relationships. I've worked for the Job Corps, and I don't know how many kids groups I've addressed and will continue to address. In my own way, I believe I'm helping. Mays mentioned McCovey and Hart again. You know Willie and Jim Ray. They're quiet guys. Jim Ray is just a happy-go-lucky guy, and McCovey is simply quiet. But in Willie's case, I believe he's got to start speaking up more. When I leave the Giants, McCovey will be the #1 Giant, and he'll have to go out and talk to the people and get to know them, just like I've had to and enjoy doing. You see, he continued, I've been doing things a long time along this line, but I want no credit. Everyone must do his own job in his own way, and in my heart, my way is just as important as Jackie Robinson's way. I believe understanding is the important thing. In my talks to kids, I've tried my best to get that message across. It makes no difference whether you are black or white, because we are all God's children fighting for the same cause. Mays pointed toward the dressing room, where the players were noisily preparing to take the field. Let's talk about that progress for a while. Just look around out there in the clubhouse. There are an awful lot of Southern boys on this team, yet we live and play together in harmony. It was not possible 15, 16 years ago. Today's kids don't have the hardships Jackie and I had, and they realize it and appreciate it. Today, for instance, we play as many as 5 or 6 Negroes at the same time on our ball club. And once in Atlanta, we had 8 or 9 in there at the same time. And Atlanta is a Southern town. He added, I believe that if a man wants to go with his Negro friends, he does no slight on the white players. I like to be alone a lot. Mays said that even when he had been victimized, his tactful approach had opened doors for others. Look, 10 years ago, you remember I had a little difficulty buying a house in San Francisco. You can't blame the people or the city for what happened back then. It was the contractor. But you can't blame him either, because he has a family and has to make a living. Now I live in a better area and in a bigger and fancier house. I think that I have the respect of the people of San Francisco, and this is important for all of us. I play all the golf courses. I'm the first Negro to be a member of the Concordia Club. I also belong to the Press Club. Now you know that wasn't possible 10 years ago, and I haven't done these things and gotten these things by doing nothing. The reporters were stunned. Mays rarely talked at length about anything, let alone a subject as sensitive as race. His comments tried to strike a delicate balance. Had he criticized Robinson, he would have inflamed a dispute that could have scarred baseball, its 2 most consequential black players at the other's throat, and set off a media frenzy. But Mays's praise of Robinson showed his grace, his defense of his own conduct, his spirit and sensibilities. One journalist said Mays's press conference was one of his finest hours. Several weeks later, Mays was asked if he had prepared his remarks or if anyone had coached him. He shook his head. "I didn't need any help," he said. "When you speak from the heart, you don't need to read a statement or ask for help. Words come easy." But the dust-up wasn't over. After reading Mays's comments, Robinson sent a stinging letter to the San Francisco Examiner. "It's tragic when one so popular as Willie," he wrote, "feels a contribution in race relations is measured by the clubs he belongs to, or how many golf courses he is able to play. One does not have to get on soapboxes to be a man, and it should be obvious to him that he does not have it made until every Negro has it made. It seems to me that Willie Mays has made himself a hero in your eyes and in the eyes of some white Americans who believe we should be seen catching baseballs, but should be silent when the rights of our people are at stake." Robinson could not recognize that any great social movement needed a continuum of voices: the militants who would prod a reluctant country to change, and the conciliators who tried to find common ground among hostile factions. The Examiner's Jim McGee, who had ghostwritten Mays's column in 1958, published an open letter to Robinson. "As you know," he wrote, "Mays made a plea for understanding and patience. That's his way and always has been. His statement was not that of a man detached from the problems of his race. It was that of a concerned man who has never lost sight of the fact that he is a black man. It was a statement of far more depth and perception than anybody else in baseball had realized. It convinced many that Mays, if he wanted, could be the first black major league manager. If he felt it would advance the cause of his race, he'd jump at it for that reason alone. Willie Mays was not trying to refute you. He was simply stating his own case. He was not seeking white hero worship. He was talking man to man for the right to differ without recrimination. As I recall, he said, 'There is neither black nor white. We are all God's children.' A profound statement pointing out the infinitely loving defect in God. He is colorblind." Mays's hopes for patience and understanding were quickly overwhelmed. On April 4th, on the balcony of a motel in Memphis, an assassin's bullet ripped through the right cheek of Martin Luther King, Jr. He was declared dead an hour later. Mays had met King only once, briefly, at the Fairmount Hotel in San Francisco, but he later described him as "my president," and adopted some of King's rhetoric from his haunting final speech in Memphis the evening before his assassination, when he declared, "I've been to the mountaintop, and I have seen the promised land." In later years, Mays told black groups that Dr. King got to the mountaintop, but instead of going to the mountain and stopping, we need to go over the mountain. That's what progress means. If not, we're going to come back down, and everything is going to repeat itself. King's martyrdom ignited riots that spread through more than 150 cities, and militants such as Stokely Carmichael and Rap Brown urged violent retaliation as the only response to America's assault on black people. Further traumas ensued: Robert Kennedy's assassination, street warfare at the Democratic National Convention, mounting death tolls in Vietnam, and growing protests on campuses. Most athletes, fearing that controversy would hurt their professional standing, shunned politics and said little about the country's anguish. But by the middle to the late 1960s, a handful of prominent African-American athletes were embracing the Black Power or anti-war movement. Muhammad Ali refused his induction into the military. Jim Brown and Bill Russell talked about the country's exploitation of black athletes. At the 1968 Olympics in Mexico City, sprinters Tommy Smith and John Carlos raised their black-gloved fists on the medal stand as a sign of defiance and unity. Several black athletes, including UCLA's basketball star Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, still known as Lou Alcindor, boycotted the Olympics entirely. Even Hank Aaron spoke out. In his interview with Jet in 1966, he ripped Major League Baseball for paying blacks less money and denying them opportunities to manage or work in the front office. Shortly after the interview was published, Monty Irvin was appointed to a new position in the commissioner's office. The grievances of black players were given much broader play in Sports Illustrated in an ambitious 5-part series that began in July 1968. The magazine set out to topple the conventional wisdom that sports had benefited Negro athletes at either the college or professional level. Increasingly, Sports Illustrated reported, black athletes are saying that sport is doing a disservice to their race by setting up false goals, perpetuating prejudice, and establishing an insidious bondage all its own. Almost to a man, they are dissatisfied, disgruntled, and disillusioned. They are treated like subhumans by Paleolithic coaches who regard them as watermelon-eating idiots. Such a story needed a foil, an emblem of passivity who seemed to blissfully accept his own exploitation. That man was Willie Mays. In one respect, Sports Illustrated said, Mays created a false promise for black youths. A white kid tries to become president of the United States, said one high school coach, and all the skills and knowledge he picks up on the way can be used in 1,000 different jobs. A black kid tries to become Willie Mays, and all the tools he picks up on the way are useless to him if he doesn't become Willie Mays. More troubling, Mays was the tool of white racists who profited from blacks on the field, but discriminated against them off it. The black athlete was the institutionalized Tom, the white man's nigger, thundered Harry Edwards, a sociology professor described as a fanatical super-black who was urging an athletic black rebellion, including an Olympic boycott. Edwards, himself a charismatic speaker, reserved his harshest criticism for the blacks who refused to speak out. They were, he said, house niggers, and were worse than Alabama Governor George Wallace. At least we know where Wallace stands, he told one audience. As long as you have black athletes making it to the top and then shutting up like Uncle Willie Mays, then athletics has done very little for the black community. It has helped black individuals to delude themselves. This is all. Edwards had a poster of Negro traitors with articles on Willie Mays attached to it. Sports Illustrated opined that the Negro star who refuses to take a firm stand on racial matters finds himself, at worst, ostracized by his race, consigned to spiritual death, or at best, left in a kind of limbo between white and black. Some, like Willie Mays, try to take refuge in a passive role. More and more, Willie Mays finds himself becoming what Mike Garrett of the Kansas City Chiefs calls a marginal man, exciting the deep respect of neither race, and indeed the outright dislike of some. Mays could mount little defense for himself. I'm a ball player, he said. I am not a politician or a writer or a historian. I can do best for my people by doing what I do best. Aaron never publicly criticized Mays, but in an interview 40 years later says, if any part of me was not satisfied with Willie, it's that he didn't speak out enough. I couldn't understand that part of it. I never spoke to him about it. I just let it be. He adds, I got to know Jackie, and it takes more than just one person to conquer a storm. Mays found himself in the wrong decade. He was an authority figure when opposing authority was celebrated. He was a man of deference at a time of defiance. He dwelled on positives in an era of righteous indignation. He even lived in the wrong place, a conformist in the epicenter of the counterculture. Some of the complaints, such as Sports Illustrated's characterization of Mays as a despised marginal figure bordering on spiritual necrosis, were clearly overblown. Mays was still a leading gate attraction. He rebounded with a good season in 1968, and was, according to the Pittsburgh Press, no doubt the most popular player in the league. That Mays was called an Uncle Tom put him in good company. Given the climate in the late 1960s, virtually any black person who worked successfully within the system was given that designation. Sidney Poitier was called an Uncle Tom. He was too docile in his movies. So was Jackie Robinson. He was too close to Nelson Rockefeller. While Mays was not an activist, he was still within the mainstream of black America. As the scholar Gerald Early notes, sometimes people misunderstand the civil rights era. Many think that every black person was in the streets demonstrating, but actually it was only a small minority of blacks who demonstrated. Most did not, as one would expect from any population. The activists are a relatively small number. Mays was also subject to a double standard. No one ripped Mickey Mantle for not speaking out for poor rural whites, or Sandy Koufax for not campaigning against anti-Semitism, and few complained that other black baseball stars, such as Ernie Banks, Frank Robinson, and Billy Williams, rarely voiced their opinions. Besides, Mays's performance on the field echoed beyond the foul lines. As the San Francisco Examiner's Wells Twombly wrote, "The first time that it became obvious that racism was starting to slip in this country came one spring morning in 1966. On a Texas meadow, here was this blue-eyed, freckled-faced grandson of a Klansman catching a fly ball in a Little League game and shouting, 'Look at me, I'm Willie Mays.'" Mays was somewhat engaged politically. In the 1970s, he and his boyhood friend Herman Boykin drove to Montgomery, Alabama to visit Governor Wallace. They arrived at the Capitol unannounced, but when Wallace saw them, he canceled his appointments and spoke to them. Mays had seen the film footage of Wallace in 1963 standing outside the doors of the University of Alabama, trying to block the enrollment of black students. He failed, but Mays wanted to know why he tried. Now paralyzed from the waist down from an assassin's bullet, Wallace eventually disavowed his segregationist past. Meeting with Mays, he said, "Willie, it wasn't me. It was the system at that time. I was the governor, and I had to go with my duties." Mays, believing that politics, like business or any adult activity, was easily corrupted, accepted the answer. Some criticism of Mays was valid. He was inclined to conceal his own experience while painting baseball in utopian colors. "Sure, it was different for the Negro when I broke in," he told the Sporting News in April 1968, "but I don't care to go into it. Everybody knows it is better now. I don't want to bring up all that stuff. I don't want to digress. All in all, baseball has been great to me. I owe it a lot. There's no doubt that race relations are better and will continue to get better." Such comments grated on Sam Lacey, the prominent black sports columnist who had ridden in the same train berths as Mays and had shared the same hotel rooms. "What Willie appears to have forgotten," Lacey wrote, "is that there have been many times since he's been a Giant that he has been made to understand the differences between black and white. For instance, in spring training, when he and Monty Irvin, Hank Thompson, and Ray Noble were required to live in a third-class hotel, separated from the white members of the squad, and on the annual spring sojourns into Dixie, where he parted company at the airport or railroad terminal and caught a cab to Colored Town, and on those bus trips to New Mexico and southern Arizona, when Willie, Monty, Hank, and company walked outside until a white bat boy brought out sandwiches from the restaurants in which the rest of the team was enjoying steaks." Mays didn't have to enter the political fray or engage any enemies, Lacey explained. He simply had to talk about his own life. But it wasn't to be. What emerges is a man who is bounded by the strictures of his Southern roots and by the expectations to play a role for which he did not feel qualified. In fulfilling his dream, Mays had succeeded in the very society that his fellow blacks were now trying to reform, reshape, or topple. He could not join them. His own celebrity, he believed, was perishable, so he tried to avoid headlines for anything beyond baseball, and found safety in his separation. But that came at a price his critics never appreciated. In 1974, on his induction into the Black Athletes Hall of Fame, he gave a speech that acknowledged the hardship and shame he had experienced, and suggested the deeper impact of his reserve. "This award means a great deal to me," he said at the Americana Hotel in New York, "because the time that I broke into baseball, I was like a young Jackie Robinson. I broke into the Interstate League. I was at it by myself, and I had a lot of hardship that no one knows about. I don't like to speak about it because I was very ashamed of it. I've been told, 'Willie, you don't care about your people.' But that's a lie. The suffering that I received in the last, I would say, 23 years, I couldn't talk about because it was inside of me. I had to hold it. But this award here again tells me that the young blacks have a hell of a chance. This award here tells me that we are getting together. As one man said, it may take a while, but we're coming." Even his critics conceded that Mays was an activist of a different sort. Sam Lacey noted that Mays probably spent more time with hospital inmates than any other 6 athletes in the professional sphere, despite the fact that it is off-season for him. The annual Shrine football game in San Francisco in late December is occasion for Mays to be on hand to offer what inspiration he can to the crippled children for whose fun the game is played. Willie may not have been in the streets or on the campuses, Lacey concluded, but in his own quiet way, Willie shies away from discussing it. The finest baseball player of our time displays his own private doctrine of brotherhood. Chapter 33. The Wisdom of the Years. One night on a flight out of Atlanta, Mays sat down next to Jim McGee and asked, "What was the best catch you saw out there tonight?" The Giants had beaten the Braves behind Gaylord Perry, but McGee, covering the game for the Examiner, could not remember any outstanding play. He suggested a one-handed catch against the fence by Giant outfielder Ken Henderson. "No, that wasn't it," Mays said. McGee said he couldn't think of any noteworthy grab. "The catch I made off Tillman in the 7th, Mays said, referring to right-handed hitting catcher Bob Tillman. "That was routine," McGee responded. "You caught that ball right in front of you, just standing there." "Yep," Mays said. "But did you notice what I did before Tillman swung? I moved 10 feet toward left. If I hadn't done that, the ball would have gone through for a triple. I'd never have reached it, and we'd have lost." "Why'd you shift left?" "I figured, or that's the way it seemed to me, that Perry was losing something off his fastball. I figured he might be getting tired. And Tillman, as you know, hits the long ball, and he's a pull hitter. So I shifted to left, and that's where he hit it." McGee knew that Mays enjoyed talking about those kind of plays more than his athletic feats. For all the focus on his 5 tools, his intelligence and preparation were just as valuable, and they became even more essential as his physical skills declined. Ken Henderson had a close view of those intangibles. When he joined the Giants in 1965, the 19-year-old was touted as the next Willie Mays, which didn't please the existing Willie Mays. Perhaps feeling threatened, Mays said little to the kid. Henderson then spent much of the next 3 years in the minors, but joined the team for good in 1969. By then, Mays knew he was in the final stages of his career, and lent a hand to Henderson, but much of what the young player learned just came from watching. "I felt like I was able to communicate with him," Henderson recalled, "and he helped me tremendously defensively. When I played next to him in left field, I'd always look over my left shoulder at him, and at times he would put his hands on his knees with that big, wide-open stance of his. And just before the pitch was made, he'd move, he'd sense something, and he'd move maybe a step toward left field. And I used to watch him, and I would sense when he would move, and I would try to move along with him. He might move 5 or 6 steps more to right field, and then I would sense that, and I would move that way. And it was just a matter of getting to know and to communicate without using any words. It was a sense, an instinct that we had together after playing for a while, and it was really kind of a beautiful thing." Cardinal manager Johnny Keane used to tell his team that if Mays was on second base and a hit went into the outfield, the fielders should not try to throw him out unless it was the 9th inning or extra innings. Keane knew that Mays played possum on the bases, slowing down to draw throws so trailing runners could advance. Mike Shannon, who played with the Cardinals for 9 years and has been broadcasting Major League games for almost 40 years, says Mays is the smartest player he's ever seen. When he slid, for example, he would use one foot to tag the base and the other to jar the ball loose. Or, after drawing a walk, he would limp down to first base, then steal, and laugh while he was dusting himself off. He had to find ways to entertain himself, Shannon says. He recalls one game in which Mays was on second base, and a sinking line drive was hit to the outfield. When the second base umpire turned and ran out to get a better view, the third base umpire headed toward second to cover that base. The ball fell for a hit, and as Mays ran for third, he saw there was no umpire. So he cut several feet in front of the bag, saved some time, and scored. The third baseman, Ken Boyer, appealed the play. "The umpire calls him safe," Shannon says, "and Mays is on the bench laughing." Sometimes it was the run that Mays didn't score that most impressed. In a game against the Pirates at Forbes Field, Mays was on second, and the batter hit one off the right field wall. Everyone assumed he would score, but when he got halfway down the third baseline, he abruptly stopped and retreated. He saw that Roberto Clemente, who had the best arm in baseball, had fielded the ball cleanly and had launched a perfect throw home. "You had the greatest base runner against the greatest fielder," Gaylord Perry says. "Willie's play was very heads up. He would have been out." Bob Stevens said the best play he ever saw by Mays had nothing to do with his physical skills. In a spring training game, the Dodgers had the bases loaded with nobody out, and the batter hit a ball to deep center. Mays gave chase, and then tapped his glove, the signal now known by everyone that he was going to catch it. The runners retreated, but the glove tap was a decoy. The ball hit the top of the fence. Mays fielded it on a hop, whirled, and threw. Only one runner scored on a hit that sailed more than 400 feet. Mays was also the consummate sign stealer, not only from second base, where he had a clear view of the catcher's signals, but also from first and third. He says he could tell by the muscle movement in the catcher's right forearm how many fingers he was putting down. Mays was also superstitious. Running in from center field, he would step on first or third base on his way to the dugout. But he was always calculating. He says he would strike out intentionally in an early inning with the hope that he'd see the same pitch later with the game on the line. After his dismal, flu-ridden season in 1967, Mays wanted to erase the speculation that he was ready to retire. He turned 37 in 1968, and he knew that made him 1 year older than Joe DiMaggio when he retired. Mickey Mantle was still playing, but he had moved to first base the previous year and retired after 1968. Duke Snider had called it quits in 1964 at 37. Mays demonstrated that he was still one of the better players in the game. Compared to the figures in the rest of his career, his batting numbers were down in 1968, but offensive numbers were deflated across the majors. It would be known as the year of the pitcher. Only 6 players hit 300. Not a single player scored 100 runs. Only 3 hitters drove in 100. The Giants and the Cardinals threw back-to-back no-hitters at Candlestick, which might not have been so shocking if Marichal and Gibson had hurled them. Instead, it was Gaylord Perry and Ray Washburn. Perry could have lost the game. He faced Gibson and eked out a 1-0 victory. The All-Star game typified the year and even the decade. Mays led off with a single, advanced to second on an errant pickoff throw, moved to third on a wild pitch, and scored on a double play ball. The game ended 1-0, and Mays was named the game's MVP. The Sporting News declared, "Pitching is strangling the breath out of baseball." Mays played in 148 games and had 573 at-bats, third on the team behind McCovey and Ron Hunt. His .289 average, 23 home runs, and 79 RBIs all ranked second. He also didn't wear down, hitting .311 in August and .377 in September, and he had 19 game-winning hits, the most in the big leagues. Mays also won what would be the last of 12 consecutive Gold Gloves, and he devised new base-running exploits. He was on first with McCovey at the plate and the Pirates using a shift. Maury Wills, now playing third for the Pirates, was the only player on the left side of the infield. Mays was running on a 3-2 pitch, and when McCovey walked, Wills helpfully threw up his hands to alert his friend that he need not slide. But Mays, seeing the left side of the infield empty, kept running, so that he stole third base from first on one pitch. "I was trying to be nice and warn Mays," Will said after the game, "but it cost us." And 1968 introduced the Giants' most heralded rookie since Willie Mays. Bobby Bonds was a 6'1", 190-pound free spirit, the California High School Athlete of the Year, who long jumped 25 feet 3 inches, ran 100 yards in 9.5 seconds, and was awarded all-league honors in football. He was a touchdown machine at tailback. And basketball. He scored 38 points in one game. Bonds also played the outfield, so it was natural that he was called the next Willie Mays. He had been compared to Mays as a 19-year-old in the Western Carolina League, where he hit .323, banged 25 homers, and once ran over a catcher to score the winning run. His manager was Mays' former teammate Max Lanier, who said that his prodigy could run faster than Mays ever thought of. Bonds had athletic bloodlines. His sister Rosie had been a hurdler in the 1964 Olympics, and his brother Robert played wide receiver for the Kansas City Chiefs. Bonds grew up idolizing the Giant legend. He didn't want to go to a team unless it was with Willie Mays, says Pat Bonds, Bobby's wife. Bobby said that when he went to spring training for the first time at 18, Willie Mays had a locker near mine, and it took me 1/2 hour to get dressed because I kept watching him. He put his arm around me and said, "I'm going to teach you how to play ball." He was my greatest asset in the game. Mays was alternately tender and stern with Bonds, but always protective. When he didn't like the way a coach was trying to adjust the way Bonds held the bat, Mays ran him off. He lent Bobby money for his new house in San Carlos, and he gave him extra furniture from his own house. When Pat was pregnant with their third child, Bobby was supposed to leave home for spring training, but Mays told him to report late, that he would take care of things in Arizona. "When I had the baby," Pat recalls, "Willie and Bobby would play cards, and I think he let Bobby win the money to buy the crib." Bonds made history in his very first game when he hit a grand slam, the first time that had happened in a rookie's debut in the 20th century. Like Mays as a rookie, Bonds was talented but raw. In only 81 games, he led the team in stolen bases, 16, as well as strikeouts, 84, while whacking 9 homers. Pat says that Bobby was determined to be as good, if not better, than Willie, and his numbers bore out that relentless ambition. In his first full year, Bonds hit 32 homers and stole 45 bases in 49 attempts. But unwilling to shorten his swing, he hit .259 and struck out a staggering 187 times. In Mays' first full year, by contrast, he struck out 57 times. The Giants were certain they had finally found Mays' successor, though Mays himself never cared much for the next Willie Mays hoopla. For one, he was still around, but he also thought the tag was unfair to the next in line, and he pleaded with reporters not to write so much about Bonds at such a young age. "It puts too much pressure on a kid who tries to live up to the notices," he said. Some observers have speculated that the pressures on Bonds contributed to his personal problems, specifically his excessive drinking. Mays, aware of his taste for alcohol, urged him to take care of his body, but the pleas didn't work. Bonds' demons haunted him throughout his life. His oldest son, Barry, was 4 years old when Bobby joined the Giants, and over the next several years, the boy would attend games and putter around the locker room. On Father's and Son's Day, he would take the field, swat a beach ball with a plastic bat, and run around the bases. Like most kids in and around the clubhouse, Barry gravitated to Mays and would rummage through his stuff for gloves and baseballs, and would hide on top of the locker. Mays obliged the boy, and when his parents asked, agreed to be his godfather. For some years, Barry was estranged from his father, resenting him for his neglect as both a father and a husband, though he says they reconnected once he entered college and were close from then on. Barry had another father figure as well from a very young age. Willie was always challenging me as a kid, he said. I remember when he'd catch the ball, and he would just flick it, and it would go all the way back into the infield. And I could barely reach the infield as a kid. And he would tease me, "Come on, how are you ever going to make the major leagues if you can't throw the ball to second base?" He would laugh at me because I couldn't throw. When Barry Bonds joined the Pirates in 1986, he wore number 24. At the All-Star game, Herman Franks announced that he would not return as manager unless the Giants won the pennant. And the Giants didn't win the pennant. For the fourth consecutive year under Franks, they finished second. The Cardinals again won. Though with 88 wins, it was their worst season under Franks. The team was always a pitcher or two short, and with the exception of center field, never that strong up the middle. In addition, both the Dodgers and Cardinals recognized the imperative of speed, stolen bases, and small ball to manufacture runs in a low-scoring era. Stonem's fetish for home runs, embraced by Franks, was costly. Financial problems also loomed, which eventually had a direct impact on Mays. The Giants' parent, the National Exhibition Company, also owned 3 minor league teams and a hotel and related recreational facilities in Casa Grande, Arizona. For 1968, the company posted an operating loss of $179,099, compared to an operating profit of $215,491 in 1967. Plunging attendance caused the red ink. For the second straight season, the Giants were out of the race by the first day of August, but it was also the first year of the Oakland Athletics, who had migrated from Kansas City and now divided the Bay Area's fan base. The consequences for the Giants were devastating. In 1968, attendance fell 33% to 837,220 from the previous year, marking the fewest fans they had drawn in their 11 years in San Francisco, and less than half their record in 1960. It was also the first time they had fallen below 1 million since leaving New York. The Athletics, who finished in 6th place, drew 837,466 fans, virtually the same number as the Giants. The A's were 8th out of 10 American League teams in attendance, the Giants 7th in their own league. The Giants did not face an immediate crisis, as each National League club reaped a $2 million windfall from the expansion teams in San Diego and Montreal, which would start in 1969. The Giants also received a $1 million settlement over litigation stemming from the Polo Grounds. But the one-time games didn't obscure the cold emptiness of Candlestick Park, which for some games drew fewer than 2,500 fans. Stonem's abysmal sales and marketing were hurting the team as well. Lon Simmons recalls a fan who wanted to buy season tickets, but the Giants didn't accept checks. He left without any tickets. Fittingly, the 1968 Giants led the league in road attendance, drawing almost 1.6 million, setting the pace for the 7th time in the past 8 years. Everyone knew the reason. The fans wanted to see Willie. National Exhibition was a publicly traded company, and at its annual meeting in early 1969, Stoneham was asked about Mays' salary. At $125,000, he was the company's highest-paid employee, though that was deceiving. Stoneham's salary of $80,300, which hadn't budged in years, did not include dividend payments. Stoneham said he expected Mays to again play for $125,000. Juan Marichal was also discussed. His $100,000 salary was second to Mays's, and in 1968, he had won 26 games, recorded an ERA of 2.43, and had 30 complete games, a mark never achieved by the decade's other top pitchers, Gibson, Koufax, and Denny McLain. Stoneham said Marichal might receive a raise. News accounts do not indicate whether any shareholders complained about Mays' salary, but the issue was clearly in play. Unless Stoneham could turn around the company, the high-income stars would have to go, and the entire franchise could be in peril. The Giants' next skipper was Clyde King, a soft-spoken North Carolinian who had been managing in the minors for 13 years, most recently for the Giants' AAA club in Phoenix, and was promoted for one purpose: to break the Giants' second-place stalemate. In some ways, the 44-year-old former pitcher was a refreshing change from the abrasive Herman Franks, and his experience managing some of the younger players in Phoenix, who had felt neglected in Franks' star system, was a benefit. But King had never led a big league team before, and he was the first manager in Giants history, besides Leo DeRocher, who had not served in some capacity with the parent club. His lack of experience on all counts hurt him. He was unaccustomed to a 25-man roster. His limit in Phoenix was 21, and fearful that he would run out of players at other positions, would only carry 9 pitchers. He also apparently didn't understand how to double-switch players to move the pitcher's spot in the order. But his biggest difficulty was his relationship with Willie Mays, who as a rookie had actually faced King when he pitched for the Dodgers. Mays struck out once and hit a home run another time. But King had no history with Mays as a teammate or a coach, and didn't know how other managers had handled him. Even as a veteran, Mays still needed encouragement and support, and remained hypersensitive to slights. He had been doubly protected by Franks, his financial advisor, who allowed Mays to determine his own playing schedule. Mays had now played more years in the majors than any active player, and he believed that he had earned special privileges, and that both he and the club were the better for it. King thought otherwise, so troubles were inevitable. "In Willie he inherits an institution," wrote the Los Angeles Times' Mel Durslag. "It's as if a new conglomerate suddenly acquires the House of Rothschild." In his first press conference, King declared that all the players, regardless of age or tenure, would be required to practice equally. Then, in spring training, he announced that Mays was going to hit leadoff. He felt Mays' speed would benefit the top of the lineup. It's possible that if King had suggested the idea to Mays so that Mays could claim some ownership of it, the switch would have been easier. But King didn't. He thought he should treat Mays like every other player. And Mays balked. "Why do you want me to bat leadoff?" he asked. "I'm no kid, you know." "I know that, but you're not hitting home runs like you used to," King said. "I can still hit 20 or more," Mays said. "That ought to be enough." Mays thought the extra at-bats at leadoff would wear him out sooner, and he could help the team more by driving in runs in the 3-hole. He didn't complain to the mainstream press, though he did tell the Chicago Daily Defender, "I'm used to knocking in runs. If they want me to score runs, I can. But if I knock in 50 runs this year, it will be a miracle. But I'm not going to fight with King. If he feels that's what I should do, then I will. He's the manager." Even without Frank seeking his guidance, Mays found ways to continue to control the field. On one play, he fielded a single to center, and with a man at first, he overthrew the cutoff man in a vain attempt to cut down the runner at third. On the overthrow, the hitter advanced to second. Sitting in the press box was Franks. "Look at him," Frank said. "He's managing in place of King. He wanted that hitter to move up to second base so first base would be open. Now they'll walk the next hitter on purpose. Then they'll get the next guy out, and have the guy after him having to lead off the next inning. That's the way Willie's got it planned." Mays proved to be good at the top of the order, hitting .317 over the first 11 games. But the Giants were 6-5 and had beaten only the expansion San Diego Padres. In the next game, Mays was hitting third, with Bobby Bonds leading off. Perhaps it was just a coincidence, but one day later, the Giants began a 9-game winning streak in which Mays hit .364. On the field or in the dugout, Mays almost never lost control of his emotions, but it did happen. At Candlestick in September 1968, 2 fans along the first baseline kept heckling him, and when he came jogging to the dugout after a good catch, one of them yelled, "Nice catch for $100,000, bum. You're finally earning your money." Mays had heard enough. He changed course, headed for the stands, and tried to scale the railing. Herman Franks, among others, had to restrain him. The police escorted the hecklers out of the ballpark. After the game, First base coach Charlie Fox said, "Ordinarily, you don't mind needling from the fans, but these fellows were really abusive right from the start of the game." Mays apologized. "After all these years, I should have known better." A more publicized blow-up occurred the following year at the Astrodome with Clyde King. It was June 24th, a Tuesday night game. Mays thought he was getting the night off, but before the game, a teammate told him that his name was on the lineup card, which was posted in the dugout. Mays retreated to the clubhouse to take off his sweats and put on his uniform. King said when it was time to present the lineups, he couldn't find Mays and assumed he didn't want to play, so he erased his name from the card. Mays returned to the dugout, saw his name removed, and erupted. He thought King was trying to show him up, first putting him in the lineup, then taking him out. He barked at King, waved his arms, and appeared ready to charge him when McCovey, Perry, and Larry Jansen surrounded him. Mays continued to shake his finger at King, then settled down. In the second inning, Jim Ray Hart, playing the outfield, hurt his shoulder, and King asked Mays if he wanted to play. "You're the manager," Mays said. He played the rest of the game. Afterward, King told him that he would be fined. The incident only crystallized the bad relations between the men. Mays didn't believe he was accorded enough respect, and King resented his attitude. "If I'm fined," Mays told him, "I quit." Stoneham was not about to let that happen, and no fine was levied. Chub Feeney, citing the best interests of the team, urged Mays to apologize to King, which he did. Even his most ardent booster, Charlie Einstein, described Mays's behavior in the dugout as unforgivable. But the Examiner's Prescott Sullivan noted that the tantrum was the first for Mays in some 18 years as a professional player, and he had us wondering if he'd ever get around to it. It's only human to foul up now and then, and Willie, who had baseball's longest good conduct record going for him, finally did it. Mays began the 1969 season needing only 13 home runs to reach 600. Pundits predicted that with a fast start, Mays would hit that plateau by Mother's Day. Though his knees troubled him throughout the year, he began well enough and had 9 homers on June 21st. Then he went almost 2 months, to August 15th, before he hit the 10th. He didn't hit his 12th, 599, until September 15th. The chase for 600 didn't garner the media attention that accompanied 512, but the pressures were the same. Mays had also injured his knee on July 29th in a home plate collision with Cub catcher Randy Hundley, and the damage was evident. "People cringed in sympathy," Bob Stevens wrote, "when he went on defense and stumbled and wobbled and didn't quite get to some baseballs he would have gobbled up 2 years ago. When he swung at the plate, the knee would cave in under him and rob the swing of the pure, terrifying power it once generated. Yet Willie played." The Giants battled the Braves down the stretch in September, and that they won any games at all, Stevens wrote, was because Mays was producing, hurting like all hell, but playing and producing. He drove in 5 game-winning runs in September and scored the game winner 4 times. But number 600 lingered. The Adirondack Bat Company had sent Frank Torrey, the retired Braves first baseman and Joe's brother, to present Mays with some gifts when he hit the milestone homer. Torrey followed Mays for 6 weeks, waiting for the moment. Mays wanted to hit number 600 in San Francisco during a 10-game homestand, but he never came close. Then, on September 22nd in San Diego, he was given the night off. Municipal Stadium was nearly empty. There were 4,779 fans, and the public address announcer had advised the small crowd that the fan who caught Mays's 600th homer tomorrow night would receive season's tickets for next season. But in the 7th inning, with the score tied, King looked at Mays on the bench, and Mays looked back. "I'm not tired," he said, "just hurting a little bit." "Grab a bat," King said. Mays pinch hit for rookie George Foster. With a runner on second, he just wanted a single against Mike Corkins, a rookie who was 5 years old when Mays broke in. His first pitch was a belt-high fastball. Ron Fimwright's story of the game suggested a redemptive quality to the blow that followed. In the privacy of San Diego's Municipal Stadium, the great center fielder, staggered by injuries, haunted by the specter of old age and the taunts of critics who have been burying him for the better part of 4 years, lofted a 391-foot home run to the empty left field seats. As Mays rounded the bases, the tiny crowd rose to its feet and gave him the reception that rightfully should have been his from a far greater multitude. The ovation was expected. What Mays didn't anticipate was the scene at home plate, where all the Giants had raced from the dugout to greet him. He was genuinely touched by the reception. "It was my most satisfying home run," he said after the game, "because of all those guys waiting for me when I crossed home. There was nobody left on the bench. That really got to me." Mays acknowledged that he had been trying too hard, and the pressure had affected him, and he again waved off the possibility of reaching 714. He was just glad the team won. The only man happier than Mays was Frank Torrey, who estimated that he had seen 40 games, traveled 12,000 miles, and spent $4,200 waiting for the historic swing. Not expecting Mays to pinch hit, he almost missed it entirely, but he scurried onto the field to present Mays with his awards, a trophy made up of 3 bats on a plaque with the number 600 tying the handles together at the top, a $12,500 Italian sports car, and a share of Adirondack stock for each foot the ball had traveled. At $9 a share, it was a $3,519 clout. Said Mays, "I'm just glad Torrey can go back to his family." Mays stole 6 bases for the year, which made him the first player ever to hit at least 300 homers and steal at least 300 bases. He played in 117 games and had 459 at-bats, his lowest totals for a full season to date. But he finished with the 3rd best batting average on the Giants, .283, second among the regulars, and the 3rd most RBIs, with 58. While his 13 homers marked the first time he'd hit fewer than 20 in a full season, they were still second highest on the club. The leagues now had 2 divisions with 6 teams apiece. The Giants once again finished second, 3 games behind the Braves in the West Division. During the season, news reports claimed that Joan Whitney Payson, the owner of the Mets, was trying to trade for Mays. The Mets were young and talented, but needed some veteran leadership. Stoneham said he had no intention of trading Mays. It didn't matter for the Mets. Founded only 7 years earlier, the Miracle Mets won their division, the pennant, and the World Series. Mays took some consolation when the Sporting News named him Player of the Decade, an honor that Ted Williams and Stan Musial had held before him. Another publication chose Mays for a team called Baseball's Greatest Living Players. At last, he was with DiMaggio. Chapter 34. Baseball Royalty. The twilight years of Mays's career saw a seismic shift in baseball, a serious challenge to the reserve clause, which led to its demise, and the strengthening of the labor union, which forced a player strike. While baseball eras are vaguely defined, a new one had clearly begun in the early 1970s. Mays did not play a major role in the bitter disputes that seemed to threaten the very existence of the game, but his name was invoked by parties on all sides, and his surprising reaction to baseball's upheavals shed additional light on his character. Money, especially from television, had changed baseball's landscape. In 1946, the Yankees were the first team to sell television rights to their games, which netted them $75,000. By 1970, television revenue for the entire league was $38 million. Expansion fees and higher ticket prices brought in even more. But the average salaries for the players, when adjusted for inflation, had changed little. The Major League Baseball Players Association was formed in 1954, but for years did little for its members. Then, in 1966, it hired Marvin Miller, who for more than a decade had helped lead the powerful United Steelworkers of America, and who was now determined to convince professional ball players that baseball was a business. He achieved some incremental gains in short order. The owners agreed to raise the minimum wage, for example, and contribute to player pensions. But the owner's principal tool in keeping salaries low and maintaining a docile labor force was the reserve clause, which the U.S. Supreme Court upheld in 1922. In 1970, after Curt Flood was traded to the Phillies, he sued Major League Baseball in an effort to overturn the reserve clause, in effect, to win his freedom. In an interview, Howard Cosell said to Flood, "It's been written, Curt, that you're a man who makes $90,000 a year, which isn't exactly slave wages. What's your retort to that?" "A well-paid slave," Flood said, "is a slave nonetheless." While the representatives of the players' unions supported the suit, many of the game's high-salaried stars did not. Carl Yastrzemski said the suit, if successful, would ruin baseball. Harmon Killebrew, Frank Howard, Ron Santo, and Gaylord Perry all opposed Flood. The game's most important voice belonged to Willie Mays, whose league-high salary, $150,000 in 1970, was cited by the owners as evidence of their fairness and generosity. On The Tonight Show, Johnny Carson asked Mays what he thought of Flood's case. Mays said, "If Curt is doing something he thinks is right, I think he should do it. I haven't really studied it too much. I don't know all the arguments that are going on, and I'm not going to get involved." As Brad Snyder pointed out in his book on Flood's case, A Well-Paid Slave, 5 black future Hall of Famers, Hank Aaron, Ernie Banks, Frank Robinson, and Billy Williams, as well as Mays, failed to support Flood. All but Robinson had grown up in the South, and Aaron, Banks, and Mays had played in the Negro Leagues. They succeeded by obeying the system, Snyder wrote. They weren't boat rockers. They feared retribution from the owners and didn't want to jeopardize their salaries, their careers, and their futures in the game. Nonetheless, Mays's comments got the most attention, including a reaction from Flood. In his 1970 book, The Way It Is, Flood wrote, "All but a very few major leaguers share my view of baseball reality. Among those who don't, the most prominent is the great Willie Mays, who reports from the privileged isolation of his huge success that he has absolutely nothing to complain about." Flood lost his legal battle, but his efforts effectively opened the door for other challenges, and in 1975, a federal arbitrator ruled that 2 players, Andy Messersmith and Dave McNally, were free agents when their contracts expired. The reserve clause was dead. The players' ability to receive market wages contributed to huge increases in salary, and as a matter of principle, the freedom to choose your own employer, the victory was long overdue. That is the consensus, but not for Mays, who believes something important was lost with free agency. Mays wants to see players make as much money as possible, and while he has always felt aligned with the owners, he's never had any stake in their profits. Free agency to Mays was not simply about the dollars. It was about values. Mays prizes stability, order, and loyalty, and the reserve clause ensured that rosters were fairly stable and that teams could be kept together. Free agency, however, invited disruption for management, while obliterating any pretense that the players were loyal to their teammates, their organizations, or their cities. They were now mercenaries, whose only loyalty was to their checkbook. As Mays said in Say Hey, "Once the arbitrator ruled that a player was free to make his own deal, many of the values that I treasured suddenly went down the drain. I believed in a family atmosphere in a club. While I didn't play under free agency, I started to see a change in mutual respect. Oh, ball players always griped. I'm not saying we didn't. But there was also what's the word I want? Pride. Yes, pride in being there. In being one of the few hundred ball players out of the tens of millions of Americans who dreamed one day of becoming a big leaguer." Mays, to be sure, is not the most objective critic of free agency. When he was still playing, his high pay cushioned him against the inequities of the chattel system, and his close ties to Stoneham caused him to understate the owner's treatment of the players as disposable parts. But Mays's central point, that the demise of the reserve clause contributed to a freewheeling money culture, which has diminished the players' devotion to the game, fed their conceit about their self-worth, and raised self-aggrandizement to an art form, stands as a reasonable critique of the modern game. What's more, Mays proved that he was no stooge of management in 1972, when the owners refused to bargain on insurance benefits, and the players, through their representatives, voted unanimously to strike. As it happened, Stoneham had traded the Giants' player rep, Hal Lanier, and alternate, Gaylord Perry, after the 1971 season, so Mays suddenly found himself representing the team at this critical time. The strike itself, which began in spring training, would only succeed if the players remained unified, and as opening day approached, Marvin Miller was concerned that that unity was beginning to crack. Many of the players lived from paycheck to paycheck, and they had no experience with labor management showdowns. The Players' Executive Board met in New York, and Mays was asked to address it. His comments, recalled in Miller's autobiography, convey as much about Mays's commitment to baseball as it does about his support for the union. "I know it's hard being away from the game and our paychecks and our normal life," Mays said. "I love this game. It's been my whole life. But we made a decision to stick together, and until we're satisfied, we have to stay together. This could be my last year in baseball, and if the strike lasts the entire season and I've played my last game, well, it will be painful. But if we don't hang together, everything we've worked for will be lost." Mays's words left the room silent. "My doubts about our unity," Miller said, "disappeared like one of his towering home runs." The players held firm. The strike lasted 13 days and forced the cancellation of 86 games. But the owners agreed to add $500,000 in health care benefits. Their control over the players, even before the reserve clause was overturned, had ended. Clyde King was abruptly fired after 42 games in 1970. The Giants were only 4 games under 500, but Stoneham reportedly held King responsible for the Giants' failure to win the pennant the previous year. And despite King's background as a pitching coach, the team's ERA was 5.44. On his last day as manager, the Giants scored 16 runs and still lost to the Padres 17-16. Those reasons notwithstanding, King's inability to get along with Mays was an important reason for his dismissal. Mays's low assessment of King's managing skills was never contradicted. King had 2 more managing stints with the Braves and the Yankees, but he'd hold those jobs for fewer games than he had with the Giants. The Giants' next manager was Charlie Fox, a long-standing coach who had seen Mays thrive under Herman Franks and afforded him the same latitude. The team improved, going 67-53 for the rest of the year, and finished 3rd. That season produced one of the truly memorable images of Mays's career. In an April game at Candlestick, the Reds' Bobby Tolan smashed a ball into deep right center. Both Mays and Bobby Bonds sprinted to the track and leapt at the same time, their gloves reaching over the fence. In a sequence of 4 wire service photographs, the 2 men collide in midair with their legs entangled, their glove hands outstretched, with Mays's belt flush against Bonds' midsection. Next, their feet land, though their bodies are entwined as one. They then collapse to the ground, with Bonds on his left side, Mays flat on his back, the ball visible in his glove. Finally, Mays remains on the ground, the wind knocked out of him, as Bonds lifts himself up and reaches for the ball, which he held up for the umpires. It unfolded like a violent airborne dance. Watching the game was 5-year-old Barry Bonds. "I believe I was crying, because anything that happened to Willie got to me," he says. It was the last out of the inning, and by the time Mays sat up, the Reds' outfielders, including Pete Rose, were looking over him. Friends came out to see how I was doing, Mays recalled. That's what made it special. Mays was no longer the best player in the game, or even one of the best. But at 39, he was surprisingly good. On June 7th, he equaled his home run output from the previous season, 13, and passed it 3 days later. He flirted with 300, and his catch on Tolan's ball was one of the several sensational defensive plays, including his cutting off a base hit in left center with his bare hand. In July, Sports Illustrated broke down Mays' game. He remained one of the best base runners on the team, who, running on 3 and 2, had gone first to third on a wild pitch. He could still throw strikes from the outfield, and using his knowledge of hitters and quick jumps, was still the master of his position. Mays always preferred off-speed pitches to fastballs, and with the rest of the league, struggled against Sandy Koufax, Bob Gibson, and Tom Seaver. Mays had other reasons to be scared of Gibson. The Cardinal pitcher, accompanied by teammate Bill White, once visited Mays at home. "Is that Gibson?" Mays asked in disbelief. "You wear glasses? Man, you're going to kill somebody one of these days." Gibson wore glasses, but did not use them when he played. As Gibson recalled, after that he never leaned over the plate too much. In 1970, Mays conveniently scheduled his off days when Gibson or Seaver pitched, but he made adjustments against hard throwers by bailing out, giving him the opportunity to turn on inside pitches, though his reflexes were fast enough to still reach outside deliveries. Mays, however, received his highest praise as a teammate who helped younger players. "He's a beautiful person," said Giant outfielder Frank Johnson. "I don't think anybody on the club dislikes him. If they do, they're crazy." Added Bobby Bonds, "He's the most nonchalant superstar you'll ever see. He acts just like he draws the minimum." Sports Illustrated noted that Mays had never been that close to Juan Marichal, who in the off-season told a Dominican reporter that Mays should consider retiring. Marichal later said he was misunderstood and retracted the comment. Mays began the year needing 74 hits to reach 3,000, but unlike past home run chases, he went on a tear as he approached the milestone, going 10 for 23 to reach 2,999. Then, on July 18th, in a sunny afternoon game at Candlestick, Mays came to bat in the first inning. When Montreal Expo hurler Mike Wegener walked him on 4 pitches, the crowd booed madly on each throw. In the second, Mays stepped to the plate again, and with an 0-2 count, cut on a low slider and chopped it through the infield on the left side. Every bounce, the Examiner wrote, was lustrous with history. When Mays reached first base, he doffed his cap to the cheering crowd. He was only the 10th player in big league history to get 3,000 hits, Hank Aaron having reached the mark earlier in the season. Mays was soon surrounded by his teammates, and several Expos congratulated him as well. A 10-minute ceremony was led by Chub Feeney, now president of the National League. Also on the field was Stan Musial, who put his arm around Mays, and Monty Irvin, representing the commissioner's office. After the game, Mays said he couldn't help but think about the record, given that 2 photographers were at his front door when he left for the park. "I don't feel excitement about this now," he said. A reaction Mays said in later, but the main thing I wanted to do was help Gaylord Perry win a game. I don't like to talk about goals, but maybe I have a goal: to help the guys win. He played 139 games and hit .291, with 28 homers, 83 RBIs, and 94 runs scored. On the Giants, only 3 players hit for higher average and for more RBIs, and only 2 for more homers. On September 28th, Mays entered another exclusive club. He had at-bat number 10,000 for his career. Only Ty Cobb, 11,434, and Stan Musial, 10,972, had more. The cover of Saturday Review blared, "The Age of Willie Mays." The date was May 8, 1971, 2 days after Mays had turned 40, and the photo was one of Willie's favorites. Set in an ornate gold frame, it showed him at the plate, swinging the bat, his arms fully extended, his eyes on the ball. His uniform was skin-tight, and what Mays loved about the picture was its display of his muscular thighs, torso, and arms. He had a few gray hairs on his temples and a slightly receding hairline, but he still had a 32-inch waist, Herculean arms, and a sculpted physique. Charlie Fox noted that this was no accident. "In 22 years," he said, "Willie has gained 1.5 pounds. You spread a buffet for the team after a game, and young players will gobble everything in sight. Willie will take 1 stick of gum." There was poetic symmetry in Mays's life. He had been born 40 years earlier, and had joined the Giants 20 years earlier. He had also achieved a kind of royal status, recognized by writers, players, and fans alike. In both 1970 and 1971, a poll of the players had ranked Mays as the 4th best outfielder for the All-Star game. But in 1970, the voting returned to the fans, who elected Mays to start. One time in Los Angeles, he was hit by a pitch in the small of his back. The pitcher, Don Sutton, looked on in horror, Jim Murray wrote, as if he had just thrown a dart through the Mona Lisa, or cracked a statue of St. Francis with a well-aimed rock. Sutton ran up like a Red Cross nurse. The crowd, a Dodger crowd, mind you, booed him. The claim that this was the age of Mays was a stretch. It was more like the age of elegies, as wistful tributes for Willie tumbled in. The Saturday Review's Peter Schrag wrote that Mays should be well past his prime, an aging star dogged by fragile legs, trick knees, fatigue, and the other assorted aches and pains that the flesh of annuating athletes is supposed to suffer. But Mays moves with the grace of memory, defying time, defying the inexorable erosion of fantasies, defying age itself. He remains unequivocally our man. To see him now is like watching the instant replay of a generation, the crowds of 20 years, the old ballparks with their erratic dimensions, and their even more erratic fans. Schrag noted Mays's unpredictable moods and his coldness to reporters he didn't know, but those could be forgiven. Mays urged the young Giants to adopt his daring style, which the writer summarized as, "If you want to make money, don't play it safe." At a time of increasing corporate conformity, Schrag concluded, and when baseball itself seemed to be dulled by tepid professionalism, Mays appeared to us as the new romantic individualist, a man of the ritual, but a man who enriched it. He brought jazz to the game. Milton Gross, Mays's longtime friend and confidant, wrote in the New York Post, "Mays is more than a man nearing middle age so far as baseball is concerned. He is an emotional experience. He is the tie that binds so many of us to our carefree days of the past. And for the younger generation, he is the legend that lives, the only authentic piece of active history which links baseball as it is to what it used to be." Wells Twombly, a sports columnist for the Examiner with a literary flair, reprised the theme that Mays's aging violated nature's will. "As the greatest baseball player of his generation advances on home plate," he wrote, carefully picking his steps on legs that are only slightly bowed, "it is difficult to shirk the feeling that perhaps this is the only mortal time ever agreed to leave alone. It would be a sin to have him grow old. Indeed, there are moments, especially when he goes swooping after a fly ball in darkest center field, like a peregrine falcon chasing a dove, when it seems he will still be playing this game 2 decades from now. But the end moves closer with every inning, with every pitch. These bits and pieces, these broken shards are nothing more than that. Nature has, in the final analysis, a ghastly sense of humor." The veteran sports writer Joe Falls lamented that Mays had never played a game in his city, Detroit, and he had never seen Mays play in person. So he flew to Cincinnati to watch him. Mays struck out twice and popped out twice. but he also went into deep center field for a towering fly, turned around, and plop, the ball fell into his glove for a basket catch. The whole trip was worthwhile, Falls wrote. He had an even better anecdote in 1971, when Mays finally played at Tiger Stadium in the All-Star game. The next day, two young men dialed Falls with a story that highlighted the bond between Mays and his fans. Tim Hemming, 19, and Ron Salcido, 21, placed a call to Mays's hotel room at 4 a.m. on the day of the game. Though half asleep, Mays answered and spoke to the guys, and he agreed to help them out. They had bleacher seats, and before the bottom of the first inning, one of them threw a baseball onto the field. Mays picked it up, signed it, and threw it back, setting off a mad scramble. "I got a black eye out of it," Hemming said, "but I've got the ball." On Mays's 40th birthday, he was given a party similar to the celebration on his 35th. It was again held at the Fairmont Hotel in the Grand Ballroom. It again raised money for a charity, the Hunters Point Fund, and it included a list of impressive dignitaries from the worlds of sports, entertainment, and politics. The price per plate had gone from $25 to $24 to match Mays's uniform number. The ballroom was festooned with pennants from all 24 Major League teams, symbolizing the event as a nationwide salute. That Mays was hitting .368 contributed to the theme of the star as a timeless wonder. 700 celebrants showed up, and the front table consisted of a pretty fair outfield: Mays, Aaron, and DiMaggio. In one of his few public speeches, the 56-year-old Yankee legend said, "I know you're going to wind up in the Hall of Fame, but I don't know if I'll be around to see you get in. There's a rule, you know, that you have to wait 5 years after you retire to be elected." Chub Feeney said, "Those of us who saw him break in 20 years ago have all grown older, but he hasn't." Carl Reiner, the director, remarked, "Mays brings out the child in all of us that refuses to die." Albert Brooks did a ventriloquist act. Charlie Fox, in his finest Irish tenor, sang an altered rendition of Danny Boy. "Friends may forsake me, let them all forsake me. I still have you, Willie boy." Horace Stoneham almost broke down praising Mays, and Dianne Feinstein, who the Sporting News reported may be America's most attractive city supervisor, gave Willie a plaque that read, "Mr. Mays, you are a very bright light in San Francisco." The evening's most poignant moment occurred with the remembrance of Russ Hodges, who had died 3 weeks earlier of a heart attack at the age of 60. He had been the voice of the Giants for 22 years and had seen all but 3 of Mays's home runs. Mays was one of the first to be notified of his death. Willie broke up over the phone, a member of his family told the press. He couldn't talk. At the birthday celebration, Hodges called of Mays's at-bat in Houston in 1965, when he kept fouling off fastballs until he finally hit the game-tying homer, was dramatically played to a tearful audience. The party was like Mays's 35th in one other respect. Whoever planned it did not include Mays as a speaker. Lee Mendelson, who had filmed the documentary in 1963, was surprised when he picked up the program and noticed the omission. "I remember that very distinctly," he says more than 35 years later. "I went up to Stoneham or somebody and said, 'I haven't talked to Willie about this, but I think Willie would like to speak.' And somebody said, 'Do you think he wants to speak?' I think there were people around the Giants, the PR people, who didn't realize what a good speaker he was and were always trying to protect him." Mays didn't need the protection. He wasn't completely relaxed in front of audiences, but he had tried to improve his diction and grammar and had worked on lowering his voice. After radio interviews, he would ask friends how he sounded. He continued to speak without notes, but his friends would hear him practicing his talks in a separate room in his house. On the night of his birthday, wearing a cream-colored suit, he gave a heartfelt speech with a surprise ending. "All I've ever done is to try my best," Mays said. "America must be a beautiful country when someone like me can have the opportunity to do what everyone here this night has said." He hit familiar notes in describing what motivated him to play. "I don't play for myself," he said. I play for the fans. If they enjoy my playing, I enjoy myself. I'll be at Candlestick Park ready to play tomorrow night. People ask me when I'm going to retire. I'd like to say never. Maybe I can be 39 forever, like Jack Benny. Mays revealed a bit more than usual, however, when he talked about the struggles of celebrity and how tough it was to live in a bowl. He also defended himself on racial matters. According to the Examiner, he said he didn't care for the rap that he's an Uncle Tom, although he never used that expression. Before he said his final thank you, Mays said he wanted to make a special introduction. She's always mentioning that wherever we go, she's never introduced, and she's gotten mad at me sometimes when I don't introduce her as my girl. But she has to understand that it is different when you are going around with a baseball player. He nodded to his partner. I'd like to introduce Miss May Allen. May was completely surprised. She stood, took a bow, and wept. Willie's acknowledgement was so uncharacteristic that the Examiner ran a sidebar, May and Mays, and wondered if they'd step up to the matrimonial plate soon. Not all the attention was favorable. Mays could still be uncomfortable with interviews, and that was clear when he appeared on Dick Cavett's show in January. Some people look at their 40th birthday as a crisis, Cavett said. How do you feel about that? Mays thought Cavett was suggesting that he was getting too old to play, and his reply was tetchy and defensive. Hey, why does everybody want to ask me about my age? He snapped. I may play 3 or 4 more years. Cavett. George Blanda is 43 and Mays cut him off. Blanda is only a place kicker. He comes and plays a few seconds once a week. I play every day. Are we going to discuss football or baseball? Cavett. I sense I'm being put on here. Mr. Mays, you make me nervous. The two staggered through the rest of the interview until Hank Aaron and Jim Bouton joined them. By now, Mays received little criticism from San Francisco journalists, who recognized his unique status and knew how to approach him and what to expect. But he was subject to an unusually personal attack from a Chronicle columnist named Glenn Dickey, a screed so caustic that competing writers for the Examiner rose in Mays's defense. Dickey's column was supposed to run the day after Mays's birthday, but as the Sporting News reported, it was held for 3 weeks on the theory that eviscerating a man on his birthday might offend some readers. Mays, Dickey wrote, sheds his greatness like a cloak when he leaves the playing field. You know the myth of the say-hey kid, a happy-go-lucky fellow with a kind word for everyone. Try that on an autograph-seeking kid who has been brushed off, a sports writer who has been cursed, a manager who has tried to exercise authority, a black who has tried to get Mays to speak out against racial inequities. Dickey described Mays as a hypochondriac who used his famed fainting spells to garner extra attention. And now, when the Giants are looking for him, they check the hospitals first. Dickey's conclusion? Occasionally there is talk that Mays will be the first black manager, but he would bring only indolence, an uncertain intelligence, and a petulant personality to the job. Better keep playing, Willie. The timing of the attack was not particularly good. 3 days earlier, Mays had hit a game-winning home run, breaking the National League record by scoring run number 1,950 of his career. For that, the grounds crew ceremoniously dug up home plate and gave it to him. The day before the column appeared, Mays had what the Sporting News said was one of his most sensational days in San Francisco. Against the Mets, he hit a game-tying home run in the 8th. Replacing the injured McCovey, he made several game-saving plays at first in the 9th and 10th innings. Then in the 11th, he was on second base with 1 out when the hitter chopped a bouncer to third baseman Tim Foley. Mays could have reached third easily if he had run fast. Instead, he slowed down so that Foley, glimpsing Mays out of the corner of his eye, believed he could tag him instead of getting the sure out at first. A high-risk base-running gambit that required speed, daring, and an instant calculation of his chance for success. Mays avoided the lunging Foley and slid in safely at third, giving the Giants runners at the corners with 1 out instead of a man on third with 2 outs. Mays scored the game-winning run on a sacrifice fly. The day that Dickey's harangue was published, Charlie Fox said of Mays, "I'd kiss him if Jim Bouton wouldn't put it in his next book." And Dickey's own newspaper wrote that Mays should have been given the stadium. The column set off a media firestorm, drawing scorn from radio talk show hosts, as well as Lon Simmons during a game. The Examiner also pounced. Prescott Sullivan, who acknowledged that "we are not one of Mays's biggest boosters," described Mays as a less-than-perfect human being, but with fewer faults than are necessary to the species. He asked Examiner photographer Charles Doherty if Mays was uncooperative. "Not at all," Doherty said. "Oh, there may have been a couple times over a period of 13 years when he balked at posing for gag shots, but I'd say he had a pretty good record." He also asked Giant beat writers about Mays. Bucky Walter: "He's okay. I've always gotten along with him." Jim McGee: "I've never had any trouble with Willie. It isn't easy to get a story out of him, though. He tries to avoid controversy." Wells Twombly attacked the Messenger, saying of Dickey, "Ambition doth make hatchet men of us all." Sarcastically calling him a fine newsman, Twombly wrote, "Confronted with the fact that his shirt slithered off his back at high noon when he left his air-conditioned hotel room, he immediately broke the news that it is humid in Houston in the summertime." Twombly also noted, "If Willie isn't the bubbly little creature that New York writers used to insist he was, he at least isn't surly, and these days that is a blessing." In a second column, Dickey said that many fans had written to him. "The kinder ones suggested I was mentally ill, and the Giant players threw me out of the clubhouse." Mays himself never commented on the column, nor will he. He never dignifies his adversaries, but he was visibly upset when he read it, which confirmed his view that, with rare exception, he should never trust a journalist. A more creative attack came from a magazine called Sports Scene, which in 1971 published an article, "Willie Mays is hurting the Giants." How so? Usually no man wins or loses a pennant by himself, but an over-reliance on Mays may very well have cost the Giants 1 or more flags. If only he had played for the Dodgers. There were no second-place finishes for the Giants in 1971. They finally won something, the National League West, though even that they almost blew. They took over first place on April 12th, were up by 10 games in early June, and had an 8.5-game lead on September 3rd. But they lost 8 out of 9 in one September stretch, and had to win the final game of the season to hold off the Dodgers. McCovey, hobbled by injuries at the age of 33, played only 105 games. Bobby Bonds was now the star, hitting .288 with 33 homers, 102 RBIs, and 26 stolen bases. Younger players, including Ken Henderson, third baseman Al Gallagher, and rookie shortstop Chris Spire, rounded out a solid, if unspectacular, starting lineup. Bonds' .288 average was the highest on the team. Marichal Perry anchored the starting staff, and reliever Jerry Johnson had a career year as closer with 18 saves. The hot bath that Mays took into his 40th birthday cooled down as the summer progressed. He was hitting .289 by the end of June, and playing in 136 games, finished the season at .271. The year reflected his adjustments to his age. The most walks he ever had for a season was 82 in 1964. But in 1971, he drew 112 walks, giving him a team-best on-base percentage of .425. More surprising were Mays' stolen bases, 23 in 26 attempts, equaling his stolen bases for the 3 previous years combined. Mays says he ran more because McCovey missed so many games, reducing the need to keep the hole open on the right side. And it's probably true that Mays would have stolen far more bases in the 1960s with a different cleanup hitter. Regardless, in 1971, he showed that with his power numbers down, he could beat you in other ways. There were, however, signs of decline. The most obvious were his strikeouts, 123, by far the most of his career, and the first time he had surpassed 100. Mays also had 17 errors, another career high, but 11 of those were at first base. Perhaps the clearest indication of age occurred in September, when Dodger hurler Bill Singer hit Mays with a pitch, sidelining him for several days. He couldn't get out of the way, McCovey recalls, so he teased, "You're slowing down." That was kind of the beginning of it, really. In the Giants' final game against San Diego, Mays drove in the first run with a double and scored on rookie Dave Kingman's homer. San Francisco won 5-1, triggering a celebration in the clubhouse as the players sprayed champagne, romped around, and happily denigrated the Dodgers. "They kept saying we were a dead horse," Maury Charles said. "Who's dead now?" Mays sat slumped in the corner, subdued. He had received about 10 cortisone shots during the year for various ailments, and the night before, Giant trainer Leo Hughes had wanted to give him another shot for the painful bursitis in his right shoulder, which had prevented him from holding his bat properly aloft. Mays refused, because he would have to wait 24 hours to play. He did, however, advise Bonds to take a cortisone shot for a pulled muscle in his left rib cage. So Bonds sat out the most important game of the season, but now he'd be ready for the playoffs. Reporters clustered around Mays. When Kingman poured champagne over his head, all he could do was wipe it from his eyes. He spoke almost as if he were watching another team. "Let them celebrate," he said. "That's for the kids. I'm really happy for them. We're not there yet. They don't think like me. We still got the Pirates to worry about." He considered the broad sweep of his career. 1951, 1954, 1962. That's not many pennants when you play 20 years, and we don't have this one yet. The kids are happy because they just won the division. I won't be happy until we get into the World Series. I like to wait to do my celebrating. Mays ran his hand over his sunken face. Man, even this was a long time coming. Asked if he was tired, he could barely speak the words. "Oh man, I've been so tired for the last month or so. Everybody on the team's known it, but I had to play. I had to be there. Those kids need me. They come to me, and I go to them with advice. Some of them look on me as their father." McCovey, who had been spelled repeatedly by Mays, paid homage to his friend. "You know who I'm happiest for?" he said. "Willie. He played too much. He played when I couldn't, because one of us had to be in there." The Giants' inability to wrap up the division cost them dearly. The Pirates, led by Willie Stargell and Roberto Clemente, had won their division by 7 games and were well rested. But Maury Charles had to pitch the last game of the season, which meant he could pitch only once in the 5-game series against the Pirates, and not until the 3rd game. Perry threw the opener in Candlestick and won 5-4, but the Pirates won the next game 9-4. In Pittsburgh, Maury Charles pitched well, but lost 2-1. The 4th game returned Perry to the mound against Steve Blass. The playoff attracted writers from New York, including Jimmy Cannon, who had immortalized Mays years ago, and now had a chance to rhapsodize about him again. "The face is young, but the lines of exhaustion age him," Cannon wrote. "He carries the skills across the autumn, and he reminds me of those summer days years ago on picnics. There was a race, and people would have to negotiate a measured distance, holding a raw egg on a spoon. The ones who were careful, walking gingerly, won. Every step was important, and if the egg rolled off the spoon, the race was over. This is Willie Mays now, going through a playoff with the egg of his skills on a spoon. It is just a helpless hurt," he told me. "I can't even think about it." Mays hit well in the opening games, going 3 for 7, with a home run and 3 RBIs. He got a single in Game 3, but neither he nor anyone else could stop the Pirates. The Giants were drained from the division race, and they could not overcome their many injuries. Bonds missed the 2nd playoff game and was a non-factor throughout. Mays went hitless in the 4th game as the Pirates knocked out Perry in the 6th inning and won handily 9-5. The series ended quickly. The most discussed play for Mays occurred in the third game, in the sixth inning, when he came to bat with Tito Fuentes on second, the game tied, and no one out. With the series at 1-1, it was a critical moment. On the first pitch, Mays squared and bunted it foul. The next pitch, he faked the bunt and took a ball. On the third pitch, he bunted, but the ball rolled only a couple of feet. He screamed to Fuentes, "Go, go, go!" But catcher Manny Sanguillen grabbed the ball, checked the runner back, and threw out Mays. The Giants failed to score. For a player who had once been criticized for his unwillingness to bunt, Mays's play evoked both bewilderment and sadness. Had he been bunting for a hit, and with the element of surprise, he would have succeeded with a good bunt. The play would have been easy to justify. But he had already tipped his hand and was bunting to sacrifice. For most batters, that was a legitimate move. Get the runner to third with less than 2 outs. But Mays had never been most batters. He was grilled with questions after the third and fourth games. Why did you bunt? He answered evenly, without rancor. He said he was trying to make it as easy as possible for the next hitters, McCovey and Bonds, to drive in the run. I felt one of them could get Tito home, and the way Marichal was pitching, another run could have meant the ball game, right? Yes, someone challenged, but that means you were giving up and saying you couldn't drive in Fuentes yourself. I resent anybody saying I'm giving up, Mays said calmly. That run to me was an important run. I was thinking of the best way to get the run in, the best way to win. Another thing, I've played 137 games this year. I am dead tired. I didn't feel that strong Tuesday. If I felt stronger, I'd never do that. Mays didn't fly home with the team. He wanted to go by himself. Says Fuentes, I believe he was hurt and embarrassed. It ate him alive, and he wanted to think about it. It was no doubt a melancholy end to Mays's season, but it did not obscure his contributions. By now his record as one of the greatest players in baseball history, if not the greatest, had been established, and if he had retired in 1971, his legacy would have included his durability and his fitness. At 39 and 40, he easily outperformed Babe Ruth at those ages, who, bloated and ailing, had to retire after 28 games in his 40th year. Mickey Mantle and Joe DiMaggio both retired at 36. Neither Ty Cobb nor Ted Williams played in as many games, at 39 and 40, as Mays, and Stan Musial's numbers weren't as good at that age either. Had Mays retired, he would be remembered for defying his own biology, through a lifestyle that emphasized temperance, moderation, and rest. And the images that would have bracketed his career would have been the catch in 1954 and his collide and catch with Bonds in 1970, 2 moments that captured the skill and spirit of the man. But Mays did not retire. Chapter 35. New York, New York. 1 year before Willie introduced Meg at his birthday party, he took her out to dinner and seemed unusually serious. He told her how he felt. I want to marry you, he said, but give me a little time. I don't want to lose you. He slipped a ring on her finger. Love, yes. Commitment, apparently so. An actual wedding date? No. May continued to wait, though Willie himself had entered a new phase of his life. In 1969, he wanted to buy a home in Atherton, an exclusive community, said to have the highest per capita income in California, about 35 miles south of San Francisco. Ty Cobb had lived there. So too had Alvin Dark. But Mays didn't have the money. Instead, he had friends. He had met Dinah Shore on the Pro-Am golf circuit. The actress was also from the South, and she seemed to understand Willie, who was 15 years her junior, and would often tease him. Hi, little boy, you need anything? I don't need anything now, he'd say. But one day, Mays called her. Dinah, I gotta buy a house, and I don't know what to do. How much do you need? She asked. Mays also asked for help from Donna Reed, and she and Shore helped him cover the $67,000 down payment on the $165,000 house, and also paid for new furniture. The house itself had 18 rooms, including 5 bedrooms, a swimming pool, and a cabana, all on 2 acres of spacious lawns with tall redwoods and California oaks. By November 1971, Willie finally decided, in his words, to grow up a little, and also to fully trust again. He invited May to his house, and at midnight, May called her friend Jessie Goins. "Willie wants to know," May said. "Can you go to Mexico?" Jessie, who had never been out of California, asked what for. "Willie is talking about going to Mexico and getting married," May explained. She said Willie wanted to bring a group of friends. "Whatever it takes," Jessie said. "When are we going?" "Tomorrow morning." The next day was Thanksgiving. "No problem," Jessie said. Willie's friends were used to his unpredictable travel whims, last-second decisions, say, to pack the car and drive to Vegas. But this seemed preposterous. 9 people would be traveling, including several who didn't have passports, and one, May, who didn't have a wedding dress. At the airport, Willie bumped into one of his golfing partners, Bob Hope, who asked where he was going. "Mexico, to get married," he said. Hope thought that was hilarious. By now, Mays had become a savvy negotiator and knew how to leverage his celebrity for the best possible deals, be it cars, clothes, or travel. He had also expanded his contacts in the corporate world, including American Airlines, and he persuaded the carrier to fly his party free of charge to Mexico City, and then to Acapulco, and to put them up in luxury hotels owned by the airline. But American Airlines got something in return. Ebony ran a glorious cover photo of Willie and May in Acapulco and published 4 pages of photographs of the couple's wedding and honeymoon. In the middle of those pages was a full-page ad from American Airlines promoting travel to, naturally, Mexico. Willie had also resolved the passport issue. When they landed in Mexico City, they were met by Bernard Farrat, an executive at the National Council of Tourism, who allowed them to enter without passports. Willie tried to tip him, but Farrat said he couldn't accept money. Willie had another idea. He had given Jessie a Willie Mays watch, which had his image on the face, and which she now was wearing. He showed Farrat the watch. "Can you take this?" The executive said he'd be grateful for it. Willie gave it to him and replaced Jessie's when they returned. In Mexico City, May bought a white lace wedding dress with white gloves and a veil. But a problem arose on the wedding day. May and Willie needed to submit a photograph of themselves to the judge, but they didn't have any. So they had to take a taxi to a photographer's studio. It was out in the middle of nowhere, Jessie says. And once they arrived, the photographer recognized Willie and said he'd take the picture if Willie gave him an autograph, plus his usual fee. Willie got angry only after the camera broke, and more time was wasted waiting for a new one. It was Saturday, and the couple had to be in a judge's private office by noon to take their vows, or wait until Monday. Back in their hotel, they were hurriedly dressing for the ceremony when Willie's zipper broke, requiring someone with smaller fingers to get the damn thing on track. They barely made it to the judge on time. The brief ceremony was conducted in Spanish, which neither Willie nor May spoke, but Farrat translated. The whole traveling party went on the honeymoon, which suited Willie fine. He loved May, but he reveled in the companionship of men, with whom he could play golf, while the women shopped and lounged on the beach. For his wife and his friends, Willie organized the trip just as he played baseball. It was spontaneous and flamboyant, and it gave them something to talk about. May and Willie settled in. She put her career on hold and assumed the job of caring for Willie. She cooked, cleaned, answered his mail, packed his luggage, sent out the Christmas cards, paid the bills, took care of the new poodle, and helped with the raising of Michael. "The feminists will probably crucify me for this," she said, "but if you love the guy, it's worth it." Her warmth and generosity were her greatest assets. She would give the police officers who patrolled the neighborhood pastries or autographed baseballs. But she also stood up to Willie. One time he had promised to donate a golf bag to a charity, and when he forgot, A member of the charity came to the house and asked for it. May told the person, "You go out in the garage, pick out a bag, and if he says anything to you, you tell him to come see me." She understood that baseball was Willie's first love, and he could only give her so much of himself. Willie acknowledges that he does not share his deepest feelings with anyone. "Even your own wife shouldn't know everything about you," he says. "That's just the way it is. That's the way I am." But his deeds won over May. On one occasion, her cousin Judy Phillips was visiting, and she was in the kitchen crying. Willie came in and asked what was wrong. Judy said she was on the phone with her mother, and they'd had an argument. Willie pulled out his wallet and gave her a $100 bill. "Wipe your eyes," he said. "Send her some flowers and tell her that you love her." He then walked out. When Judy told May what had happened, May said, "He never ceases to amaze me." And he found ways to show his love. One Valentine's Day, he gave May a white Rolls-Royce with a burgundy interior. May was 32 when she married, and in an interview at the time, she talked about her stepson. "Michael is a wonderful boy," and their intention to start their own family. "We'd love to have a baby girl," May said. "They're so wonderful. And I think Willie needs a baby girl. We already have our boy." "Two," said Willie, laughing. By 1972, Mays was older than every National League ballpark except Wrigley Field. 5 managers were younger than he. The itinerant Braves had moved from Boston to Milwaukee to Atlanta, and the game itself looked and felt different. There was AstroTurf, installed in Candlestick in 1970. Bright, stretchy uniforms, not good for flabby pitching coaches. New markets, Arlington, Texas. And the push for a designated hitter, adopted by the American League the following year. No other player from Mays' rookie year remained active. Mays began the season with a bad vibe. The year before, he had asked Stoneham for a 10-year contract for $750,000. He would finish his playing career over the next several years, then work for the Giants in some capacity. Stoneham rejected the offer, saying the board of directors had authorized him only to offer a 5-year contract at $75,000 a year. Mays was both hurt and puzzled. In all their years together, Stoneham had never mentioned the board of directors. Mays turned down the offer and signed a 2-year deal for $165,000 a season. Mays also thought it odd that the Giants had never acknowledged his marriage. No calls, no gifts, nothing. He had a box at Candlestick right next to one used by Stoneham's son, Pete. Before, Pete's wife often chatted with May. Now there were no conversations. Events on the field, with the Giants staggering out of the gate, were even more troubling. McCovey fractured his arm in a collision at first base. Marichal started 1-6, and the team lost 14 out of its first 20 games. Mays started badly, too. In 19 games, he was 9 for 49, 183, with 7 singles and 2 doubles. Charlie Fox said the aborted spring training, due to the players' strike, had hurt Mays more than most. But he was also losing patience. On April 25th, the Giants called up outfielder Gary Maddox, a live 22-year-old Vietnam veteran who, after 11 games in the Pacific Coast League, was batting .438 with 14 extra base hits and 22 RBIs. He replaced Mays in center field, and comparisons were immediately made to another young center fielder who had joined the Giants long ago after an astonishing run in the minors. Maddox had grown up in Los Angeles, but was in fact a Giant fan because he idolized Mays, and would wear number 24 in Little League. He was now succeeding the real number 24. Mays and Fox were soon at odds over playing time. Before the first game of a doubleheader in late April, Mays handed in the lineups, then left Candlestick. Both he and Fox later said he was ill, but Herman Franks showed up the next day and spoke with Fox about how best to use Mays. After the Giants lost 3 games in New York, they traveled to Philadelphia, where on May 5th, Mays received a phone call from a reporter in New York and was told that the Giants were trying to trade him to the Mets. He was stunned. He knew that the Giants were going with a younger team, but he couldn't believe that Stoneham hadn't told him first. The organization that he had given his life to apparently didn't want him anymore. He took it personally. He felt betrayed. "I only regret that I wasn't told," he said to reporters at the ballpark. "I'm not mad at anybody. I'm just sad. They're mad at me. I was told they were going with young players. But I've contributed as much as the youth. Why punish me? When your time is up, they tell you to go? That's not fair." Mays' age was less the issue than his salary. The Giants were going broke, and Stoneham could no longer afford his high-priced players. Thanks to the team's division championship in 1971, attendance had surged 52% to 1,122,786, and the Giants' parent company earned $460,000, but it eliminated all dividends on common and preferred shares. Stoneham retained his $80,000 salary, but his loss in dividend income cost him at least $47,000. The Giants' dwindling attendance in 1972, 647,744, ensured another year of red ink, and one by one, Perry, Lanier, and Dick Dietz, 1971, then McCovey, 1972, and Marichal, 1973, the team was dismantled. On one level, the effort to trade Mays was a mournful exercise. Joan Whitney Payson, who had vowed to bring Willie back to New York, had bankrolled the Mets in part to ensure that Mays and the other Giants would make 9 trips a year to New York, and throughout the 1960s, she had offered Stoneham considerable sums for Mays. This public courtship led to George Carlin's joke in 1966, when he played sportscaster Biff Burns. "In the Sportlight Spotlight tonight," he said, "first, a baseball trade. The San Francisco Giants have traded outfielder Willie Mays to the New York Mets in exchange for the entire Mets team. The Giants will also receive $500,000 in cash, 2 Eskimos, and a kangaroo." Payson never offered that much. But even in 1971, well after Mays' prime, Dick Young reported that she had bid $1 million for him. Stoneham concluded that he needed Mays to win a championship. In 1972, however, the Giants were reeling, so Mays was expendable. But with his average under 200, the market had changed. Stoneham wanted the Mets to assume Mays' contract and offer him a long-term deal. But he also wanted some young players. He traveled to New York in early May, and in 4 days of negotiations, he pressed for infielder Ted Martinez and one of 2 pitchers, John Matlack or Jim McAndrew. He got none of them. The Mets, led by M. Donald Grant, Payson's stockbroker, who served as the organization's chairman of the board, did not deem Mays worthy of a single major league player, and certainly not $1 million. The negotiations stalled. Mays' fans, including those in the press, just wanted the return of their hero in exile. Red Smith wrote, 21 years have taken something off the speed, the arm, the batting eye, the power, and the bubbling joie de vivre that made him the most exciting player of his time. But he is still Willie, a beautiful man. It would be a joy to welcome him home." Wrote Dick Young, "When there's a chance to get a Willie Mays, don't quibble about a decade or 2. They got their wish, and the trade was announced on May 11th. Willie would go to the Mets for a minor league pitcher named Charlie Williams and cash, with reports speculating the sum to be $100,000. Stoneham, however, later acknowledged that he didn't accept any money. Ultimately, all that mattered was that Willie be taken care of, and the Mets agreed to pay him $165,000 that year and the next. Mays said the Mets also agreed to pay him on his retirement $50,000 a year for 10 years. The announcement at a press conference at the Mayfair House caused Stoneham to tear up. "I never thought I would trade Willie," he said. "But with 2 teams in the Bay Area, our financial situation is such that we could not afford to keep Willie and his big salary, as well as the Mets. The Mets are the only club that could take care of him. Don and Mrs. Payson are as much in love with Willie as I am." By then, Stoneham had explained to Mays why he couldn't tell him about the trade talks. If the trade hadn't happened, then what? They were all blindsided by the leaks, and the trade may have been harder on the owner than the player. Stoneham was now 70 years old and looked it. The financial stress, as well as the alcohol, had done him no favors. He sold the Giants in 1976, but even that wasn't his biggest loss. As Pat Gallagher, a longtime Giant executive, later said, "Selling Willie was the great tragedy in Horace's life." At the press conference, Grant conceded that the trade had little to do with improving the club. This was about helping Willie. There was a lot of sentiment and pride in bringing him back, Grant said. Willie would be taken care of, just as Mr. Stoneham would want him to be. The comments were sad and paternalistic. Stoneham and Grant sounded like plantation owners, wrote the New York Times' Dave Anderson. But Mays, who was at the conference, found the words reassuring. The clubs were doing what you do in any family. "I really have to thank that man," Mays said, nodding to Stoneham. "He looked after me. He took care of me." Typically, he concealed how he truly felt. But his wife told a reporter the following year how deeply he had been wounded. "No one, not even myself, really, can imagine how badly Willie was hurt when he was traded," Mays said. "We're very close, but he wouldn't then nor now talk about it. He felt like a father to some of those Giant players." But Mays's ties with New York had now been restored. "I always liked San Francisco," he said, "but this is like coming back to paradise." Asked if playing in New York would give him a psychological edge, he noted, "I don't know that psychology can do anything for you when you're 41, but I can still run and I can still swing a bat." The St. Francis Monastery of Manhattan, in its Your Good Word for Today, had recorded, "New York has reason to rejoice these days. Willie Mays has returned. There is some heart in professional sports." The Giants and much of San Francisco were devastated. Mayor Joseph Alioto said in a statement, "There is no joy in Frisco. The mighty Stoneham has struck out." Clubhouse attendant Mike Murphy cried. So did Tito Fuentes and Bobby Bonds. Charlie Fox, in a clubhouse meeting, told the players the trade was in Willie's best interests. "We should all get down on our knees tonight and pray to God that what has happened to Willie will happen to us when we're through." But that was no consolation to Bonds. "I don't think I've ever been so disappointed or hurt," he later said. "It was like they cut me down the middle and traded part of me. It was like only half of me was playing for the rest of the year." Lon Simmons spoke with Mays on the phone for his pregame show. "What do you actually feel?" he asked. "Well, first of all," Mays said, "it was very hard for me to leave San Francisco, leaving the guys I know so much. But once you get here and the feeling that you have here, it's just like you're going to another family." Simmons asked a series of questions. Did he feel like he was returning to where it all began? Did he have any thoughts on how long he was going to play? Was he going to make San Francisco his home? Mays answered respectfully but cautiously. Then Simmons tried to draw Mays out of his shell. "Willie, what are your thoughts now about San Francisco? Have they been good years for you out there?" Simmons might have expected an answer that would reveal Mays's struggles and triumphs, and the long journey that spanned 14 years, in which the city learned to love him, and he learned to love her. But Willie does not reveal the secrets of his heart in radio interviews. "I think I had wonderful years in San Francisco," he said. "I have a lot of wonderful friends there. I'll be coming back there off and on, I know." After the interview, Simmons played a clip of Mays scoring from first base on a McCovey bunt that rolled along the left field line, announced that the Giants were retiring number 24, and declared the end of an era. The first time Simmons saw Mays in an orange and blue Met uniform, he cried. Mays had indeed come full circle. He had played for the New York Giants, the venerable patriarch from the league's earliest days, the San Francisco Giants, the defiant adventurer who opened the West, and now the Mets, in the vanguard of the upstart expansion teams that ultimately increased the majors from 16 clubs to 30. Mays' repatriation, however, was freighted with meaning beyond wins and losses, as his storybook return was seen as an antidote for baseball and New York. It was a bad time for both. In baseball, the wounds were still deep from the players' strike, which was only a preview of battles to come. Curt Flood's lawsuit had left scars on players and owners alike, while an unusually bitter holdout by Oakland A's pitcher Vida Blue against his bombastic owner, Charlie Finley, had ended in a crossfire of accusations. Baseball itself had been surpassed by football as a television attraction, as the NFL now featured glamorous athletes like Joe Namath and O.J. Simpson. The average baseball attendance had fallen steadily throughout the 1960s. The game's meditative qualities were anachronistic in an era of instant gratification. A character's comment in the 1973 movie Bang the Drum Slowly, "Baseball is a dying game," seemed true enough. The New York to which Mays was returning was no longer the capital of baseball, and was not in the golden age of anything. The forces that had pushed the Giants out in the first place, suburban flight, crime, congestion, poverty, had only taken a deeper hold. New York was spinning toward bankruptcy, 3 years away from the Daily News's famous headline, "Ford to City, Drop Dead." Gotham's preeminence had been lost, its confidence shattered. In movies such as Dog Day Afternoon, The French Connection, The Out-of-Towners, and The Taking of Pelham 123, New York was depicted as a relentless urban dystopia. And where the Polo Grounds once stood was a red brick fortress of an apartment building, the projects, and center field was paved with an asphalt playground surrounded by wires for foul balls. Willie Mays Field proclaimed a forlorn sign. Softball playing only. For many New Yorkers, the departure of the Dodgers and the Giants was seen as the symbolic beginning of the city's downward spiral. Now Willie Mays had returned to reverse it, and it began in his very first game. Before the trade was made final, Grant and Yogi Berra, in his first season as the Mets manager, had told Mays that he would be a role player, platooning with left-hander Ed Kranepool at first base and spelling Tommy Agee in center. His first game in New York was on May 12th, when the Mets faced the Giants. Bonds and Fox sought him out before the game to shake his hand. When Maddox spoke to him, the new Giants center fielder said he needed a mitt. "Willie gave me his glove right there," Maddox recalls. "His name was written into it." Mays didn't start the first game, and when a pinch-hitting opportunity arose in the 8th, the crowd booed when John Milner stepped into the on-deck circle. Mays didn't get in the first game of the series or the second, but in the final game, on Mother's Day, he started at first base and led off. Rain kept the attendance down to 35,505, but their cheers, Mays later said, gave him goosebumps. He took the field in the strange pinstripe uniform. He said it felt a little awful, but he had his familiar number. Jim Beecham, who had been number 24, now wore number 5. With the rain coming down, Mays faced Sam McDowell in the first inning. "It's kind of hard to consider Buck the enemy," McDowell later said. "There's just no way you can feel he's the enemy deep down inside you." McDowell walked Mays in his first at-bat, but struck him out the second time. Mays fielded some throws at first base and caught a pop-up. Then in the 5th, came to bat with the score tied 4-4, with Don Carruthers pitching. Mays felt more relaxed than during his first at-bats, and he was thinking home run. The crowd, according to Sport, cheered Mays with a fervor nearing desperation. There were 40,000 who wanted it to happen, who were trying by a collective act of will to make it happen, just this once. With the count full and the rain falling harder, Mays lined the pitch over the left field wall. It may have been his most dramatic swing ever. It was certainly his strangest trip around the bases. He got to first and past Dave Kingman. Then standing around second base were Fuentes and Chris Spire, who wouldn't give Mays a direct path to the bag. "Get out of here," Mays squealed. He nodded to Jim Ray Hart at third, and as he headed toward the plate, "I felt something in my leg," he recalled, "and I couldn't hardly get to home, and I happened to turn my head to the right, and I saw all the Giants in there clapping, and I got to home plate and made a half-turn right before I realized it." Mays was heading to the wrong dugout. He stopped himself, turned left, and jogged to the correct one. If it had rained any harder, if the heavens had opened up, there might have been a mass conversion in Shea Stadium to all faiths, one writer observed. Columnist Pete Hamill wrote, "Willie Mays ran the bases, carrying all those summers on the 41-year-old shoulders, jogging in silence, while people in the stands pumped their arms at the skies and hugged each other, and even here and there cried. It was a glittering moment of repair, some peculiar sign that we might be able to erase what happened, eliminate the sense of cynicism that flooded the city in 1958 when the Giants and Dodgers left for the West. It was as if some forgotten promise had been kept." The home run was the difference in the game, the Giants winning 5-4. Mays had joined a team that was still in despair from a tragedy. 3 years earlier, the Mets had won the World Series, with Gil Hodges as their manager. Tough, disciplined, and highly respected, he was recognized as one of the best managers in the big leagues. He also smoked 3 packs of cigarettes a day, and on April 2, 1972, just 2 days before he would have turned 48, he dropped dead of a heart attack. His replacement, Yogi Berra, would always suffer by comparison. He had been a Met coach, and in 1972 would be elected to the Hall of Fame for his career as a Yankee catcher. In his only other managing stint, he had been fired by the Yankees, who thought he had lost control of the team, and his efforts to prevent that from occurring led to clashes with several veterans, most notably Mays. The Mets were a fairly young team, so while Berra may have envisioned Willie as a high-priced scrub, he was still a demigod in the locker room. Tommy Agee recalled playing with Mays in the 1966 All-Star Game in St. Louis. "When I went out in the outfield, I tried to stand in the same place Willie Mays had been standing," he said. Met pitcher Jerry Koosman was 9 years old when Mays broke into the majors. "Willie Mays had always been my hero," he said, "and now having him as your center fielder or first baseman, talk about giving you a pump." They became friends and often ate meals together in Willie's hotel room, where Mays would strengthen his hands by squeezing a rubber ball. "We'd talk about baseball every night," Koosman said. "How to play the game, what to do in certain situations, what hitters looked for, what he looked for against certain pitchers." No Met idolized Mays more than Cy Young winner Tom Seaver, who as a player at Fresno State College once sat next to Mays in the dugout when the Giants were there for an exhibition game. "I looked at him, and the top button of his uniform was unbuttoned. So in the big leagues, I never buttoned my top button," Seaver says. "That's where I got it from." The first time Mays played in center with Seaver pitching, he approached Seaver before the game with the opposing team's lineup, asked how he was going to pitch each batter, and where should he play. "Part of me thinks, isn't this ironic? But the professional part of me thinks, this is spectacular," Seaver recalls. "So I went down the lineup, and then I said, if I want to move you, I'll turn around and move my glove that way, and you move until I lose eye contact, and that's it." And then he said, "We'll adjust the last 6 outs." And I said, "Absolutely." Seaver, who pitched in the majors for 20 years, says Mays was the only position player who ever asked how he was going to pitch to opposing hitters. "Nobody ever did that to me," he says. "Nobody." There were still skeptics who viewed Mays's return to New York as one more bauble in Joan Whitney Payson's bejeweled life. Mays might be good for an occasional thrill and a few nostalgic riffs from aging journalists, but he was ultimately a museum piece who wouldn't do much to help the team. Mays proved them wrong. Including his home run against the Giants, He got on base 19 times in his first 37 trips to the plate. He scored at least one run in each of the next 6 games he played, and won 3 games with base hits, 2 homers, and a 14th-inning single. New York had revived him. As was always the case, the numbers alone did not reflect Mays' contributions. His teammates would talk about one play for years, a base-running ploy that defied age and reason. It occurred against the Expos on May 18th, and Murray Kempton, whose Baroque essays covered New York for more than 3 decades, wrote about it while on assignment for Esquire. Kempton initially observed Mays taking batting practice, noting that there falls upon him in the cage a desperation like the prisoner's in his cell. In the first inning, Mays dodged 2 close fastballs, tipped a pitch, and then walked. The next hitter, Ted Martinez, drove the ball into right center. Mays, Kempton wrote, gunned around second, and then, coming into third, quite suddenly slowed, became a runner on a freeze, and turned his head to watch the fielders. He was inducing a mental error. He had offered the illusion that he might be caught at home, which would give Ted Martinez time to get to third. And only then did Willie Mays come down the line like thunder, ending in a heap at home, with the catcher sprawled in helpless intermingling with him, and the relay throw bouncing through an unprotected plate and into the Montreal dugout. Mays jumped to his feet and pointed to the ball to ensure that the umpire knew to send Martinez home. The 2 runs, Kempton wrote, were the unique possession of Willie Mays, who had hit nothing except 1 tipped foul. Kempton compared his hesitation at third base to both the Delta Blues and to Faulkner, a purely Southern gambit that required a rhythmic defiance of all convention. Willie Mays arraying himself of the charge, 3 pauses to assemble the irascible, occasionally even vicious dignity of the Southern country boy's announcement that he is taking command of the city ones. The Mets won 2-1. After the game, Berra said, I think Willie timed that throw. I've seen him do that before. He slows down and tries to hit the plate at the same time as the throw to make it hard on the catcher. Mays says, Yogi lies a lot. You can't time no throw like that. Mays may not have played stickball in Harlem anymore, but he was still visible outside the ballpark. In August, he accepted an invitation to speak at Rikers Island, where he took some swings on a softball field and addressed about 500 inmates, most of whom were black and Hispanic. I wanted to come and talk to you fellas, he said. I don't think my coming here is going to change anything for you, and that things will be any different when I leave. But I want you to know that I'm very happy to be here just the same. I understand what's happening here. Asked by a reporter what he meant, Mays said, I can't explain it. It's something between me and them. But believe me, I can feel it in here. He pointed to his heart. A prisoner asked Mays for his baseball hat. I'm sorry, Mays said. I can't give it to you because it's the one I use in ball games. But if you'd like, I'd be happy to give you the vest I'm wearing. Mays took off his gold vest and handed it over. Wow, the inmate said. Right off his back. He's good people. The Mets were 14-7 and in first place when Mays joined them, and they won 9 in a row and 14 out of 18. Then came the injuries. Right fielder Rusty Staub, whom the Mets had acquired in the off-season and was now the centerpiece of their offense, broke his thumb and didn't return until September. The Mets' other outfielders, Cleon Jones, Tommy Agee, and John Milner, also went down, as did second baseman Ken Boswell. The upshot was that Mays played more than he'd anticipated. In one 3-week period, he started 17 of 23 games, and it was too much. His left knee needed to be drained. He pulled his right thigh muscle. He injured a finger sliding into a base. Friction with Berra, only 6 years his senior, soon surfaced over playing time. Mays thought he was being overused, which was hurting his performance. Berra wanted Mays to take batting practice before each game and follow the same schedule as everyone else. But Mays had been setting his own schedule for years, and he wasn't prepared for the extra work. The strain was evident, with reporters variously describing him as brooding or crotchety. By the end of the season, Sports Illustrated wrote, he could hardly drag himself to the plate. The year began with Mays at 646 homers, and Hank Aaron at 639. Aaron was 38 years old, and Mays had known for several years that it was only a matter of time before Aaron would pass him. He did just that on June 10th, with home run 649. Now Hank alone would chase the babe. With Mays on the team, the Mets made only one trip to San Francisco in 1972. They flew in from Los Angeles late on July 20th. While walking through the San Francisco airport, Mays was so distracted that he bumped into a pillar. Berra had announced that he would not be in the starting lineup, but Mays asked to start, and Berra agreed. Mays had never been in the visitors' clubhouse, and he had a funny feeling throughout the game. Only 18,117 fans were at Candlestick, the attendance curtailed by Berra's announcement. But they gave Mays a standing ovation when he hit a 2-run homer in the 5th inning. The Mets couldn't overcome their injuries or their lousy hitting and finished in 3rd place, 13.5 games out. Mays posted the lowest offensive numbers of his career, but he gave the Mets as much as they could have hoped for. He played in 69 games, about 50% of the Mets' total once he joined. His .402 on-base percentage led the team, and his .267 average and .446 slugging percentage were second. His star power had not diminished. Though the Mets were not a pennant contender in the second half, they led the league in both home and road attendance. Mays's improbable return, awash in remembrance and renewal, was hailed as a triumph. Mays knows that we New York fans will not forget, Jeff Greenfield wrote at season's end. And in turn, Willie Mays is reminding New York of our own best moments and our own best hopes. He is there to convince us that it was not a dream, that time when New York was secure in its own vitality. The city is an unhappy land that needs a hero, but we are less unhappy now that Willie Mays is back where he belongs. Chapter 36. The End of a Love Affair. Mays had been worried about his finances for several years. His expenses were still high, and more so after he was traded to New York, where he bought a penthouse overlooking the Hudson in the Riverdale section of the Bronx. And his investments had provided little security. In 1971, playing in a golf tournament in Puerto Rico, he met Vernon Alden, the chairman of the Boston Company, a financial services firm. He asked to meet privately with Alden and told him he would be receiving only $50,000 a year from baseball after he retired. "I can't live on that," he said. Alden pledged to help Mays find work as a corporate consultant, and by the following year had arranged contracts for him to represent 3 large companies, including Colgate-Palmolive, for an annual income of $150,000. Alden advised Mays for years to come, but the significance of these early contracts was that Mays entered the 1973 season with new sources of income. The Mets were still paying him $165,000, but money alone wasn't the reason he returned for another year. For the first time in his career, Mays showed up at a spring training camp that was not part of the Giants. As it happened, he wore a gold medallion around his neck engraved with the symbols of 3 religions. "Christian, Jewish, Muslim," he said. "I don't take any chances." But he needed more than an amulet. In the off-season, he had had his knees examined, and when he took the field for the first time, he wore leather and steel braces around both. One brace to support his bad left knee, the other to prevent him from favoring the good one. "It's simple," he said. "Either my knees will take another year or they won't." His throwing arm began to bother him as well and required a cortisone shot. He asked Dick Young to watch him play and give him an honest opinion. Young concluded he could play 1 more year. Mays had been going to Arizona for spring training since the early 1950s. Now, with the Mets, he was in St. Petersburg, where vestiges of Jim Crow remained. He wanted to rent a luxury condominium along the waterfront, but was told none was available. An employee at the complex called a local newspaper and said that places were available, but Mays was turned down because he was black. Called by a reporter, the people in charge quickly backtracked and told Mays that a misunderstanding had occurred. He would now be welcomed. The incident appears to have been ignored by the New York press, and Mays didn't call attention to it. However, he told Black Sports, a monthly magazine, "The hell with the condominium officials. They can't hurt me, man. That sort of thing's been happening to me all my life, and I'm way past it now. The only thing I ever worry about is, if they turn me down like that, what would they do if one of our young black players went there looking for a place? A kid, somebody who wasn't famous. They're the people I'm concerned about." Mays also had problems with Berra. He arrived a day late, then, one Thursday afternoon, flew back to California to see May. She wasn't feeling well, he said, and he was still miffed about the condo. He intended to return on Friday, an off day, but the flight was canceled, and he didn't get back until Saturday, missing a practice. Mays hadn't told Berra he was leaving, and the manager fined him $1,000. Mays admitted he was wrong and apologized in the press, but the relationship between the two men soon deteriorated beyond repair. Berra, under pressure from the previous year's collapse, wanted to impose discipline. He fined Rusty Staub as well for violating a team rule. As the season unfolded, Mays didn't make it easy for Berra. Another unexcused absence, erratic demands for playing time, and chronic injuries souring his own mood. In one game, Berra ordered Mays to bunt twice, and both times he popped out. Afterward, Mays openly questioned his manager. "I think I sacrificed only 10 times in my career," he said, "and never twice in one game." Berra resented Mays's being there in the first place. Years later, he was discussing his problems as a Yankee manager when George Steinbrenner kept interfering with the roster. "It was not just one guy like Willie Mays when he came to the Mets in 1973, Berra said. "It was 4 or 5 guys who Steinbrenner wanted, and the coaches and I didn't." Mays began the season 0 for 7. In early May, he smashed into a wall and aggravated his already creaky shoulder. On one play in center field, he had to toss the ball underhand after he caught it, which allowed a runner to easily advance from first to second. In his youth as a Black Baron, or in his prime at the Polo Grounds, Mays served as the cutoff man for his left fielder. Now, in a June game at Shea, Mays tracked down a ball to the left center field fence, turned, and unexpectedly flipped it to his left fielder. "His failings are now so cruel to watch that I am relieved when he is not in the lineup," Roger Angell wrote. "It is hard for the rest of us to fall apart quite on our own. Heroes should depart." Even opposing pitchers took pity. "I say to hell with all hitters," an unnamed hurler told the New York Times. "But I gotta admit I feel a little sorry for him. You don't want him to hit a home run off you or beat you, but you wouldn't mind too much if he got a base hit off you once in a while, or at least hit a long drive. You have to remember this is Willie Mays, and he's not even getting the ball out of the infield anymore." Willie's knees had to be drained, and in May he went on the disabled list for the first time in his career for a pulled tendon in his right shoulder. He returned, sore and limping. "They're keeping the old warrior together with needles and baling wire," the Sporting News wrote in July. No one suffered more than May. "When he was batting, I felt I was up there at the plate with him," she later said. "When his powers started diminishing, I ached with him. It was very difficult to hear people say he wasn't what he used to be. That was agony, sheer agony." The possibility of his retirement moved beyond speculation. It was now assumed. The only question was when. Hitting .214 at midseason, Mays was not elected to start the All-Star game, or placed on the 28-member team by manager Sparky Anderson. Mays had played in 23 consecutive Midsummer Classics, and Jack Lang of the Long Island Press persuaded the National League's commissioner, Chub Feeney, that Mays should play in this one. Feeney also wanted his friend in the game, so he huddled with his American League counterpart, Joe Cronin, and they agreed to enlarge the rosters to allow Mays on the team. Insulted, Mays initially declined, but then agreed. "Some guys find a way to duck the game," he said, "but I always went because it meant something to me and to baseball." Justice was served in the American League as well, where Oakland manager Dick Williams added Nolan Ryan, who had already thrown 2 no-hitters in the season. Mays made an out in his one at-bat as a pinch hitter, which did little to dampen his claim as the finest all-star performer in history. His at-bats, 75, hits, 23, total bases, 40, and runs, 20, remain records to this day. He was also twice named captain. The Mets were having other problems. Once again, they were devastated by injuries. At one point, Berra had only a dozen healthy players, and they were in last place on June 29th, and were still there on August 30th. As the Watergate hearings took center stage that summer, Met reliever Tug McGraw wondered aloud who would get fired first, President Nixon or Yogi. Donald Grant said he would not fire Berra unless public opinion demands it. It apparently didn't, at least not until Grant fired him in the middle of the 1975 season. The Mets began a West Coast trip on August 8th. Mays still hadn't said anything about retirement, though the Mets had announced that Willie Mays Night would be held on September 25th. The fans in other cities began giving him tributes, starting in Los Angeles, where Mays received a raucous cheer when he pinch hit in the final game of the series. In San Francisco, he received one final standing ovation when he loped to the dugout after grounding out in his last at-bat. And so it went, from San Diego to St. Louis, from Montreal to Philadelphia. On August 17th, Mays hit his 6th homer of the season over the right center field fence at Shea Stadium. It was the last of his career, number 660. Fortunately, there were no dominant teams in the Mets division, and when their injured players returned, they began to win behind Seaver, Koosman, and Matlack, with Tug McGraw closing, and they narrowed the lead from 11.5 games on August 5th to 3 games on September 9th. That day, in a game in Montreal, Mays collided with a metal rail while chasing a foul ball and cracked 2 ribs. After a day off, he failed to show up for a game in Philadelphia and arrived the following day. Under growing criticism from the press, he had told Grant earlier in the summer that he would be retiring, but then he had second thoughts. Not anymore. He called his friend Sam Circus from his hotel room. Circus had been helping professional athletes with their investments since the late 1950s, and gradually began negotiating contracts for them as well. He had met Mays in 1970, and had represented him ever since. Willie was very sensitive to critical press, Circus recalls, and finally he had enough. He wanted to announce his retirement. Why didn't Mays retire earlier? News reports suggested it was money, or willful denial, or self-centeredness. The headline of Wells Twombly's column read, "Tragic Ego Trip of Willie Mays." A better answer was fear. Mays kept playing because it was all he had ever done, and all he really knew. Baseball had given his life order, context, and community, and the prospect of life without it was too chilling to contemplate. "I don't know what I'm going to do next," he said in May. "Would you believe me sitting behind a desk? I can't stand the idea of working in an office. I've got energy I have to work off, even at my age." He added, "Money has nothing to do with it. Baseball is my life. It's not something you can just walk away from and say goodbye to." His teammates understood his struggle. McGraw said, "Willie was 42 and he was hurt a lot. He got down on himself after a while because he knew he was going to retire, and he wanted to help the club, and also not embarrass himself. Sometimes he'd force himself to play, and then he'd hurt himself again while trying to do it. I know he and Yogi had a tough time as far as the lineup went, and a lot of times maybe Willie didn't want to come to the park at all, so as not to cause trouble about whether he should be in the lineup. But he didn't go around second-guessing anybody in the clubhouse. And on the bus and plane, he really made himself fit in. I mean, he was with us only 2 years, and he was twice as old as some of the guys. But you'd think he'd spent the whole 20 years in the bigs with them. Says Tom Seaver, there are individuals you know you're going to have to tear the uniform off of. It's like a battlefield, and you're in the trench. And the mentality is exactly the same with baseball. You're going to fight and play until they tear the uniform off, or on the battlefield until they kill you. And you got that sense with Willie. They were going to have to tear the uniform off him. It's sad to see, but it's a beautiful thing, too, because of the love he had for what he had done for some 20-odd years. Neither he nor any other Met was going to question Mays' judgment on retirement, Seaver says. It's a God you'll never confront. The Mets front office, however, apparently did not share the player's high esteem for Mays. Circus took the news about his retirement announcement to Grant, but the meeting did not go well. Grant was derogatory against Willie in every way, he says. I never told Willie about it, but we had no support for Willie's retirement. Adds Cy Berger, the Topps executive and Mays' longtime friend. The Mets didn't want him. It was her money. Payson wanted him. Willie knew that, but he would never tell you if it bothered him. The Mets helped promote Willie Mays Night, but plans for the actual ceremony fell largely to Mays himself, as well as Circus, who enlisted corporate donors for gifts and other contributions. It wasn't that hard. Willie, for example, wanted to present May with a fur, and at the offices of the American fur industry, he selected a white full-length ermine coat with a hood. When he asked what it cost, the owner, Irwin Katz, said, "This is my personal gift to you, for all the joy you have given me." Colgate, meanwhile, covered the expenses for a suite at the Roosevelt Hotel, where Mays and Circus did most of their planning. One afternoon, 4 or 5 members of an African-American group called Mays and asked to see him. Mays, in his bathrobe, invited them up and heard their request. They wanted him to talk about Black Power during the celebration. But using baseball to deliver a political message to Mays was like diluting the finest wine with a brackish backwater. "See that door?" Mays told them. "See you later." Mays still had to announce his retirement. He had a long relationship with NBC, so he decided to make his statement on the morning of September 20th on the Today Show. That afternoon he held a press conference at the Shea Stadium Diamond Club. About 100 journalists showed up, as did Grant, Berra, and other members of the Mets organization. The Daily News would run a triple headline on its front page the following day. Garment exec knifed to death. Nixon-Cox deadlock on tapes. Willie goes out as gracefully as ever. Mays kept his composure as he spoke before a bank of cameras. "I thought I'd be crying by now," he said. "But I see so many people here who are my friends, I can't. Maybe I'll cry tomorrow, or the next day." He's retiring, he said, because when you're 42 and hitting .211, it's no fun. I just feel that the people of America shouldn't have to see a guy play who can't produce. He said he played this year only because he was in New York. "New York fans love me," he said. "They showed me that. You know, New York, when they love you, they love you." He was modest. "I never considered myself a superstar. I considered myself a complete player," but also cautious about his future. "Managing is hard work, and I don't want that," he said, flashing a smile at Berra. "And I don't want to be a coach and just stand out there like an Indian." Mays hadn't played in 11 days, and his ribs were still healing. The Mets were 2 games under .500, but in 3rd place, only a game and a half out of first. Would Willie ever play again? "I came in playing," he said, "and I'd like to go out playing." But he did not want to get in the way of these kids who have made such a great comeback. Still, if the Mets get in the World Series, I'm playing in it. I don't know how, but I'm playing. Mays acknowledged that his retirement is no surprise to most of you, but it was still a surprise to him. Baseball and me, we had what you might call a love affair. The Mets, behind the best pitching staff in baseball, continued to win. In 1969, they were the Miracle Mets for overcoming the Cubs' big lead. Now their motto was, "You gotta believe." They won 11 of 13 games and moved from 5th place to 1st, where they stood on Willie's night, September 25th. Mays drove to Shea Stadium with May, Michael, and Circus. Also with them was Cat Mays, who had come in from California. On other trips to Shea, Mays would sometimes stop at a park or a playground and play stickball. Even at that age he would do that, Circus recalls. But not this afternoon. Mays said nothing while in the car, and when he pulled up to Shea at around 4 p.m., thousands of fans had already gathered in and around the parking lot, screaming for Willie. Attending the game were Dodgers, Branca, Reese, and Snyder, Icons, DiMaggio and Musial, Barnstormers, Doby, and Joe Black, and the man to whom baseball had tied him forever, Vic Wertz. Plenty of Giants were there, including Bobby Thompson, now a graying businessman. "I was the center fielder in 1951, he told reporters. "I saw him once, and I said, 'Bobby, you'd better get a new position.'" Mayor John Lindsay declared September 25th Willie Mays Day. Dick Young said it was a night the pennant race stood still. The New York Times editorialized that Mays was the epitome of what all great athletes ought to be, a man of grace and dignity. His list of vices began and ended with the bedevilment of opposing pitchers. More than 53,000 fans packed Shea, and their feelings were captured in signs around the stadium. "We who are about to cry salute you." "A giant among Mets." "Bye, Willie, we hate to see you go." Shalom. Met broadcaster Lindsey Nelson served as the MC, and at 8 p.m. he introduced Walter Curley, New York's Commissioner of Public Events, who read a proclamation from Mayor Lindsay. The fans booed. Then Nelson said, "The man you came to honor tonight, Willie Mays." Mays hopped out of the dugout and walked steadily to the platform set up at home plate, where he joined May and Michael. On this cool night, he was wearing his blue warm-up jacket with the large NY insignia across the left breast. He stood next to May and Michael, stuffed his hands in his pockets, wet his lips, and stared straight ahead with dark, melancholy eyes. The cheers rang out for 6 minutes. Nelson tried to stop them after 3 minutes by raising his hand, but he was booed. The scoreboard lights read 24, "So long, yes, goodbye, never." And the waves of adulation, "Naked love," one writer said, continued, muffling the roar of the jet planes that flew low out of LaGuardia. Next came the gifts, which told their own story of how much baseball had changed. In presents that hearkened to a time when players and fans were neighbors, store owners gave Mays towels, sheets, bedspreads, golf clubs, luggage, records, a silver tray, shirts, and a typewriter. He even got a salami. But in gifts that heralded the coming of the multimillionaire professional athlete and the marriage of big-time sports with corporate behemoths, Chrysler gave Willie and May his and her cars, a Chrysler Imperial and a Chrysler Sebring. Pan American Airlines gave him a trip around the world, and American Airlines gave him a week in Acapulco. He also got a boat, bottles of Teacher's Scotch and Moet champagne, and a private telephone system. May, in addition to her ermine coat, received a diamond watch. Joe Frazier gave Willie a snowmobile. Horace Stoneham gave him a $17,000 Mercedes-Benz. Miles College gave him an honorary Doctor of Laws degree, and the Amsterdam News gave him a plaque. The Mets gave him nothing. Mays finally spoke, though his remarks were short. He was concerned that the ceremony was intruding on a pennant race. "I apologize for taking up a lot of your time," he began, his words echoing back. "I say to the Met players, forgive me." He thanked New York for always supporting him, and then bared a bit of his soul. "This is a sad day for me," he said, "to hear you cheer me and not do anything about it." He again spoke to his team. "I hope you go on to win the flag for the New York people. This is your night as well as mine. I also want to thank the Montreal Ball Club. I know this is a delay for you, but this is my farewell. I thought I'd never quit." He dabbed his eyes twice as he reached a haunting conclusion. "I see these kids over here, and I see how these kids are fighting for a pennant, and to me it says one thing. Willie, say goodbye to America." Willie say goodbye to America? The sentence seemed to be spoken in the inverse. Should it not have been America say goodbye to Willie? That is, America's baseball fans could no longer watch him on the field, so they had to say goodbye. But Mays was a public figure who could not envision any other public role for himself, an entertainer with no second act. "He stabbed us all," Larry Merchant wrote, with his epitaph. Mays waved his cap into the final roar of the crowd, and he hugged May and Michael. He then picked up a box of long-stemmed roses and walked them to the stands along the first base line. Joan Whitney Payson, now 70 years old and in a wheelchair, was bundled in a heavy coat. Willie handed her the roses, and she leaned forward and placed a kiss on his cheek streaked with tears. He disappeared through the dugout and into the runway. Watching in the Met dugout was Cleon Jones. "I felt I wanted to cry," he said afterward. "I know how Willie must have felt to say he can't perform anymore. It got next to me. I think I might have dropped 1 or 2 tears. It was one of those times when you cry inside." The Mets won the game, giving them 7 in a row and a first-place lead of 1.5 games. But Mays felt there was nothing left for him. He was now a retired ball player. He hadn't played in more than 2 weeks, and he was ready to return to Atherton. He called Payson and told her his plan. She urged him to reconsider. "You can't go home now," she said. So he stayed. The Mets won their next game, then flew to Chicago with a half-game lead for the final series of the regular season. 2 doubleheaders were scheduled. They split the first one, but still picked up half a game. On Monday, October 1st, they needed to win only one of the 2 games. Seaver started the first and was staked to a 5-run lead. McGraw threw the final 3 innings and picked up his 25th save of the year. The umpires canceled the second game, and the Mets celebrated in the locker room. "We began pouring it on," McGraw later said, "hollering and screaming and wondering what all the people who'd counted us out of the human race a couple of months earlier must have been thinking." At 82 and 79, the Mets' .509 winning percentage was the lowest to win a division or a pennant. They scored fewer runs than all but one team in the majors, and they had no hitter with a .300 average or a pitcher who won 20 games. You gotta believe. Mays was with the team but did not see any action. After the game, Seaver looked for him in the clubhouse. "Where's Willie?" he asked. "He took 2 sips of champagne," someone told him, "and he's passed out on the training table." The Mets faced the Cincinnati Reds in the playoffs in what appeared to be a mismatch. The Reds had won 99 games, played 3 future Hall of Famers in Johnny Bench, Joe Morgan, and Tony Perez, and had MVP Pete Rose. What's more, Seaver's arm was strained from overuse down the stretch. But the Mets had depth at pitching, the great equalizer in baseball, and the team split the first 2 games in Cincinnati, with Matlack throwing a shutout for the Met victory in the second game. Mays did not play in either contest. Back at Shea for the third game, he did take the field in a way that added to his unique portfolio of contributions. The Mets were leading 9-2 in the 5th, when Rose, on first base, tried to break up a double play with a hard slide at second. He knocked down Bud Harrelson, who had broken his wrist on a similar slide by another player in June. The wiry shortstop quickly regained his feet and cursed Rose, who charged him. The benches and bullpens emptied, secondary skirmishes broke out, and a 5-minute brawl ensued. Rose was known for his hell-bent aggression, embraced by Reds fans as Charlie Hustle, despised by others as a dirty player. In a lopsided game, the Mets fans saw Rose's slide as a cheap shot, and when he took left field in the bottom of the inning, he was pelted with debris. Vendors later described fans grabbing beer cans right off their trays and hurling them at Rose, who flung several right back. The inning continued, but when a whiskey bottle flew out of the stands and nearly hit Rose, he called time and headed for the dugout. Red manager Sparky Anderson took his entire team off the field and told the umpires they wouldn't return until it was safe. The umpires consulted with Chub Feeney, who informed Berra that the Mets would have to forfeit unless the fans could control themselves. The public address announcer delivered that warning, which only provoked more boos. Feeney had an idea. Why not send the most respected Met onto the field to talk to the fans in left field? He chose Willie Mays as a designated peacemaker and asked Berra to serve as a Henry Kissinger in knickers, Red Smith wrote. So out of the dugout appeared Mays, like an apparition, who was promptly cheered by the crowd. He was joined by Berra, as well as Cleon Jones, Seaver, and Staub. Mays gave the peace sign to the fans, who again applauded him. He made a straightforward appeal. "Look at the scoreboard," he yelled. "We're ahead. Let 'em play the game." The grounds crew had to sweep up the debris, but play resumed, with Rose back in left field. The Mets won 9-2. And Mays had a coda to his legacy as a peacemaker. After an extra-inning Reds victory in the fourth game, the series went to the fifth and final contest in New York, Seaver against Jack Billingham. In the fourth game, Staub had separated his shoulder when he ran into the outfield wall, so Cleon Jones shifted from left to right, and Ed Kranepool played left. Kranepool drove in 2 runs in the first, but the Reds chipped away and tied it. In the bottom of the fifth, the Mets went ahead 3-2, and with the bases loaded, Kranepool was due to bat against a left-hander. Berra called for Mays to pinch hit, and the Reds countered with right-hander Clay Carroll. Mays hadn't been to the plate in 31 days, and hadn't had a hit in 42 days. He swung on the first pitch and chopped the ball straight down, perhaps off the plate, and it bounded high in the air. Carroll grabbed it, but had no play. An infield single, the shortest heroic blow in memory, Roger Angell wrote, and a run batted in. Mays scored himself a few moments later. The Mets won 7-2, but the victory was overshadowed by the fans, estimated at 5,000, who crashed onto the field after the final out. "Mets clincher marred by maniac mob," read a Sporting News headline. Even before the game ended, the spectators pushing against the railing had trampled the wife of the Reds trainer. The game had to be stopped so the other wives of Reds players could be escorted to safety. When the game ended, the 340 police officers on the field could do little against the stampede. Pete Rose, who was on base, had to run through the crowd like a halfback seeking the safety of the dugout, where his teammates stood with bats in their hands. Reporters sat aghast in the press box as the rioters tore down the fence, pulled up home plate, and ripped out the turf. "If those are Met fans," Rose said bitterly after the game, "they must let them out of the zoo before the game and then lock them up afterward." One of the most harrowing photographs was of Mays, who was in center when the game ended. He took off his hat and tried to leave the grounds through the bullpen in right field. In the picture, he has almost reached the bullpen door, but a young man with thick hair has grabbed him from behind and is trying to tackle him. A Met player with his warm-up jacket on is throwing a block on a second fan who is also chasing Willie. They want his hat, but Mays clutches it tightly. The bullpen door is open, and 2 arms are reaching out, trying to rescue him. The last time Mays ran off a New York baseball field like that, after the final game at the Polo Grounds, the fans pursued him with love and reverence. This time, they chased him with the angry zeal of a mugger. Mays played in the World Series in his rookie season, and so too would he in his final year. "I came in a winner, and I'm going to leave a winner," he told reporters before Game 1. He was also returning to the Bay Area, where the Mets would face the Oakland Athletics. The A's led the league in clubhouse squabbles, thick mustaches, and garish uniform combinations, but they had upset the Reds last year to win the World Series, and had a great running game with Bert Campaneris and Billy North, though North was injured. 3 20-game winners led by Catfish Hunter and relief ace Raleigh Fingers. They also had MVP Reggie Jackson, though the P could have stood for provocateur. "The Mets," he said, "have no name players." The Mets center fielder down the stretch had been Don Hahn, but with Staub's shoulder still ailing, and lefty Ken Holtzman pitching the first game for the A's, Berra decided to move Hahn to right and start Mays in center. The move delighted the fans at sun-splashed Oakland Alameda County Stadium, who gave Mays the longest pregame ovation of any player on either team. But Mays hadn't started a game in 5 weeks, and since then had only played in the outfield the 3 innings of the final playoff game. Berra also had him hitting third. Throwing out the first pitch was Hank Aaron, dressed in a light blue suit and red tie, the first time an active player was given that honor. With 713 homers, he was 1 behind Ruth, and his presence in the stadium, standing near Willie, was a visual reminder of the game's rich history. 2 players who began their careers in the Negro Leagues now stood as the 2nd and 3rd greatest home run hitters of all time. Mays got the first hit of the series, a clean single to left in the first inning, but as he rounded first base, he stumbled and had to scramble back. Later in the game, he booted a ground ball single in center field and was charged with an error. Joe Garagiola, the former catcher who was announcing the game on television, stepped out of his booth and said to Charlie Einstein, "It's got so you pray they won't hit a fly ball to him." "Leave him alone," Einstein said. "He's retired." "I know," Garagiola nodded. "So who was that who got the base hit to left?" In a pitcher's duel, the A's won 2-1. Mays had 1 hit and no fly ball chances in the outfield. Game 2 was also played in the afternoon, with a brilliant sun and cloudless sky, and the outfield was a hazard. In Game 1, the A's' Joe Rudy, who went on to win 3 Gold Gloves, lost a deep fly ball in the sun, which went for a double. The Mets had even more trouble. In the second game, Cleon Jones went to the track for a fly ball, and it dropped right in front of him. All day, fielders on both teams staggered under pop-ups. The contest was remembered as one of the wackiest World Series games ever played, taking 12 innings and lasting 4 hours and 13 minutes. At the time, a postseason record. 11 pitchers were used, another record. 6 errors were committed, 5 by the A's. Their second baseman, Mike Andrews, committed 2 errors in 1 inning, after which owner Charlie Finley tried to place him on the disabled list with a fabricated injury. Andrews' teammates threatened to strike unless Finley reinstated him, and they taped Andrews' number, 17, to their shoulder during a workout at Shea. Commissioner Bowie Kuhn, mortified at the spectacle, publicly denounced Finley and demanded that Andrews be returned, which he was, though his martyrdom made him a hero in New York. If that wasn't weird enough, A's manager Dick Williams told his team that he was quitting as soon as the series ended, regardless of the outcome, which he did. Yet the 1973 series is known primarily for one thing. In Game 2, Mays pinch ran for Staub in the 9th inning with the Mets leading 6-4. With banners and bedsheets reading, "We love Willie Mays," and "The Amazing Mets," the crowd cheered the opportunity to see him one more time. Mays was on first when the next hitter singled to right, but as he rounded second, he stumbled to the ground. "Here's the unusual thing," said Tony Kubek for NBC. "One of baseball's all-time greatest runners had an easy shot going from first to third, and he fell. He was stranded at second." Mays took the field in the bottom of the ninth. With Hahn in center, he thought he was to play right. The two Mets looked into the dugout and got their direction. Willie was to play center. With the late afternoon shadows now covering the batter's box, the first hitter, Darren Johnson, drove the ball into left center. Mays, his sunglasses turned upward, moved tentatively to his right, feeling his way, searching for the ball. But he couldn't see it. He staggered, and at the last moment tried to lunge for it. But instead of pitching forward, his legs flew out from beneath him, and he landed hard on the ground. His glove was outstretched, but the ball fell only inches from it, and rolled to the wall. Mays's sunglasses flipped down from the fall, and as he got to his knees, he lifted them back up and turned his head helplessly in search of the action. Cleon Jones retrieved the ball, and Johnson was credited with a double. Fans could only wince. As Kubek told his broadcast partner, Kurt Gowdy, "Boy, Kurt, this is the thing I think all sports fans in all areas hate to see. A great one playing in his last years having this kind of trouble, standing up and falling down." The misplay led to 2 runs to tie the game. In the top of the 10th, Mays again found himself in the center of the action. With runners on first and third and 1 out, he was in the on-deck circle, holding 2 bats. The hitter, Felix Millan, lofted a fly ball to medium left field. Rudy flipped down his glasses and caught it, and Harrelson tagged at third and sprinted home. Mays moved toward the plate to clear out Millan's bat. Rudy's throw, on 1 bounce, was up the line a bit. Mays, on 1 knee behind the plate, motioned to slide, but Harrelson thought he could avoid the tag by cutting inside catcher Ray Fosse and staying on his feet. Fosse caught the ball and swiped his glove at Harrelson. Umpire Augie Donatelli, expecting Harrelson to slide, was flat on his stomach, and he called Harrelson out. Mays, outraged, jumped to his feet, ran to the plate, and dropped to both knees. His batting helmet tumbled off, and the 2 bats fell to the ground. Mays looked up, spread his arms wide, and yelled at the ump. His words, "No way, he didn't touch him," were immaterial. It was the image, replayed on television and reproduced in photographs, that was heartbreaking. Mays was rarely seen complaining to umpires. Now he looked like a desperate supplicant, his face creased with anguish, his hair too long, his emotions exposed. He appeared like a character actor making a vain attempt to play Willie Mays. Berra, Harrelson, and other Mets continued the argument. "Where did he touch him?" Berra demanded. "Where did he touch him?" "Right here," Donatelli said, touching Yogi's backside, "on the ass." When Donatelli threatened to eject Harrelson, the Met shot back, "I'm not getting thrown out for your inadequacies." Donatelli had been in the majors 1 year longer than Mays, and during the argument, Mays remembered that Donatelli would also be retiring after this season, and the question suddenly dawned on him. What are we doing here? The instant replay showed that Harrelson was safe, but that would be forgotten. What remained was the photograph of Mays, so powerful that what actually happened on the play was twisted around. When Donatelli died on May 24, 1990, the New York Times obituary read, "In the 1973 series, Donatelli called Willie Mays of the New York Mets out at the plate, leading to another famous argument." Mays found redemption in the 12th. He came to bat with runners on first and third and 2 outs. The Shadows had now reached second base, while the outfield remained treacherous in the fading sunlight. Mays, chewing gum, took a slider from Raleigh fingers. "I can't see, man," he told Fosse. Fosse called for a fastball. If the old man can't see, then hard stuff, always his weakness, was the way to go. Mays waved his bat and waited for the fastball. He got it, hitting a sharp 1-hopper over Finger's glove and into center field. He stumbled coming out of the box, his helmet falling off, and he ran gingerly to first base. But the go-ahead run crossed the plate. Mays at first base rubbed his right knee. Met hurler Ray Sadecki, who had already pitched in the game, was watching the game on television in the clubhouse. He turned to Harry Parker, who had also pitched, and said, "He had to get a hit. This game was invented for Willie Mays 100 years ago." McGraw, who looked up to Mays like a father, was on second, and he and Mays advanced one base on a hit and then scored on an error. After Mays crossed the plate, McGraw shook his hand and tenderly wrapped his arm around Willie's shoulder. The Mets took a 10-6 lead. Mays still wasn't finished. In the bottom of the 12th, with the game now in prime time on the East Coast, Reggie Jackson led off with a deep fly into left center. Mays went back to the track, looking up, and touched the wall with his right hand. But he made no effort on the ball, which bounced chest high against the wall. Jones again retrieved it, and Jackson ended up on third. The A's scored only one run in the inning, and the Mets won to tie the series. In the raucous locker room afterward, NBC Dick Schaap asked Seaver if he thought Mays was going to get a hit in his final at-bat, and Seaver described Mays' cunning. "I think he had a good shot at it," he said. "I think he decoyed the catcher into thinking he couldn't see." "How'd he do that?" Seaver imitated Mays' high-pitched voice. "I can't see, man. I can't see. I can't see. The background is terrible." So they threw the ball right down the pike and base hit. Seaver then laughed uproariously. Most of the game stories, as well as longer articles in Sports Illustrated and The New Yorker, described Mays' misadventures as part of a roller coaster day, hijinks and redemption, that were part of a whole comedy of errors from both teams. There was no suggestion that his misplays would have any historical traction. Red Smith began his Times column on Mays with his RBI single. He wrote, "So he lost the game in the 9th inning, won it in the 12th, came perilously close to losing it again, and walked away from disaster grinning. Never another like him, never in this world." What Mays said then, and has always said, was that he lost the first ball in the sun, though he should have played it more safely. On the second ball, he didn't want to crash into the fence with a 4-run lead and risk injury when the team was already short-handed. It does Mays little good to point out that he had barely played for the last 6 weeks, that the sun made other outfielders look just as bad, and that he did get the game's most important hit. He has become the poster boy for all athletes, or for that matter, even entertainers or politicians, who don't know when to quit. Did Mays play too long? Of course. But so did Ruth and Aaron, and Mantle and Gibson, and in other sports, Unitas and Ali and Jordan and Gretzky, and countless others who wanted to stretch their glory. But Mays is synonymous with this particular sin for one reason. He committed it in the World Series on television. The very medium that was central to the legend, that broadcast his gifts to all corners of America, that made the catch immortal, was the medium that recorded and preserved him at his nadir. That wouldn't be so bad, except the images have cheated his legacy. If Mays had stumbled through the last years of his career, then his missteps in Oakland would befit his record, and the scorn, more than 3 decades later, would be deserved. But that wasn't his record. At 38, 39, and 40, he still performed at levels that equaled or exceeded those of most of his peers. That part of his legacy, however, and what he did to achieve it, has been obscured by those images of him chasing a few wayward fly balls in Oakland's cruel, glinting twilight. The series continued in New York, where the Mets took 2 out of 3, and Mays pinch hit once for his only appearance. Game 6 featured Seaver, and despite a tired arm, he gave up only 2 runs in 7 innings. The Mets, however, could manage only 1 off Catfish Hunter. Mays didn't play. The final contest pit John Matlack against Ken Holtzman, facing each other for the 3rd time. The A's took control early. In the third inning, Campaneris and Jackson each launched 2-run homers. The A's were leading 5-1 in the sixth, when Raleigh Fingers relieved Holtzman and shut the Mets down until the ninth. Then a walk, a single, and an error made the score 5-2 with 2 runners on. There were 2 outs, and with left-hander Wayne Garrett due up, the A's brought in lefty Darrell Knowles. Garrett, nicknamed Red, had hit .265 during the season and had been the Mets' second leading power hitter with 16 homers. He had gotten a single off Knowles in Game 6, but was only 5 for 29, 172, in the series. He was now the tying run, and Mays sat on the bench, hoping to be called on to pinch hit. There were the percentages to play. A right-handed hitter would have a better chance than a lefty. And there was a storybook ending to write. The embattled icon, in his final swing, ties Game 7 in the ninth inning. Mays wanted that ending, or at least the chance. He thought he deserved it. Ever since he watched Bobby Thompson hit his home run, he wanted to be the man, and this was no exception. But Berra never looked his way. He had clearly lost confidence in him after the second game, and Mays was forgotten the rest of the way. That he wasn't called to pinch hit at the end might have been for the best. Obviously rusty, he might have looked bad in his final at-bat. But his friends and fans regret that he didn't have the chance. "I don't care if he was in a body cast," Lon Simmons said. "I would have sent him to the plate. He was Willie Mays." Garrett popped out to the shortstop. The series was over. The Mets had scored 2 runs or fewer in 5 out of the 7 games. Mays dressed quickly. "I don't feel nothing yet, man," he told reporters. "I probably won't feel nothing until next spring training." What he felt was anger, disrespect. He has few regrets in his life, and puts a positive spin on almost all his memories. But not this one. "May could tell you," he later said. "I went home so quick, forgot my glove, my uniform, everything. And when I got home, May asked me, 'Where's your glove?' I said, 'I gave it away. I didn't care. If I'm overlooked at that time,' I said to myself, 'go on home.' I left very quickly." The love affair was over. Epilogue. "For 2 years after I retired," Mays said, "I wouldn't think about anything but yesterday." The present was too disheartening. Mays would wake up in the morning, ready to play ball. Or he would wake up in the middle of the night, worrying about the game the next day. But there was no game. His responsibilities with the Mets were poorly defined, and he didn't know what to do with himself. He had too much passion for baseball to sit idly on the bench, as others stumbled through the sport that he had excelled at for so long. His body may have faltered, but his competitive spirit was still blazing. So he would go to Shea, put on his uniform, mill around, talk to some of the players, pretend to be useful, and leave before the game started. The yesterdays were all he had. His adjustment to corporate America wasn't any easier. For as long as he could remember, his baseball teams had made decisions for him. They told him when spring training started, when to get on the bus, when to play. They arranged for wake-up calls and paid for his travel, lodging, and meals. Mays was notorious for missing appointments and standing up interviewers. Now these problems worsened. The Mets once sent him to Visalia, California, where they have a farm club. But he didn't show up at the ballpark on the night advertised. He arrived the next night instead. When Joan Payson died in 1975, Mays lost his most important ally with the Mets. The general manager, Bob Sheffing, who had been closely involved in the trade for Mays, was replaced by Joe McDonald. A new regime was in place. On Donald Grant's order, McDonald kept a log on Mays to document when he showed up at Shea and how long he stayed. The record did not reflect well on Mays, and the Mets threatened to terminate his contract. His lawyer intervened. So did Bowie Kuhn. A compromise was reached, and Mays's duties were spelled out more clearly. He now had to sit through home games for 4 innings. Mays was still with the Mets in 1978 when he was elected to the Hall of Fame, receiving 409 votes out of a possible 432 from the Baseball Writers Association of America. No player has ever been elected unanimously, perhaps because, as Red Smith noted, unanimity is a word some baseball writers can't spell. Nonetheless, the 94.6% result for Mays was the highest since 1936, when the first 5 players were enshrined, and the 3 top players, Ty Cobb, Babe Ruth, and Honus Wagner, received at least 95% of the vote. To be elected, a player must be named by 75% of the voters. The 137th player elected to the Hall, Mays was only the 9th to be chosen in his first year of eligibility. He was also the only living player inducted that year, entering with 2 deceased members, Hack Wilson and Warren Giles. Duke Snider, who finished 16 votes shy of election, said, "It wouldn't be normal if you didn't feel disappointed, but Willie really more or less deserves to be in by himself." Snider was elected in 1980. Cooperstown is forever described as quaint and picturesque, a community on the shores of Lake Otsego that calls itself a village and stands as a monument to America's pastoral roots. Everyone, it seems, should be so lucky as to end up in Cooperstown. But only baseball's elite are so privileged. Mays had long expected to get there, but that did not diminish the thrill. His induction ceremony took place on Sunday, August 5, 1979, a broiler of an afternoon that turned the top of Leo DeRocher's bald head pink. The 74-year-old had lost neither his sartorial panache nor his exuberant rhetoric. "The good Lord put me there when Willie came along," he said. "I never taught him anything. He taught me." 28 Hall of Famers sat on the warm stage, while more than 5,000 friends, family, and fans filled out the lawns and terraces. Mays drew the biggest and most raucous turnout of fans in 40 years, according to Ritter Collette, the longtime sports columnist from Dayton, Ohio. The ceremony began with a moment of silence for deceased Hall of Famers, as well as Thurman Munson, who had died 3 days earlier trying to land his airplane. But the somber mood lifted whenever Bowie Kuhn, in his introduction, mentioned Mays's name. "Willie!" the fans shouted. Kuhn said he enjoyed embellishing the achievements of inductees, but Willie Mays needs no embroidery. From 1951 to 1973, he played for the fans. Then he introduced a legend named Willie Mays. The fans stood and yelled, and Kuhn, nearly screaming, butchered his next line. "He never gave the fans a penny of short change." Mays, now 48, strode to the dais amid a rhythmic "Say Hey" chant. The lines on his face showed his age, but he was still taut and muscular in his solid blue suit. "Thank you very much," he said. "Thank you very much," shouted a spectator. "I'm not excited now," he said, "but I'll wake up tomorrow, turn to my wife, and I'll say, 'Hey, I'm in the Hall of Fame.'" The crowd roared at Mays's unintentional echo of his nickname. He beamed as fans yelled, "Willie! Willie!" Someone held up an old newspaper showing photographs of Mays, young and smiling, a New York Giant celebrating the pennant in 1951. Mays said he didn't have any notes. "I was laying in bed last night and thinking how they wanted me to write this out," he said. "How could I write it out? How can you put what I feel on paper?" He spoke for nearly 30 minutes, a rambling biography of fact and folklore that described what it was like coming out of Birmingham and knowing nothing. His youth, he said, was about the making of an athlete. "My uncle told me when I was 10, 'Boy, you have to be a ball player.' And my high school principal told me, 'We will put you out of school if you don't play sports.' And when I was in with the Black Barons as a kid, we had 25 guys on the club, and all 25 would put me to bed every night. I didn't get to meet many girls that way, but I got plenty of sleep. When I got to the minor leagues in 1950, I played for Trenton, and I was the only black guy in the Interstate League. When we went to Hagerstown in Maryland on a Friday, they were calling me every name they could think of, but by Sunday, they were cheering me. Mays talked about his years in New York and looked at DeRocher when he said, "He brought out all I had in me." He acknowledged his struggles in San Francisco. "It took them about 5 years to get used to me there. They had another center fielder. His name was Joe DiMaggio." He thanked his owner. "Horace Stoneham was my backbone, and one of the only things about my career I'm sorry about was leaving him. When he told me he was sending me back home, that made it a little easier. There was only one place I wanted to go, New York City." He was contrite about his tenure with the Mets. "I couldn't play those last 2 years. The power was gone out of my arm. The last 2 years, they were a gift. Almost as if Mrs. Payson and baseball were saying, 'You gave us 18 years, we're going to give you 2. He was candid about his messy finances. "I was never good about handling money. I just got it and spent it. I never worried much about it. Mr. Stoneham helped me when I needed help." And he was confessional. "I give you one word: love. It means dedication. You have to sacrifice many things to play baseball. I sacrificed a bad marriage, and I sacrificed a good marriage. But I'm here today because baseball is my #1 love." Toward the end, Mays showed that some wounds remained. "I am deeply upset the San Francisco Giants didn't send me a uniform to give you," he said. "After 18 years, they didn't see fit. The people in the front office just don't realize I gave my life to baseball. I say this to you not with hate. Forgiveness is everywhere." He then stood with Kuhn, holding up a New York Mets uniform to present to the Hall. Mays's comment, it turned out, was an error. The Hall confirmed that it had received a uniform from the Giants. Mays simply didn't know. But the remark created a sour headline for the day. A far worse breach was about to divide Mays and Major League Baseball. It began when Mays received a call from Al Rosen, the former Cleveland Indian who was on first base when he made the catch. Rosen had recently left his job as president of the New York Yankees to be an executive vice president at Bally's International, the hotel casino operator. Rosen's boss, Billy Weinberger, had previously hired Joe Louis to be a greeter at Caesar's Palace in Las Vegas. Bally's was now opening its Park Place Hotel in Atlantic City, and Weinberger asked Rosen to recommend another sports figure who could fill that role. Rosen suggested Mays. Just as Joe Louis had attracted high rollers to Caesars, Mays could do even more for Bally's. His celebrity was equal, if not greater, than Louis's, and he was in better health, which would allow him to play golf with patrons. Bally's offered Mays a 10-year contract for $100,000 a year. Mays was still working for the Mets, and when Rosen notified Kuhn of Mays's job offer, Kuhn sent Mays a telegram telling him that if he accepted the job, he could no longer be employed by the Mets or any other Major League Baseball team. Mays was devastated. He had always assumed he'd work in some capacity in baseball, be it coaching younger players or simply serving as an ambassador for the game. But Bally's would pay him twice as much as the Mets. Which job should he choose? Willie faced this trauma 2 other times in his life, May told the New York Times on the day he made his announcement. First when he was traded, and then when he retired. "We sat around our apartment in Riverdale last night with Willie's lawyer and accountant, using them as a sounding board. Then Willie had a massage, and we were in bed by midnight, but sleep did not come easily." Mays met with Kuhn one more time and pleaded that he be allowed to work both jobs, but the commissioner wouldn't bend. Mays accepted the job with Bally's, and on October 29, 1979, his contract with the Mets was terminated. Kuhn, offering few specifics, said, "It has long been my view that such associations by people in our game are inconsistent with its best interests." Baseball had long been haunted by the Black Sox scandal of 1919, in which gamblers paid players to throw the World Series. Worried about baseball's image, Kuhn didn't want anyone associated with the game involved with gambling. He fancied himself the heir to Judge Kennesaw Mountain Landis, the game's first commissioner, who was responsible for cleaning up baseball after the scandal. Kuhn, as described by Red Smith, was the game's upright scoutmaster, and perception was everything. The reality was that Mays could in no way affect the outcome of a Major League Baseball game while schmoozing with patrons of a New Jersey casino. He wasn't working for a bookie. The casino had nothing to do with sports betting. All activities in the casino were legal, and under state law, Mays wasn't even permitted to gamble there. Part of his job involved going to schools, where he would urge kids not to smoke or drink. He also told them not to gamble. Kuhn's decision reeked of hypocrisy. He owed his job to the Major League owners and had worked for years as a National League lawyer protecting their cartel. He allowed several owners, including George Steinbrenner and the Galbraith family, which owned the Pirates, to have racehorses. Mays himself had worked in promotions for Suffolk Downs, a racetrack in Boston. That drew no objections. Somehow, blackjack was corrupt. Thoroughbreds were pure. What made Kuhn's move so galling was that Mays himself had been such an exemplar. The New York Post's Maury Allen wrote, "I know of 100 ballplayers who have smoked marijuana. I know at least half a dozen who have snorted cocaine. I know of 50 who probably could be medically certified as alcoholics. I know of several hundred who have chased women, gambled excessively on horses, and given less than their best on the field on many days of their career. Willie Mays is not among them." If Kuhn cared about the game's image, Allen wrote, he should focus on those problems. At a press conference, Mays could not conceal his pain. "I think anybody regrets it when his name is dragged through something like this," he said. "But what skills do I have outside of baseball? Only public relations, dealing with people. Baseball has been good to me, but I've been good to baseball. You ask me if I'm upset and unhappy, I will say yes. I'm not going to challenge Bowie Kuhn. That's challenging baseball. I'm not here for that. Baseball's my life. I love the game. But I have to protect my family." When Mickey Mantle took a similar job at the Claridge Hotel and Casino in Atlantic City in 1983, it cost him his job as a Yankee batting coach. "I wasn't much of a batting coach anyway," Mantle said. "I could only teach him how to strike out." Together as rookies in 1951, Mays and Mantle were again united as banished legends. Working at Bally's was the hardest thing Mays had ever done. Maybe because baseball had come so easily to him, any full-time job was going to be a struggle. The rhythm and responsibilities of corporate America were alien to him. He had little sense of deadlines, calendars, or even time itself. If a meeting was supposed to start at 11 a.m., that meant, well, he was supposed to be there at 11 a.m. "When you're the star of a ball club," he later said, "when you go to the park, you do nothing. You're just there to play. Everything is done for you. But in the business world, it's different. You have to do things yourself, and I wasn't aware of that. But my new bosses at Bally's explained to me that they had to answer to other people, and I had to answer to them." Most professional athletes struggle when they leave their protected bubble. But Mays' stumbles were magnified. The Giants, for example, finally wanted to have a Willie Mays Day in 1979 to formally retire his number. But Mays said he would participate only if he received money, which would be used for his Say Hey Foundation. Mays now understood baseball's a business. If he's going to put tens of thousands of people into the stands, why shouldn't he receive something as well? The Giants withdrew the offer. Not until 1983 did Mays have such a day, though he got what he wanted: contributions to his foundation. Old-timers games were another minefield. Mays was allowed to play in them, and he took them seriously. Jackie Brandt recalls that when he and Mays were playing in the outfield at Seals Stadium in the late 1950s, he raced in front of Mays to catch a sinking line drive, and Mays yelled, "Jackie, there's 22,000 people who came here to watch me catch that ball." Some 20 years later, both men were in the outfield at Candlestick for an old-timers game. The first batter hit a fly ball 20 feet from Brandt. Mays dashed across the field but couldn't reach it. Neither could Brandt, who was limping with a strained muscle in his leg. The ball fell for a hit. "God damn it, Jackie," Mays yelled. "You gotta catch it." Brandt just looked at him. "There's 55,000 people here," he said, "and they came to watch you catch that ball." Mays's pride could get the better of him. In 1983, he agreed to play in an old-timers game at RFK Stadium in Washington. He flew in from San Francisco and warmed up before the game, but was then told he wouldn't start. When they didn't put him in the starting lineup, he was really hurt, Monty Irvin told reporters. Then they told him he would pinch run. He just said he wouldn't do that. He didn't want to be hurt twice. He just went inside and showered and flew home. "I really felt for him," Richie Ashburn said. "He came to play. That's Willie. He couldn't believe he wasn't starting." The 5-inning game ended with the crowd chanting, "We want Willie," who by then was on the last flight west. Mays was implicated in a more serious matter in September 1985, during a federal trial of a Philadelphia man who was accused of selling cocaine to big-league ball players. Retired player John Milner testified that he had used amphetamines when he played for the Mets in the early 1970s. He said the drug, an illegal stimulant, was so pervasive that when he went into the clubhouse, he often found the pills, or greenies, waiting for him in his locker. He also said that Mays had red juice in his locker. This was, he said, a liquid form of the drug. Mays didn't give it to him, he testified, but I went to his locker and got it. Milner said he didn't like the red juice and didn't try it again. He also said he never saw Mays drink it or hand it out. Milner's charges created instant headlines and overwhelmed the details of the rest of the trial, the outcome of which has long been forgotten. Jim Bouton's Ball 4 had already exposed Major League Baseball's widespread use of amphetamines, but Mays's alleged involvement raised the problem to another level. Mays denied the charges. He said he had received the liquid from his doctor in San Francisco, John Jackson, who appeared on the CBS Evening News to say the solution was a prescription drug called Phenergan VC, a cough syrup. He said he prescribed it for Mays's ongoing sinus problems and colds. Mays was angry and hurt by the allegation. "Why am I going on trial for what Milner thinks he saw in my locker?" he said at the time. "If you're going to bring me into this, that's un-American." Asked now about his use of amphetamines or any illegal drugs, Mays says, "I really didn't need anything. My problem was if I could stay on the field. I would go to the doctor and would say to the doctor, 'Hey, I need something to keep me going. Could you give me some sort of vitamin?' I don't know what they put in there, and I never asked a question about anything." For years, Milner's testimony was a footnote in Mays's career. Amphetamines had been widely used in the major leagues since the late 1940s, and other athletes have confirmed Bouton's description of the players' easy access to them. Darryl Strawberry said that 9 out of 10 players were taking amphetamines when he joined the Mets in 1983, and Jerry Remy, who played from 1975 to 1984, says, "We all took amphetamines for Christ's sake. You almost have to make it through a season like that. But that was no big deal. Everybody knew it." The steroid era, however, has again focused attention on amphetamines, and by extension, has put Willie Mays in the center of the controversy. Those who defend the player's use of anabolic steroids or other performance-enhancing drugs draw a moral equivalence with amphetamines. They say each generation of players uses whatever drugs are available, so if amphetamines have not cost any other player his Hall of Fame standing, and Willie Mays, as the most famous player who supposedly took amphetamines, is cited, then the juicers of today should not be punished or stigmatized. It would be naive to think Mays never took amphetamines. Hank Aaron said he took one, didn't like it, and stopped. But citing amphetamines as a defense for steroids equates two very different drugs. Steroids, among other things, build muscle mass and enhance performance, clearly evidenced by the surge in home runs at the end of the 1990s and the beginning of the 2000s. Amphetamines restore energy and allow someone to perform at full strength. The medical experts debate to what extent, if at all, the drug increases one's natural ability. But the drug itself did not change the character of the game, and certainly did not distort the record books. In 2006, Major League Baseball banned amphetamines and began testing for them as part of a sweeping new policy against performance-enhancing drugs. Mays, of course, laments that his name is connected to any drug, past or present. He would never embarrass baseball knowingly or jeopardize his standing with children. "I've tried for years and years to be a hero to the kids of America," he said after Milner made his charges. "I hope the people won't take that one statement and crucify me." Mays got the hang of his job at Bally's when he realized it was similar to playing center field. He was still a performer, but now he entertained by signing autographs, attending brunches, hitting golf balls, signing more autographs, going to dinners, and chatting about old times. Patrons would recall a game in, say, Philadelphia in 1955, or Chicago in 1966, and Mays would need only a couple of clues: the month of the game, the starting pitcher, and he could remember how many hits he got, the final score, and who made the error in the sixth inning that allowed the tying run to score. The same photographic memory that he once used to scout opposing players now regaled gamblers and golfers. It was all in the performance. "I didn't like it when I started," he said in 1991. "I like it now because I know what I'm there for. I'm in the business world. I don't like to play golf, rush home, change clothes, go to a party, because your mind is so run down. But you got to keep smiling all the time, because if you don't smile, someone is going to say, 'Hey, what kind of guy is this?' You're on stage all the time in the corporate world." But Mays' exile from baseball gnawed at him. One day in 1981, he was waiting for a flight at JFK Airport in New York when a young man walked up and introduced himself. He said he was Larry Baer, and he worked in marketing for the Giants. Baer had idolized Mays as a youth, and they struck up a conversation. They were both flying to San Francisco, and Mays told the flight attendant that he wanted Baer to sit with him in first class. In the aftermath of the aborted Willie Mays Day, some members in the Giants organization viewed Mays as a malcontent who wanted nothing to do with the team. So Baer was surprised when he said, "It's killing me not being associated with the Giants or baseball. It's killing me." Baer said that the following week the Giants were having a holiday party at Candlestick for low-income kids from Hunters Point, and Baer invited him to attend. "I'll be there," Mays said. "Really? I'll be there," he insisted. When Baer told his colleagues what had happened, no one believed him. But at 4 p.m. on the day of the party, Baer recalls, "Sure enough, Willie Mays walks in. We had current players there, but they were chopped liver. It was amazing." In October 1984, Bowie Kuhn was replaced by Peter Ueberroth, fresh off his triumph as the maestro of the Summer Olympics in Los Angeles. Public relations was among his many skills, and what single move could improve baseball's image more than reinstating two of the most popular players of all time? "Welcome home," cried Sports Illustrated's cover for March 25, 1985. Ueberroth stood behind Mays and Mantle, all three beaming. At a press conference, the new commissioner assured everyone that "we are going to look for stronger, more clarified guidelines to keep gambling and baseball apart," and that Mays and Mantle are exceptions to the current guidelines. "I am bringing back two players who are more a part of baseball than perhaps anyone else." Mays said, "This is a happy occasion for Mickey and me to have that word ban lifted. I don't think I did anything wrong to leave baseball. I'm pleased I can keep my job and earn a living. Baseball made me." The following year, Mays was back where he began, a special assistant to the president and general manager of the San Francisco Giants. He was hired by the man who had engineered his employment at Bally's, Al Rosen, who had left that company shortly after Mays had joined, returned to baseball, and had just been hired by the Giants. At the press conference, Mays said, "My wife knew that every day when I got up I wanted to be part of a team. I left March open when I went to Atlantic City, because I thought I'd be back in baseball someday." Mays now had responsibilities with both the Giants and Bally's, while also participating in the growing memorabilia and trade show market. As a player, he blithely gave away historic balls, gloves, equipment, and awards. But he had an epiphany in the 1980s, when he gave one of his gold gloves to someone who said he was a museum curator, only to discover that he then sold it for $64,000. Whatever Mays endorsed or scribbled on, it seemed, had value. In the early 1990s, he was at a barbecue restaurant in Phoenix, and he doodled on a paper tablecloth. After he returned to his hotel, he was in the lobby when a young man entered waving the very same tablecloth. It was stained and dirty, but he announced that it had Willie Mays's doodles, and the manager had sold it to him for $100. The awards that Mays had long since given away, or somehow lost, kept appreciating in value. The person who had his 1954 Silver Slugger trophy for winning the batting title auctioned it off in 2003 for $120,096. Mickey Mantle's memorabilia was priced even higher. One of his old jerseys sold for $54,000. Both men received far more money signing their names than they had ever received playing baseball. If others were going to cash in on their names, why shouldn't they get a cut? The value in the Mays and Mantle brands was evident in 1981, when their first names, along with Snyder's, were the title of Terry Cashman's nostalgic ode to baseball's golden era, Willie, Mickey, and the Duke. They knew them all from Boston to Dubuque, especially Willie, Mickey, and the Duke. Mays has now hoarded a massive trove of awards, photographs, gloves, jerseys, trading cards, fan mail, and other memorabilia, which will be part of his estate. He even has one of Joe DiMaggio's jock straps, inscribed with the number 5, given to him by Whitey Ford at an All-Star game. What Joltin' Joe's undergarment is worth is anyone's guess, but Mays assumes it's appreciated in value. The demands of his various jobs ensured Mays a chaotic lifestyle, but matched his restless spirit. In 1987, Giants publicist Duffy Jennings described the challenge of corralling the 56-year-old Mays for a game to celebrate the 25-year anniversary of the 1962 pennant. "He's constantly on the road. My file on him for this game has phone numbers in New York, Atlantic City, Birmingham, Palm Springs, Scottsdale, St. Petersburg, and Atlanta. I'm always a day behind him. He's always on a plane to somewhere. The man has 20 telephones and 15 cars, and they're always in motion. It's an amazing process to watch." Duffy did not exaggerate. Mays had 4 houses as well. When Duffy was asked what Mays did for the Giants, he said, "It would be real hard to write a job description for a special assistant to the president and general manager, which is Willie's formal title. His real-life title is Willie Mays." On bad days, he could be abrupt at signings, and during other personal appearances, and over the years, he squandered business opportunities by being unpredictable and prickly. He shunned most interview requests, and for those reporters who did break through, made little effort to win their affection. On a public stage for much of his life, he had neither the interest nor the need to give even more of himself. In doing so, he also created an emotional firewall that kept outsiders at bay and his fans bewildered. But Mays's firewall is also his protection. For even the most innocent requests can be deceptive. Consider an incident described by Rick Zeller, an executive who worked with Mays at Bally's. In the early 1980s, they were to meet for a golf tournament at a country club in New Jersey. Zeller was standing outside the clubhouse when Mays drove up, got out of his Cadillac, and walked toward him. Two other men were standing near Zeller, and one said to the other, "Who's going to tell this nigger that deliveries go in the back?" When Mays reached Zeller, they greeted each other warmly and chatted briefly. Then Mays left to park his car. One of the men hurried up to Zeller and asked, "Who was that?" "That's Willie Mays," Zeller said. The two men bolted after Mays and asked him for his autograph. Mays obliged. Later that day, Zeller told Mays what had happened, and Mays was more upset by the hypocrisy than the racism. Mays himself, while confirming the anecdote, would never discuss such an experience. Even long after his playing days have ended, and even when he has been the victim, he does not want to trigger a contentious headline, and does not want to appear as if he's been hurt. He will speak in general about how much he's endured, but he keeps the details, no matter how fresh or raw, inside. He has followed that course his entire life, and it served its purpose by averting any controversy that could derail his career. But outsiders always ask, why doesn't Willie Mays trust people? The answer is, for good reason. He started out with pretty normal skin, Herman Boykin says, but the skin toughened up. Or, as Mays says, you have to assume that everyone wants something from me because of who I am. It is why there are only 3 groups that he trusts: baseball players, children, and household pets. None will ever betray him. Mays also never truly reconciled his own celebrity, which he discussed in 1991 when he was asked about his very public life. "Well, it's good and bad," he said. "It's good when you go places and they recognize you, and you can get most anything and get the things you need in a hurry. Then sometimes it's bad, when you want to be by yourself and you can't. Because you're in a world where people love you so much and they just want to be part of you. I'm part of the people. Very few of us can say that. The world owns you. The way I try to get away with it is, I don't go out that much." Asked if he had had more joy than sadness in his life, Mays paused. "I would have to say yes, overall," he said. "Because how many guys can say they played baseball starting at age 14 and played until 43? Now, in between, you're always going to have some sadness." Then Mays, almost 60 years old at the time, affirmed how deeply baseball was carved into his soul. "You go into a slump," he said, "and that's the worst sadness I've ever come across." The Giants maintained a tenuous foothold in San Francisco. Stoneham sold the team to Labatt's Breweries in Toronto, which planned to move the club to Canada. But San Francisco's mayor, George Moscone, blocked the sale with a temporary injunction, and the real estate mogul Bob Lurie led a group of investors to acquire the team. But the Giants continued to struggle financially, and voters rejected various initiatives to provide public money for a new stadium. In 1992, Lurie announced that he had agreed to sell the club to investors who were going to move it to Florida. But the sale was delayed until an investment group from San Francisco, led by Peter McGowan, the CEO of the Safeway Corporation, could buy it. The new owner's first order of business was the courting of Barry Bonds, who had won his second MVP award in Pittsburgh and was now a free agent. By then, Mays' involvement with the team had been on the wane, but McGowan asked him to be part of the initial meeting with Bonds. At Bonds' first press conference as a Giant, he said, "This is the greatest moment of my entire life. Every time I step on that field, I know my godfather's in center field and my dad's in right field." He requested number 24, but was told that wasn't possible, so he settled for his father's old number, 25. At the time, the Giants' star was the fiery Will Clark, and the owners were concerned he wouldn't get along with the temperamental Bonds. Mays intervened. According to Larry Baer, who was part of the new ownership, "Willie said, 'I got the answer for you. I'm going to put my locker in the clubhouse right between Barry and Will. There will be no problem.'" Meanwhile, during spring training of 1993, Mays signed a lifetime contract with the Giants, and he played a role in helping build public support for a new downtown stadium, though what mattered more to voters was that it was privately financed. Pac Bell Park opened in 2000. Its name was changed to SBC Park, then to AT&T Park. What hasn't changed is the magnificent 9-foot bronze statue of Mays, shown after he has taken a mighty swing, or the 24 palm trees behind it, or the stadium address, 24 Willie Mays Plaza. Mays has a private box, where old teammates like Johnny Antonelli and Ray Sadecki will stop by, see how he's doing, still looking out for him. Mays attends spring training games, hobnobs with the club's investors, visits farm teams, and performs ceremonial functions. But he is happiest in the clubhouse before a game, razzing the players, and maintaining ties with clubhouse attendants like Mike Murphy, who has known Willie since 1958, and is moved to tears when he talks about him. Willie likes to say of Murph, "I raised him." The generational divide between Mays and the younger players is significant. The music, the blackberries, the tattoos. But he has always judged players by their contributions to the team. He is old-fashioned, but not closed-minded. Asked if Major League Baseball is ready for an openly gay player, Mays asks, "Can he hit?" For a number of years, Mays' most visible position with the Giants was as Barry Bonds' patron. Bonds had been a divisive figure since entering the majors, winning acclaim for his superior talents, while alienating the fans, the media, and his teammates by his truculence and egoism. None of those attributes changed in San Francisco. What did change was that he was now under the eye of both his father, who had been hired as the Giants' first base coach, and his godfather. Barry Bonds, at 28, had already distinguished himself as the rightful heir to Mays, having surpassed 30 homers and 30 stolen bases twice in one season. He had collected 3 Gold Gloves as well. But Mays pushed Bonds for more. "He would always give me his blessing, but he didn't allow me to get satisfied," Bonds says. "Boy" is his favorite word. He still calls me that. And he would come to my locker and say, "Boy, what the hell is wrong with you? Don't get happy because you hit 2 home runs. That second swing, you got lucky." And I'd think, "Can't you show me some love?" At other times, Mays would tell Bonds, "I have the vision of what you should do. I just can't do it anymore." Bonds' first year in San Francisco was his best to date. 336, 46 homers, 123 RBIs, as he flourished before the 2 people who meant the most to him. "For me to satisfy my father and my godfather was more important than anything in baseball," he says. When his father died from lung cancer on August 23, 2003, at 57, Mays filled the void. He told Barry, for example, that he should not take too much time off. "I want him back on the field," he told a reporter. "He needs that. I don't want him to be lonely. I want him to be positive again. We know how sad he is. He needs to get back on the field and take it out on baseball." Bonds could be churlish with reporters, fans, bat boys, even teammates, but not with Mays. Giant broadcaster John Miller recalls one time when Mays was sitting in Mike Murphy's office before a game. Barry came in and they exchanged a few insults, had a few laughs, Miller says. "I never saw Barry as relaxed and impish as when he was around Willie." It was a rapport born of respect. "I recall when Bonds was at 500 home runs," Miller says, "and I asked if he was interested in Babe Ruth. Willie was right there, and Barry said, 'I'm really only interested in Willie's record. That's the only one I'm interested in, no disrespect to the Babe.' And Willie said, 'You better not be taking any days off, man. You better get busy.'" Bonds entered the 2004 season 1 home run behind his godfather. In 2002, Mays had participated in a leg of the Olympic torch run and still had his torch, so he took it to a jeweler and inscribed it with diamonds, 660 and 661. Mays wanted to be at home plate when Bonds hit 660, so he traveled with the Giants as they opened with 2 road series. Bonds remained stuck on 659, But in the season opener in San Francisco, he pounded number 660 into McCovey Cove, and Mays gave him his sparkling torch at home plate. Mays told reporters afterward, "I think it's appropriate that he did it in a Giants uniform. That's what I really wanted." Said Bonds, "I just feel right now I completed our family circle." Mays was not on the field or visible to cameras when Bonds passed him with number 661. Bonds didn't follow all of Mays's advice. Mays recoiled at any headline that was not related to baseball, whereas Bonds seemed to court them. According to Miller, Mays encouraged Bonds to be less hostile to reporters. "Be nice to those guys," Mays would say. "What's wrong with you?" "I'm only happy if they don't like me," Bonds would explain. "Well, give it a try." The pleas usually went for naught. Bonds' triumphs on the field ultimately put Mays in an uncomfortable position. Bonds hit 73 homers in 2001 for the single-season record. Then, in 2007, he pursued Hank Aaron's all-time mark of 755. By then, he had testified to a grand jury that he had mistakenly used a steroid that had been given to him by his trainer. The congressional hearings investigating steroids stirred public outrage against a sport that seemed in permanent denial. Bonds was still loved in San Francisco, but he was vilified across the country as the juicer who held some of the game's most treasured records. While Aaron vacillated in his support of Bonds, Mays stood by his godson, literally and figuratively, as he was once again on the field to congratulate Bonds when he hit number 756. In interviews, Mays was asked about steroids in general and in connection to Bonds, but there was no satisfactory answer. He could no more criticize another baseball player, let alone his godson, than he could repudiate a member of his own family. "I've always told Barry, whatever you do, whether right or wrong, I'm here for you," he says. But Mays's refusal to condemn those who would cheat the game was also disappointing. If Willie Mays won't defend baseball, who will? Mays's tactic was to avoid interviews. Bonds, who hasn't played baseball since 2007, is currently defending himself against federal perjury charges in connection with grand jury testimony from 2003. Asked if Mays has helped him through his controversies, Bonds says, "If not for my father or for Willie, I wouldn't have been as strong as I was. Willie keeps me going because Willie keeps going." Cat Mays had lived in California since 1958. He occasionally went to Candlestick and followed the rest of the games on radio or television. He had access to every modern technology, but could never really shed his country roots, sometimes to his son's dismay. He would, for example, keep his surplus cash in the ice tray of his freezer. Willie asked him why. "If I get robbed, they won't think to look there," he said. "Okay, man, you do what you gotta do." Cat's relationship with Willie remained one of unspoken love and immense pride. He was in the audience at his son's Hall of Fame induction ceremony. And just as the father once cared for and protected his son, the reverse would soon be true. In the 1960s, the Chrysler Corporation gave Willie a new car each year, and Willie would give it to his father, until Cat's impaired vision prevented him from driving. Cat developed glaucoma and moved to a nursing home in Atherton, near Willie. He remained physically fit and always looked sharp. Willie bought him the best clothes, and Cat's lady friends would arrange them on hangers so the outfits matched. Even when Cat became legally blind, he could make his way around the room, and even prepare his own food, again to Willie's dismay. Long after his son had retired, Cat enjoyed listening to the ball games on the radio. In the late 1990s, Cat developed blood clots on his lung and had cardiac issues, and he was hospitalized several times in Redwood City. When Willie would come to visit, Dr. Edward Anderson says, he was the adoring son. Sometimes it was the unspoken word, just touching him, grabbing his hand. "How things going, Dad? How was your day? You look better. You look stronger." He was just engaging him, and he wanted to make sure that all the people who were taking care of him knew that Mr. May Sr. was someone who deserved the utmost care and respect. He was not just an older blind gentleman. He wanted skin care, nutrition, everything. Things that sometimes are neglected for an older African American in the hospital. Cat died on August 27, 1999, at the age of 88. The funeral program featured a photograph of Cat in his 50s, wearing an overcoat, a tie, and a fedora, with alert eyes and a smooth face. Willie wrote the eulogy, which reflected his love for the man who had made his life possible. But one line spoke volumes about his own life. He said of Cat, "He and his son defied the odds." May and Willie never had children of their own, though their house was often a refuge for family members. May was dealt a blow in 1997 when she was diagnosed with a form of dementia, which was later confirmed as Alzheimer's. May was only 59, at a young age to develop the disease, and she was a young 59, still trim and vivacious and beautiful. Willie eventually found help at the Institute on Aging, which sends caregivers to their home each day. Renee Anderson, Willie's personal assistant, and their friends help out as well. The progressive nature of the disease has inevitably diminished May's strength and her memory, but with help she stays active, jogging down the halls of the house and using the treadmill. Willie instructs her aides to brush May's hair in the morning, apply lipstick, and paint her nails, and Willie holds her elbow and walks with her around their grounds and talks to her in a soft, sweet voice. Every time he sees May, it's as though he's just seen her for the first time, Anderson says. He wants to know her plan for the day, and her face brightens up. Sometimes she responds the right way, sometimes not. But Willie expects her to have a good day, and when he's gone, sometimes she'll ask about him. Willie says he is doing for May what he tried to do for his father. "I try to do whatever I can," he says, "because it's hard to see her walk around and not be able to understand what we're talking about. But Renee says sometimes she can understand more than you think she understands, so I just do what I have to do and make sure that she's okay, and hope that I don't have to put her in a home or anything like that. As long as I'm around, I don't think that will happen." May sleeps in a special hospital bed in her own room, but Willie listens for her. "I find myself getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning, going there and making sure she's okay. But it's difficult sometimes." Before bedtime, May will watch a ball game on television, sitting in the dark, her eyes focusing and then fading, as if searching for a familiar figure. The game continues, and it's easy to believe that May is looking for Willie to come to the plate, bat in hand, eager to take his licks. Willie himself was diagnosed with glaucoma in the 1990s, and by 2005 had to stop driving his cars and playing golf. He still travels extensively, typically with Anderson and sometimes a friend, and he still uses a rubber band like a money clip for his thick roll of cash. Cash, he learned long ago, is the currency of respect. Willie uses it to shop, badgering the sales staff for lower prices on televisions, clothes, gifts for May, whatever, and to tip. He also uses it for those in need. When a friend of his died, he attended the funeral long enough to give the widow an envelope with $5,000 in cash. Computers fascinate him. While he has difficulty reading small keyboards, he can download music, watch baseball videos, and check stats. Shopping satisfies his competitive spirit. If a friend has bought a new television, he'll try to buy the same one for less money. A common ploy, he'll tell the salesperson that he plans on buying 2 televisions and he expects a discount. When he receives it, he says he's changed his mind and wants only one, at the discounted price. Whether in one of his homes or in a hotel suite, he is a loner who does not like to be alone. He prefers to be surrounded by friends who will tell their stories, laugh, and carry on. Willie will chip in his own light stories, his voice rising for comedic effect. Sometimes he'll stand up and hop around to recreate a particular play. But he's also content to sit back and relax. In the 1990s, President Clinton invited him to spend a night at the White House. He declined, believing the bed and the television were too small. But one suspects he prefers familiar hotel suites, surrounded by familiar faces, to the august ambiance of the White House. His friends bristle at the caricature of him as a bitter old man. Mays is quite aware of the trajectory of his life, from a poor Depression-era black kid in the Deep South to someone who can go anywhere in America and be treated like royalty. I could not have dreamt, he says, the life that I've lived. Like many older African Americans, he also could not have dreamt that he would see a black man in the White House. Mays met Barack Obama in 2006, before Obama had declared his candidacy for president. Once his campaign for the White House began, he found several ways to mention Mays in his stump speeches. When a news report suggested that Obama was a distant cousin of Dick Cheney's, he quipped, "Why couldn't I have been related to someone cool like Willie Mays?" Mays had never followed presidential politics, but he closely tracked the 2008 race on television and stayed up until 5 a.m. watching the returns, and he wept when the results were clear. When he woke up, he told Anderson to send an email to Obama. "Dear Mr. President, move on in. Your friend, Willie Mays." One of Mays's few remaining personal goals was to fly on Air Force One, a message relayed to the president by a mutual friend. When Obama flew to St. Louis for the 2009 All-Star Game, he invited Mays to join him on his plane and to be his guest at the game. Asked afterward what his next goal was, Mays said, "Bowling in the White House." What is most striking about Mays in the twilight of his life is the consistency of his values. When he had his hip replaced in 2004, for example, he was met at the curb by Judy Kaufman, the director of special patient services at Stanford Hospital and Clinics. She picked up one of the suitcases. It was so heavy she nearly dropped it. "What's in here?" she asked. "Baseballs," he said. If Mays never mastered the language of affection and gratitude, baseballs gave him a vocabulary for his most vital emotions. A baseball, to Mays, retains a pureness and beauty that transcends any commercial value, and his signature is its gold-plated imprimatur. So he took a whole suitcase of them to the hospital, where he distributed them to surgeons, nurses, technicians, cooks, administrators, anyone involved in his care. Once he was back home, Mays decided to give signed balls to the kids at the Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford. He insisted that he see the sickest children, such as those with cancer or organ recipients. When Kaufman suggested that he sign the balls ahead of time, Mays said no. He wanted the children to see him sign them so they knew the signatures weren't fake. Mays, of course, has been visiting kids his whole adult life, but the atmospherics are entirely different. He is now an old man with a paunch, a hearing aid, and eyeglasses teetering on his forehead, a complete stranger to these youngsters. But it doesn't matter. Mays sits in the tiny chairs in the arts and crafts room, or sidles up next to the beds, and he asks the children, some connected to tubes and wires for life support, how they're feeling. He tells them to stay strong, and he says nothing about himself unless he is asked. Parents madly snap pictures with their cell phones. The children know that this is a special moment, and that the baseball he hands over is a possession to be cherished. Mays has now visited this hospital each Christmas since his surgery. One time a mother asked him to sign a ball, and he barked, "Who are you? This is for the kids." She said it was for her son, and Willie signed it. Another time, he saw the sibling of a patient and gave him a ball and a hat. "You need this too," he said. Dr. Philip Pizzo, the dean of Stanford's medical school, believes that these visits are connected to the image Mays has of himself as a child. "I think in these kids," he says, "Willie sees the helplessness, the deprivation, the inability to do what he could do when he was young. to use his body to overcome adversity. He notes that Mays has to walk great distances through the hospital, that sometimes it's hard, but he does it with the stoic determination of an athlete. It's not that easy for him, but to connect with someone who is more helpless touches something in his own heart. He just wants to make people feel good. That's his gift. Even as a septuagenarian, Mays defines himself by the player he once was. The license plates on his idle cars display some variation of WM24 or Say Hey. His telephone numbers end in 2424. He was once riding in an elevator with a teenager who was wearing a basketball shirt with the number 24. Right there, Mays traded his baseball cap for the shirt. Mays had no biological children, and Michael, who lives in New York, has no children of his own. Asked if he regrets not having grandchildren, Mays says, "Not really. It happens if it happens. You can't make that happen." Then he switches to his own bloodlines. "I don't even know if my sperms are there to have kids. I never checked. Never thought anything like that. I guess that's why we adopted." Mays admits to few sadnesses, and won't here, but the void is apparent. When he says, "If it had happened, it would have been my pleasure to take care of him," it's unclear if he's referring to a biological child or a grandchild, but the meaning is the same. From his youth and throughout his adult life, Mays has had dogs. A police dog named Star was his favorite, and in the 1990s he adopted a white miniature poodle and named him Giant. When Giant was a puppy, Mays would stuff him in his coat pocket and take him to the ball game. He would wipe off Giant's wet feet when he came in from outside, and would tell others, "This is Giant's house. He allows you to live here as long as you feed him." Indeed, when Giant barked, Willie got him a biscuit. When Giant was 14, he developed cancer of the liver or kidney. Some in the house thought he should be put down, but Willie wanted to keep him alive, so he was given an operation and chemotherapy. He soldiered on for a few more months, but then got sick, developed breathing problems, and had to be taken back in. The vet said Giant could no longer be treated, so Willie held the poodle, stroking his belly as the vet prepared to stick in the catheter. "You're okay, Giant," Willie told him softly. "You're a good boy, and I'm so proud of you. I've got you. Don't be scared." The vet plunged in the needle. Giant gasped, and it was over. Willie had to leave the room before answering cremation or burial. He later said, "I could feel the life leave his body." He's adopted another white poodle, Giant 2, and is impressed by his ability to flip the top of the candy jar to get the chewing gum. "All of these poodles," Mays says, "are very smart people." In the movie Manhattan, Woody Allen said Willie Mays was one of the things that made life worth living, right after Groucho Marx, but before Those Incredible Apples and Pears by Cezanne. Charles Schulz used Mays's name in his Peanut strips more than any other because he always symbolized perfection. But was Mays the greatest player in the history of baseball? Let it first be said that Mays, unlike DiMaggio, does not require his introduction to be preceded by greatest living player, nor does he tout himself as such. But second, let it be said that if you ask him, he does think he's the greatest. Or, as he will say in a soft voice, "I did things that no one else did." In many debates, Mays is described as the greatest all-around player, but is somehow excluded as the greatest. This is nonsense. The phrase greatest all-around player is redundant. One's greatness is determined by performance in all aspects of the game. Anyone who designates Mays as the greatest all-around player has given him top billing as well. What makes the assessment difficult is that baseball, more than any other sport, relies on statistics. But the game has gone through so many changes over the past 100 years. Live ball, dead ball, integration, night games, cross-country travel, expansion, changing pitching mounds, changing strike zones, steroids. that the numbers from era to era mean very different things, so true comparisons are impossible. Another problem is that the numbers, for all their elegance, capture only part of the game, and they disserve Mays by failing to reflect his strategic intangible contributions, inducing bad throws, quick first steps in the outfield, positioning, knowledge of hitters, and so on. The five-tool designation understates his skills by ignoring his intelligence, preparation, and guile. Mays was always better than the box score. The hard numbers tell a compelling story of power and speed: 302 average, 660 homers, 338 stolen bases. Of consistency, Mays strove for 100 runs scored and 100 RBIs each year, and he ended his career with 2,062 and 1,903 respectively. And of untouchable defensive prowess: 7,095 putouts, the most of any outfielder. The case for Mays as the game's greatest is easy to make, but impossible to prove. He beat you in more ways than any other player. Unfortunately, the documentation erodes in the yellowing game summaries and in the fading memories of those who saw him. Was he better than the Babe? Most polls, to be sure, would name Babe Ruth as the greatest. On his numbers alone, Barry Bonds deserves consideration, but steroids have tainted those accomplishments. Before becoming a full-time position player, Ruth was one of the league's top pitchers, and as a hitter, he dominated the game like no player before or since. In 1927, he hit 60 home runs, more long balls than 12 out of the major's other 15 teams hit in total. Ted Williams may have been a better pure hitter, and others can make arguments for Cobb, Aaron, Musial, DiMaggio, and Mantle. But no player lorded over his competition like the Babe. In that context, Ruth was baseball's most dominant player. Mays was its greatest master. Mays's legacy would have been enhanced if he had beaten Ruth's all-time home run record, and Mays's supporters lament that his time in the Army, plus his playing in two ballparks that were unfriendly to a right-handed hitter with gap power, denied him that opportunity. Mays believes he would have hit 800 homers if he had not gone into the military and had played in parks like Aaron's. But given what happened to Aaron when he approached 714, the death threats, the racial epithets, the unbearable stress, one should not be so quick to wish that on Mays. He suffered mightily when trying to pass Mel Ott's record. He could have passed Babe Ruth's, but his pursuit would have been a personal trauma. If Mays's skills are underappreciated, his achievements have been given a boost by the steroid era, which has caused fans to pine for a game that they could still associate with honesty and innocence. Baseball has always been an imperfect institution, but as much as anyone, Mays evokes its highest ideals. His legacy ultimately will never be about his numbers, his records, or how he helped his team to win. It will be about the pure joy that he brought to fans, and the loving memories that have been passed to future generations, so they might know the magic and beauty of the game. In his easy chair at home, Mays will doze off when the ball game is on. Then he'll wake up in a start when he hears the announcer cry, "A Willie Mays catch!" He'll peer at the television, watch the replay, and grunt, "He made that with 2 outs. I made mine with 1, and I had to make the throw." Or he'll be watching a game and the announcer will pose some baseball trivia question. "Me," Mays will answer. Then he'll rest his eyes. On Saturday, March 21, 2009, Willie Mays returns to Fairfield, Alabama from spring training in Scottsdale. Over the years, he has not been all that visible in Fairfield or the Birmingham area, but he returns to make a contribution of $50,000 in baseball equipment through his Say Hey Foundation to kids who play in youth leagues, as well as to Miles College and Fairfield High School. The foundation itself has had a limited reach, but Mays is now 78, and he envisions it as part of his legacy. He wants to improve its financial footing and find ways for it to make an impact. His trip to Fairfield is one step in that direction. In the mid-1980s, Fairfield had named a ball field Willie Mays Park, but it had fallen into disrepair. In the days leading up to the ceremony, volunteers in the community gave the park a makeover. They repainted the green stands, graded the outfield, applied fresh chalk along the foul lines, cleaned the barbecue pit, and sought donations for food and beverages. It came from the heart of each and every one, says Clarissa Milano, a friend of Mays's, who was on the foundation's advisory board. In these tough times, you saw people give back, and that's what Willie wants people to do. The ceremony commences on a sunny morning that draws Mays's Black Baron teammates James Zapp and the Reverend Bill Greason. Several hundred people are in the stands, and dozens of children, dressed in bright orange T-shirts with a silkscreen picture of Willie Mays on the back, are lined up on the infield. They are prepared to accept their bag stuffed with, among other things, a bat, a mitt, a batting glove, and a videotape about Mays's life. The Reverend Robert G. Twyman, pastor of the First Church of Fairfield, begins the event with an invocation. "We're grateful for this man who grew up in this community, who's come to give back," he says. "Bless him in a special way." Mayor Kenneth Coachman speaks next, welcoming Willie home, giving him a key to the city, and sharing an inspiration he had at 4 that morning, that the city should raise funds for a Willie Mays statue at his park, somewhere in the area of the barbecue stand. A young man sings the national anthem, and the MC thanks a list of sponsors, from AT&T, PepsiCo, and Rawlings, to the Firehouse of Fairfield and Marita Bakery. Then Willie is introduced. He wears a Giants cap, a blue blazer, and dark pants. He's lost about 10 pounds this year and looks good. As always, he has no notes, but speaks from the heart. "We got a lot of product for the kids," he says. "So you got to start clapping for these kids, not for me, because I got mine a long time ago." He describes how he was in Birmingham last year on business and was driven around Fairfield. "When I looked around, there was no convenience store where we used to steal stuff, so I knew something was wrong. The first thing that I wanted to do was to give the kids something to look forward to, and this is why I wanted them to have a day of their own." As Willie talks, the organizers nudge the children into a close-knit semicircle around him. "I talked to the mayor and I said, 'What is needed here?' And all he had to say was, 'Just look around and you'll see for yourself that we need help.'" Willie says he has good reason to help the people of Fairfield. "They're the ones that made me," he says. "They're the ones who said, 'Willie, you cannot have any drugs. You cannot smoke. We're going to send you home at 10 o'clock at night.' And they did. And I appreciate that. Because when I went to New York, nobody had to tell me to be in the house. No one had to tell me to go home. I was there because of all you that saw me play football, basketball, and baseball in this town." He acknowledges that returning home isn't easy. "I know I was kind of hesitant in coming and doing things here. I guess I wanted the kids around me. That's what this is all about. It's not about me. I had my life. I had 22 years of baseball. Enjoyed every minute of it. These kids that are coming now need help. Other people say, 'Why are you going to Fairfield with the money that we give you?' And sometimes you have to say, 'This is my home, man. Help me. Do something for these kids. Make sure that they have a good life.'" Then Mays does something odd. He notes that he is giving equipment to Miles College, but has neglected Lawson State, a community college. "I know that my mother lived about 5 minutes from there," he says. "I know she would want me to help whoever I can. And next year when I come here, I will make sure that everyone that's in sports, high school, college, or whatever it may be, will be supported in this program." Mays never mentions his mother, but the reference is in the spirit of his homecoming. The previous day, Eric Fernandez, a friend who helps with the foundation, drove Mays around his old neighborhood and saw the emotion rising in him. It's important that the people of Fairfield are proud of him, not as a baseball player, but as a man, Fernandez says. He has a focus now on Willie Mays the person. That's what he wants his legacy to be. And now he's saying, I've come home to my parents. It's important to him, an internal checkbox. When he meets his parents in heaven, he can say with a straight face that I gave back to my community. I did what you wanted me to do. When Mays finishes speaking, he helps distribute the equipment, signs balls, and wraps his massive arms around the children for photographs. Reporters, city council members, and friends all want his attention, all want his time. He chats and he smiles, but he can't stay long. He has to return to Scottsdale. The Giants have added some talent, a veteran lefty, a new shortstop, and a rookie third baseman with a big stick. Willie Mays wants to get back. It's spring training, and there's a feel in the air.
The end.